Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see what if Harry found the perfect partner against the Dark Lord. Part 2. Here is short summary. Harry Potter's life was already dangerous enough, with the Dark Lord determined to see him dead. But everything changes when Harry finds the perfect partner. Someone who complements his strengths, understands his weaknesses, and stands beside him when the entire wizarding world turns against them. Together, their bond grows stronger, their magic becomes more powerful, and even Voldemort may discover that Harry is no longer fighting alone. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. The call of the wolf rose above the woods surrounding Rowan Hill, shortly joined by another. The second was rougher, more feral, yet the two wolves called out in their primitive duet as the full moon waxed over the woods and reflected off the relatively still waters of Cardigan Bay. The high-pitched call of a large raptor intermingled with the howling of the wolves. Together, the three voices lifted up in a primal offering to the goddess of the moon. A prayer for good hunting. A call for their brotherhood. After a long minute, the three calls faded into silence. The woods were preternaturally silent, knowing the predators were on the prowl. Eventually, the first tree frog chirruped and the nighttime chorus resumed its eternal song. A hare popped out of its burrow in a clearing of the woods, hoping that its movements were now safe. It glanced around, seeing that the vines and underbrush that ringed the clearing gave the small one a measure of protection by screening it from predators. It hopped across the clearing to nibble at the tender shoots of a newly sprouted flower. The screaming roar that erupted as two huge figures tumbled through the underbrush, locked in battle, dashed the hope for safety. The hare scurried back into its burrow for the night, deciding discretion was the better part of valor. The two figures broke apart, circling each other, growling deep in their s. The great cat had a small gash on its orange flank that it ignored. The werewolf reared up on its hind legs, showing deep claw marks on its that matched the claws of the great cat in front of it. Taking a deep breath, the werewolf bellowed a roar at the tiger, which was not answered from the cat but rather from an ursine source on the edge of the clearing. The grizzly bear slowly entered the fray and bellowed its roar at the other two gladiators. The three great predators surveyed each other in a triangle of sorts. Tension was thick in the clearing as they eyed each other. The tiger feinted at the werewolf and the bear made an aborted rush at the tiger. A screeching hawk flew low over the clearing, gathering the attention of the inhabitants. Settling on a low-hanging NCH, the great raptor surveyed its domain imperiously. All attention spun to the path exiting the clearing when a low rumbling growl reverberated around the bushes and undergrowth. Instinctively, the three male predators stepped back from the female wolf that faced them, ears laid back on her head, teeth bared and all her fur on end. It didn't take the wisdom of the great elephants to see the ferocity and the death in the eyes of the she-wolf. Before anyone could move, the moon sank beneath the waves of the bay and the werewolf began his cursed metamorphosis. The predators watched with anguished eyes as the were being cried out in pain as bones cracked and sinew reformed. Remus Lupin crouched on all fours, panting in the aftermath of his forced change. The tiger padded up and nosed him in the neck. With a small chuckle, he patted the tiger on his huge head and said, "Thank you, Harry. Thank you all. This has been the best change I've had in years." Ooh. Daphne bandaged Harry's side and they ambled their way out of the kitchen holding hands. She treasured moments like this when they could just be teenagers in love. No insane Dark Lord, no governing bodies to work with, no nothing. Just Harry and Daphne in love and enjoying it. She smiled at him as he paused to admire her. Daphne knew she was pretty and loved that Harry went out of his way to admire her looks. Knowing it was vain of her, she enjoyed it nonetheless. Biting her lip, she pulled him close and forcefully ed him. Her hands got under his robes and caressed him. He ed down her neck and increased the tempo when he heard a. Daphne pulled away, as it wasn't her ing. With wide eyes, the Potters looked at each other and recognized the voice. They tried not to laugh as Susan called out Neville's name. Hand in hand, they ran down the hall to the main stairs and upstairs to their bedroom. Once in the master suite, they collapsed on each other in laughter. Harry gave a short yelp when he twisted against his cut. Disrobing for bed, Daphne looked at Harry and with real warmth in her voice said, "I love you, husband." "I love you too, wife." Ooh. The 15th of August 1996 Tuesday. Daphne sat in the visitors' gallery waiting for her husband and friends. They were currently outside the Wizengamot chambers and waiting for the chief warlock to call the session into order. Per standard protocol, they had submitted their bills to all voting members and proxy members 24 hours prior to the session. It had taken Reginald Abbott, Hermione and Neville 10 hard hours of writing and looking up verbiage to get the bills put together properly. Susan had her bill crafted for the last 2 weeks, as well as her request of the government. She and Amelia had a rather stiff discussion in the dining room one evening, and Daphne was surprised to see Susan put her foot down and her right as head of the family over her much older aunt. "I love you, Auntie, but this is the right way to go. I feel it in my bones. Susie, you're going to attract so much negative attention from the Death Eaters. More than you have now." Death threats were a commonplace occurrence to the residents of Rowan Hill. Susan fixed her aunt with a steely glare that took the older woman back a proverbial few steps. "We're doing this, Madam Bones." Amelia sat there, unmoving for a long minute. She finally roused herself and walked to her niece, whom she'd raised as her own daughter, loved as such, and said, "I love you with all my heart, Susie. However, don't you ever invoke head of house with me again. I'm the Minister for Magic of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland and will not be forced into bowing to anyone's will, including your own." It had been a tense Sunday afternoon. Later that evening, Susan and Amelia had taken a walk on the grounds and both came back red-eyed and smiling. All was well in the ancient and noble house of Bones. Hermione was sitting next to Daphne in the gallery and leaned over to her asking, "Where's Harry, Neville and Susan?" Daphne gave a little smile and said, "They are going to make an entrance." Dumbledore rapped his antique gavel on the desk in front of his chair, calling for order. Most of the members had taken their seats when the 15-foot-tall doors to the chamber flew open, banging against the hinges. The 3 youngest members of the 15 strode in. Harry was flanked by Neville and Susan, all of them emanating an aura of power and authority. They stalked to their seats, Neville and Harry waiting until Susan sat. In a move designed to make a point, Harry gave Dumbledore a quick nod once he settled into his throne-like chair. Old Demos Thorne cackled at the move, which gave the impression that Harry was allowing the chief warlock to begin. "Oh, my, the guard is changing," Daphne heard a person in the gallery mutter. After the introductory greeting and the call for new business, Harry slowly stood and waited for the chief warlock to call upon him. Dumbledore couldn't call on any other members since one of the 15 had stood forth. "My Lord Potter, you have the floor." "Thank you, Chief Warlock. Our society is on the edge of a full-fledged insurrection with rebellious forces that have allied themselves to the terrorist who styles himself as Lord Voldemort." He paused to let the bulk of the members to get their shivers and even yelps out of the way. "We must arm our government so that they can execute a fundamental tenet for which our ministry was founded in the first place, to defend our magical society from enemies, foreign and domestic. We have a domestic enemy of the state who has revealed himself in this very building. I'm sure you all have reviewed the bill that is put forth. Having gained counsel from my Lord Abbot on certain issues, my Lord Longbottom and I put forth a funding-neutral increase for Auror equipment spending, an increase in the retirement age for Aurors and an increase in the size of the Auror force to be paid over the next 10 years by which the approaching storm may be beaten into submission." Harry surveyed the room, mixing an intimidating and inviting expression the best he could. This should be a no-inner vote and everyone present knew it. In Harry's mind, no one could oppose it and look like anything short of a Death Eater. "I'd like to thank the members, proxy members and my peers for their time." Harry sat with a flourish of his elaborate robes. Abbott had counseled politeness to the Wizengamot for the first few years. Harry was the new guy, despite his status, and was only just 16. Good manners never hurt anyone. After a long moment of silence, Triton Knott slowly stood from his seat. The old man wobbled and then steadied himself with his cane. The burly man raised his still firm voice saying, "This type of long-term change to the structure of our ministry must be studied. My Lord Potter's motive for putting forth this bill cannot be questioned." Here the man gave Harry a short bow and an oily smile before continuing, "However, I move this bill be remanded to the Finance Committee for evaluation, of which a report be generated no later than 6 months from now." Not paused for second when a voice to his right shouted out, "I second the motion." The head of the Knot family nodded formally to the head of Clan Lestrange before turning to face the chief warlock expectantly. With a slight grimace behind his beard, Dumbledore stood so as to make the call for vote when a voice called out firm and strong, "Hold." Neville stood, broaded and fierce of visage. "I call for this motion to be stricken." Turning to the other members of the 15, he used the ancient forms of address saying, "Brothers and sister, what say you to my call?" Potter says, "Aye." Jones says, "Aye." Longbottom says, "Aye." Black says, "Aye." Abbott says, "Aye." Bones says, "Aye." Boot says, "Aye." Macmillan says, "Aye." Dumbledore continued to stand and stare, stunned into inaction by the unanimous vote of the 15. As Neville retook his seat, it was obvious to all present that the 15 were taking up again their ancient role of stewards to ensure the survival of Wizarding Britain. Times were changing. There hadn't been a unanimous vote by the 15 in over 100 years. Shaken out of his torpor, Dumbledore asked the body, would any other member or proxy member wish to raise other points of discussion? No one spoke this time. After a full minute of waiting, during which there was some muttering in the ranks, Dumbledore called for the vote. "My lords and lady, members and proxy members, the vote is as tallied, 8-0 for the 15. The bill pays into law. For the common members, the vote is 215-34, reinforcing the vote for Page." Dumbledore took a sip of water and asked, "Is there any other discussion for the Wizengamot?" Susan stood and was recognized. This was a much tougher sell to the more conservative members of the body, but she felt she could sway opinion enough so that it wouldn't appear that 3 teenagers were jamming this down their throat, even if they were. "My lords, members and proxy members. The most pitiful sight in all of humanity is the sight of a child suffering. No sane person is unmoved by the image or story of a young lad or elle in pain. A youngster hungry or hurt is abomination. Many, if not most of the members of our august body have donated handsomely to worthy charities that fight this unfortunate situation in the hopes of eliminating this horrific state of affairs altogether." She now smiled her most demure smile and said in a deprecating tone, "In an oversight, it seems that we have not put into place legal protection for those that suffer. It is currently legal for a monstrous person to whip a child bloody, torture them with pain curses and starve a child. This situation must be remedied immediately. We have no choice but to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Is this not our duty? Our duty to our country, our families and our children?" She looked around with a pleading expression and said, "The bill submitted will protect the children of Wizarding Britain. Our future is ensured by this bill. I know you will all do the right thing." Susan retook her seat, hoping that no one wanted to paint himself or herself in the public eye as pro-child torture. Apparently, no one did, as there was no rebuttal, and for only the 5th time in Wizengamot history, a unanimous vote for not only the 15, but also the common members was tallied. Now Harry stood and faced the ministry bench. "Madam Minister, I would ask the ministry to investigate an issue and report back in no later than 1 month." Amelia stood, knowing what this was about, as they had discussed it over dinner right when the Potters returned from the continent. "My lord, the ministry would gladly investigate an issue for you. What do you require? I would know if the magical marking known as the dark mark can be applied to an unwilling participant. Or to rephrase, must the participant be willing in the ceremony and application of the so-called dark mark?" Harry was merely requesting information from the government, so no rebuttal was allowed, much less discussion. If this were a bill, Harry knew the firestorm about the topic would be intense, to say the least. This was the first step in destroying Voldemort, and it was a PR step. Spiro Agnew, an outspoken member for pureblood superiority, spoke up in indignation. "Chief Warlock, what is this twaddle? 15 or no, this issue is a waste of time for the government and this august body." Harry glared at the pudgy man with such intensity, Daphne shivered up in the visitors' gallery. Agnew couldn't hold Harry's gaze for more than a moment before looking away. To the man's credit, he stayed standing. "Your comments are noted for the record, Member Agnew. You are aware, however, that I cannot block a request for information." Looking around the room with the gaze that made Grindelwald pause, Dumbledore asked, "Is there any other discussion for the Wizengamot?" Slowly, Sir Robert Fitzgerald stood. He was an older man, in his mid-70s, but still very spry and very outspoken. After being recognized, He took a moment to survey the chamber. He spoke in a measured tone, enunciating clearly and conveying emotion and intent quite clearly. Chief Warlock and distinguished members of this august body. I am a traditionalist. I believe that many, if not most, of our traditions have a valid place in our day-to-day life and should be upheld, if not treasured. He paused, an expression of sadness and regret playing across his features. The expression of a disappointed parent. I find myself wondering about tradition today, though. With a surprising vehemence, he stabbed his finger at Harry, saying, "Our newest members make me call our beloved traditions into question. The fate and direction of our much-loved country falls into the hands of two wizards and a witch not even 17. Shaking his head in bewilderment, he continued, "The 15 have always been a part of our body and have rarely used their extraordinary power to force the rest of us." Here he slowly turned to face the rest of the body, to submit to their whims. Shaking his head again, he concluded, "I am a traditionalist, but I wonder about where we are headed." Daphne was shocked that Sir Robert sat to a moderate amount of applause. However, before he had even rearranged his maroon robes, Lord Jones had bolted from his chair and was recognized by the Chief Warlock. Jones was almost hissing with rage. "Sir Robert is a fine man, an excellent member, but has forgotten a fundamental tenet of our body." Turning to face the older man, Lord Jones pulled himself up to his full height and said, "Over 1,000 years ago, in the aftermath of the fall of Camelot, Wizarding Britain was constantly at war. The slaughter was tremendous and even spilled into the Muggle kingdom in the Wars of Succession between King Stephen and the Empress Maud. The founding of Hogwarts was an attempt to bring the warring families and clans to a peaceful coexistence, but even that failed due to the ideological differences between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The 15 most prominent families and their vals banded together their magics and forced all the warring factions to come to the table of peace and agree to subjugate all of Britain to the rule of this body. Our familial magic allows this body to govern. Without the original 15 families, there would have been no Wizengamot. The formation and continuance of the 15 is no mere tradition, as was implied by Sir Robert. The 15 is necessary for our body to continue to legally function and is required by right of magic." Jabbing his finger at Fitzgerald, he spat, "In fact, Sir Robert, your family was dragged to the table of peace screaming and kicking, so do not defame the walls of this chamber with seditious words under the guise of humility. Our newest members lack experience, this is true. However, they are the heirs of Charles Potter, Tiberius Longbottom and Nathaniel Bones. Giants among men who strode into this chamber when they were not much older than our current representatives." Scowling at the room as he sat, Jones concluded, "I recommend any member consider what I have said before they speak." Daphne sat in the visitors' gallery, stunned. Next to her, Lady Augusta leapt to her feet, applauding vigorously, while many others in the chamber and the gallery followed her lead. Shaking her head, Daphne thought, Jones is going to want something for that performance. Looking over to the press box, Daphne saw 4 reporters scribbling furiously. Like blood in the water for them. The new debate is going to be the need and/or legitimacy of the 15. Ooh. The 16th of August 1996. Wednesday. The prophet did swarm to the story. Is 15 outdated? Was followed by Potter, L. Bottom and Bones make new laws. Daphne sat back in her chair on the veranda. Their workout had been very intense this morning and the dodging exercise had become a full-out melee where all 4 attacked one another at will. The melee ring got quite a workout. Susan had been so graceful, dodging hexes as if she were floating, or flying, while Neville had quickly darting to avoid the stinging hexes. Harry had been a blend of power and motion while Daphne had been a blur of movement. At the end of the exercise, Harry looked down at himself and scowled, got killed 12 times, and dispelled the minor hexes. His statement had brought the other 3 back to their purpose for the exercise. This wasn't a game. Reading the story, she saw that the paper was actually reporting both sides. There was an entire story devoted to the history of the Wizengamot and why the 15 had the power they held. Shaking her head at the expected firestorm of letters to the editor, she turned the page and her heart stopped. Greengr manor burned, Death Eaters responsible. Her involuntary cry had Harry at her side. He read over her shoulder while she tried to comprehend what she was reading. Her father had been killed. Her mother and siblings were in the hospital. She barely registered Harry's arms encircling her nor that Susan and Amelia's murmured words. Numb. Her entire being was numb and she felt like her consciousness was floating about the room. There was no thought, no feeling, just disconnectedness from life. Daff jerked back into her body. She heard and felt again as if someone flipped a switch. Hesitantly looking at the sources of the voice, she saw Harry watching her with aching eyes. Let's get dressed and go see your mum, Story and Philip. 20 minutes later, Harry led her down a hallway at St. Mungo's, forging a path through the crowd. More than a few healers and sisters stopped and stared at the stalking Lord Potter. Most just got out of his way. After getting directions to their room, Harry led her to the lift and up to the 4th floor. Pushing through more crowds, Daphne had a transient thought about changing to the wolf to clear the way. The brief smile was her first since she'd read the paper earlier. Following Harry, she went into a room and found her mother and brother asleep while Astoria stared out a window. Story, she whispered. Daphne's younger sister had a bandage wrapped around her left arm from her wrist to elbow and a smaller one on her right forearm. She slowly turned her head toward her sister and just stared at her. Story, can you hear me? Daphne asked with a tremulous voice. Astoria's eyes teared up and she croaked, "Oh, Daphne." Daphne rushed to her sister, wanting to envelop her and hold her close. Just as she reached for her, Daphne stopped and asked, "Are you hurt badly?" "Burns," was the only response. Daphne leaned over and ed her sister on the forehead. "Mum." "Philip." "Mum got hit with a curse they can't identify. Philip just got beat up." Astoria paused and a tear trickled down her face. "He tried to defend us after they killed Father." Daphne could feel Harry's hands on her shoulders, a comforting presence. "Did Father suffer?" Astoria looked away and nodded. Daphne could only close her eyes and let out a sigh. She had hated her father, but in the end, he was still her father. There wouldn't be much grief, but she was worried about the impact of his murder on the rest of the family. "Entrail expelling curse after the cruciatus," Astoria mumbled. Daphne dropped her face into her hands while Harry hugged her from behind. "Did Philip see it?" Astoria looked over at her younger brother and whispered, "Yes." "Gods." Daphne ed. Harry held her tighter and she leaned into the MC. She felt stronger in his arms, yet the pain was just as acute. Poor Philip. Remembering her sister, she reached out and took her hand, asking, "How are you doing with it, Story?" Astoria lay there, looking at Philip, and Daphne noticed a tear trickling down her sister's face. After a full minute of silence, she breathed, "I'm a horrible person." Shocked by the seeming non sequitur, Daphne quickly said, "No, you're not. Why would you say such a thing?" Quiet reigned again. Daphne slowly stroked her sister's hand while Harry held his wife. Astoria finally croaked, "I'm glad he's dead." She burst into tears, and this time, Daphne leaned over and gently took her sister in her arms. While the younger girl was crying, Astoria almost shouted, "He hurt you so many times and he was so mean. He only hurt me a few times, but I knew he would do more. And the women. I caught him with 3 other women. I used to wish he would die and leave us alone, and now he's gone and I feel like it's my fault." At the end of her rant, the girl was nearly hysterical and Daphne soothed her as best she could, cooing to her and stroking her hair. Harry spoke up for the first time and very gently stated, "It's not your fault, Astoria. It's Voldemort's fault. He wanted to hurt Daphne and me, so he targeted you. Blame him, not yourself." Astoria nodded into her sister's shoulder as her sobs trickled away to tears. Hesitantly, Harry reached out and squeezed her undamaged hand before letting go. "Ooh." Astoria had been given a pain relief potion that had knocked her out until mid-afternoon, so Harry and Daphne went home for a bit. They arrived at Rowan Hill halfway through the charms lesson. Flitwick had been genuinely concerned about Daphne's family and listened to the tale of what they knew happened. He shook his head sadly. "So much evil from one twisted man," he said in an undertone. Pleas were quiet that day, as the students buckled down and did their work. Since Hermione was staying at the house, she too joined in the lessons. At lunch, Hermione said, "I had no idea you were covering so much material so fast. We covered at least 2 weeks of a normal course in 2 double lessons today." Daphne nodded around her sandwich. Swallowing, she said, "I've actually come to enjoy this much better. The 4 of us all are highly motivated and pick up the spells quickly. Harry doesn't have to worry about essays." She laughed as her husband threw his napkin at her. and we just work on the basic theory but focus on the execution. But what about when we go back to school? Uncomfortable, Daphne looked to Harry, who said, Daphne and I are not going back to school. Hermione took a deep breath to begin a rant of epic proportions but paused. A contemplative look came over her and she looked down at the table. Everyone was quiet and Alice reached over and rubbed her daughter's back, a knowing look on her face. Daphne wasn't surprised to see tears on Hermione's face when she looked up. Wiping her cheeks, she snuffled, I'll miss you. Harry looked down at his plate. You understand. She nodded and said, you're doing good work in the Wizengamot and doing your studies on a self-paced schedule. On top of it is your antagonism with the headmaster and Professor Snape. I don't like it, but I understand. Daphne caught Harry's eye and indicated toward Hermione with her head. His confusion cleared after a moment, so he got up and approached his long-time bushy-haired friend. Tentatively, he said her. She pulled him close, crushing him to her. I'll miss you too. Ooh. Remus had the students in the room of pain when the door burst open and Tonks ran in the room. Doing a quick scan of the room, she found Harry and made a beeline for him. Daphne smiled as Harry's eyes widened in apprehension and he took a step back. Waving a piece of parchment, Tonks yelled, Damn it, Harry, what the hell is this? A piece of parchment. Remus snorted and laughed into his hand while Daphne smiled. She realized what was going on and decided to support her mostly clueless, but cute, husband. The upset metamorph shoved the parchment into Harry's hands and after he read it, he said, Oh, this. Well, consider it a welcome back to the family gift. A clock is a welcome to the family gift. A potted plant is a welcome to the family gift. A 50,000 galleon dowry is not a welcome to the family gift. Is your mum complaining? Confused, Tonks asked, Mum. What does she have to do with it? She got the same thing, but since she and your dad are already married, it went directly into their vault, not held in trust. Tonks stared at Harry for a long minute and then giggled a bit. The giggles became belly laughter and she choked out, Mum is going to go insane when she finds out. At the same time, she's a bit too proper to complain about it. Man, it's going to put her knickers in a twist. Jumping to her feet, she tripped and fell backward into Remus' arms. They both were blushing bright red when she finally said, I'm going to go to Mum's and tell her. I want to see her face. I bet she turns red before she can even say a word. See you later. Remus called out for her and Tonks turned back, a hopeful expression on her face. Remus approached her and the students all stilled to eavesdrop on the conversation. I was wondering if you were busy tomorrow. The werewolf asked. Tonks' eyes opened widely and brightened. Nope, I've got the whole day off and am not on call. Well, we're going to do some melee training and I was wondering if you would be available to help. The hopeful expression slid off Tonks' face and was replaced with visible dejection. Sure, I'll be here. What time? 2 o'clock. I'll be here. She slowly turned to head to the entry hall. After a long moment of obvious indecision on Remus' part, Harry called out, Are you a Gryffindor or what? To his parents' surviving friend. Abashedly, Remus nodded and ran after her saying, Hey Tonks. The four friends immediately shifted forms, as their hearing was superior in their animal shape. Hermione muttered, Not fair. Daphne heard Remus catch up to the object of his affections and ask, After the melee, if we aren't too beat up, would you like to get an early dinner? Is this a date, Remus? Daphne could hear Remus running his hand through his hair before he said, Yes, I do believe it is. After the sound of a chaste, Tonks said, I'd like that very much, Remus. In a much more chipper tone, she called out, See you tomorrow, as she moved away. The four animals all looked at each other, what ped for smiles on their bestial faces. As Remus' footsteps got louder, Daphne suddenly remembered to change back. The lichen walked into four students changing shape back to human and Hermione standing there with a red face. Glaring at the 5 teens, he asked, Are you done? With a cheeky smile, Harry replied, Oh no, we're just getting started. Daphne linked her arm in her husband's and asked, Are you done? Sighing, he said, Let's get back to wide area effect curses. Daphne smiled a bit broader and needled, But you didn't tell me if you're done yet or not. His only response was a half-hearted glare. Ooh, The Potters returned to St. Mungo's after defense lessons. Evelyn and Astoria were still asleep, but Philip was awake. Daphne engulfed him in a hug, which he returned tenderly. "How are you?" she asked. He shrugged and said, "Sore." Daphne was confused. Usually Philip was gregarious and a motormouth. His reticence was very unusual, but after what happened, Daphne was ready to make allowances. She patted his arm and they discussed his injuries. "You'll come home with us until Mother is well enough to come home." "Okay." He just nodded and fiddled with his sheet. Harry placed his hand on her shoulder. "Daph, why don't you go check on Story and your mum?" As she moved to the other side of the room, she heard Harry sit down and say, "I'm sorry you lost your dad." There was no audible response, so she could only assume he shrugged or the like. "Let me tell you what happened at the end of my 4th year." He then went on to explain how Voldemort returned and Cedric was killed. Not all the gruesome details, but enough to convey his point. "I spent the bulk of the next summer blaming myself for Voldemort's return and Cedric's death." Daphne glanced over to see Philip's attention riveted on her husband. Harry leaned into the boy on the bed and said, "I was wrong. Daphne pounded into me this summer that I'm only responsible for what I do, and even then there are always circumstances that force me into certain things." Philip looked at his new hero and said, "I wanted to protect my mum and Story and couldn't. I'm worthless." Daphne stifled a cry while Harry calmly shook his head calmly. "No. Look at it from another person's perspective. How can one young man with no real magical training stand up to, how many? 4. Right. 4 fully trained witches and wizards who practice the most horrific kind of magic. To think you could have successfully defended them isn't really honest. The best you could have done is run away. I know how you feel. Like you should have done something more to protect your family. You did all you could and then some." Philip had a new expression replacing the recrimination of not only 5 minutes before, contemplation. They stayed through dinner, chatting with Philip about Quidditch. He was a Puddlemere fan like Daphne. Harry regaled the two with stories about Oliver Wood, the new starting keeper for United. At the end, Daphne was laughing, Philip wide-eyed, and muttering, "Wow, you know Oliver Wood." Susan and Neville stopped by after dinner and stayed a while. Astoria was a budding herbologist, so she and Neville chatted enthusiastically about various cuttings, clippings, and whatnot. Susan rolled her eyes and joined the discussion with the now awake Evelyn. Apparently, she had been hit with a dark version of the stunning spell that knocked out the victim and inflicted terrifying nightmares on them. When she awoke, Daphne was concerned about her reaction to the loss of her husband. She squeezed Daphne's arm and said, "Don't worry about me, Blue Eyes. You know how I felt about him." At 9 o'clock, the sister booted them from the hospital. Astoria and Philip would be released the next day, but Evelyn's situation was being evaluated day to day. When they had all apparated to the entry hall of Rowan Hill, Harry stopped everyone. He had a cold look of contemplation and said to the others, "I think I'm going to change and spend a bit of time in Nocturne Alley tonight. Anyone want to come with?" The faces of the other 3 hardened and nodded as one. "Be back here in 10 minutes. Ooh. The 17th of August 1996 Thursday. It was 1 a.m. and Daphne stood opposite Harry in the darkness of Nocturne Alley, Neville to her left. Susan was aloft while the other 3 waited, disillusioned. This coming out and waiting is fairly useless. We need intelligence on where they are. We've become fairly dangerous and deadly, but need the location of the bad guys so we can go there and be dangerous and deadly." From above, the call of a hawk caught their collective attention, and far to her right, Daphne saw a group of 4 moving their way. They moved down one side of the alley, trying to stay in the shadows, but not putting much effort into the task. A ruffle of feathers told her that Susan had landed and taken up her position, per the plan. They had agreed to use non-lethal incapacitation unless they were positive the subject was a Death Eater. None of them could envision anyone in Nocturne Alley after midnight not being a Death Eater, but Neville had been insistent. The foursome stepped out from the shadows and the moonlight illuminated their eerily white masks. Death Eaters. Solves that problem. The 4 friends were in a loose box formation, no one directly across from the other. Each was next to something recognizable so the other 3 would know where they were located. Daphne was next to a large stuffed bear in front of a dubious apothecary shop. Harry was to cast first and that would signal the others. The Death Eaters ghosted down the alley on the opposite side and moved past Harry's location underneath the sign for the speckled basilisk. 2 heartbeats later, Harry's bone-breaking hex lanced out, impacting one of the Death Eaters in the head, cleaving the man's skull like an axe would have. The man dropped like the sack of shit he was, but before the other 3 could move, Daphne cast a silent reductor curse, catching her target in the, turning his torso into so much jelly. Looking around, she saw one of the Death Eaters fall to the ground, headless, and the last had a hole through his the size of her fist. She cancelled her disillusionment charm and approached the bodies. Harry was already there and looked up. They're dead. Use the egress route we discussed. The other 3 didn't even blink, just apparated away. Daphne apparated first to the front gates of the monastery in Shrewsbury and then back to London and Trafalgar Square. A quick hop to the front steps of the British Museum and then home. She was the first one in the entry hall. Dobby. The small elf popped in with a serious expression. Mistress as well. And Master Harry. Yes, Dobby, we are both well and Harry shall be along shortly. Please draw a nice hot bath. Dobby bowed low and popped away as the other 3 arrived in quick succession. Daphne burrowed into Harry's arms for a long minute. Come on, Dobby's drawing us a bath. As they left for the master suite, Daphne heard Susan whisper to Neville, will you please stay tonight? Daphne didn't hear the response, but recognized that none of them should be alone this evening. Ooh. The next morning, after workout, the Potters, Susan and Neville entered the family dining room. Amelia sat at the table, finishing her breakfast. After everyone sat and dug in, Amelia tossed the paper at Harry and gave him a long look. The headline shouted 4 Death Eaters found dead in Knockturn Alley. Harry raised his eyebrow in mock surprise before pinging the paper to Daphne. Unfortunate for them. Yes, it is, replied Amelia without looking up. Daphne read the article and found only the names of the dead. 2 Caros, a Yaxley and a German by the name of Bismarck. There were no leads, but most persons interviewed in an official capacity or otherwise didn't seem too chuffed to run it down. Handing Neville the front page, Daphne pulled out the sports section. Puddlemere had started a match on Sunday and it was still going. Both seekers had been hospitalized twice during the match, prolonging the agony. 3 times, the teams had voluntarily stopped playing and slept on conjured beds while the reserves ensured no play occurred. She was hoping the match would finally end as Puddlemere was up by 1,000 points. It would be the highest point total in Quidditch League history. As she rummaged to the scoreboard, she could feel Amelia's gaze on them all. Finally, the minister sighed and headed out the door aftering her niece on her head. When the soft crack was heard from the entry hall, Susan asked Neville, do they have any leads? No, and it looks like they aren't too keen on getting any. Hermione came in the room and sat down next to Susan after plating up her breakfast. She looked over the table to Neville and read the headline upside down. Frowning, she looked at all gathered and stated, you all did that last night. Harry paused, set down his tea and asked, why would you say that? Please, Harry, you decide to go on the offensive the other day. Then, Daphne's family is attacked followed by 4 dead Death Eaters in Knockturn. I'm not stupid, especially since one went down by a bone breaker, looking at Harry, and another by a cutter to the neck, and she looked at Neville. Neville frowned and looked at the paper. It doesn't say either of those 2 things here. No, but those are your 2 favorite curses. You shouldn't fall into a pattern or the Aurors will be forced to try and track you down even if they don't want to. She paused and then said, look, I know Amelia sanctioned anything you all do to fight Voldemort, but it sure looks like vigilantism. Looking at Daphne, Hermione asked, ribbon cutter. Daphne smiled. She'd already considered the issues and responded, nope. Reductor to the. Without prompting, Susan said, piercing charm. At least the girls think things through, Hermione opined before reading the front page and finishing her meal. Ooh, neither Flitwick nor McGonagall commented on the deaths from the previous night, just worked their charges as if today was their last day they could possibly learn. Daphne was thriving in the accelerated environment and was pleased to see Harry doing well also. Part of it is the motivation, he laughed in response to her question, the other part is the attitude. We aren't learning ridiculous charms that don't have any real value other than as a stepping stone. We're learning real magic that we can use on a real-time basis. The usefulness of each lesson is evident even to me. At lunch, the Potters slipped out to the hospital and found Astoria and Philip waiting for them in their hospital room. Evelyn was still experiencing night terrors as an aftereffect of the curse she was hit by, so the healers were keeping her for a few more days. After ing their mother, Astoria and Philip used the float ahead to Rowan Hill for the foreseeable future. Dobby settled the two into their rooms and Daphne promised a shopping trip that evening to begin to replace their clothing. They only had the clothes on their backs as it stood. Harry grabbed Daphne and pulled her into the atrium. Do you think your mum would be okay with me buying Philip a firebolt? As long as you teach him how to fly it safely. Yeah, I think she'd be okay with it. Harry nodded and an eager smile covered his face. Daphne just held his hand as they headed to the melee pit in Remus Lupin for their afternoon defense lesson. Ooh. The 19th of August 1996 Saturday. Harry and Daphne were dressing for a dinner party at the Abbotts this evening. Apparently, Reginald and Victoria had enjoyed the previous meeting at Rowan Hill and were inviting the 15 to dinner at their home, Stony Brook. Harry came up behind her as Daphne put the finishing touches on her light application of makeup and asked, "What do you think about Sue and Nev? Them opting out of Hogwarts as well?" He just nodded into the mirror. Daphne sighed and stood. Obviously it's their choice. They are just as involved in the war as we are, and have as many duties and responsibilities as us. I really don't see much of a difference in their choice as ours. Harry nodded again, a troubled look crossing his face. She caressed his cheek and asked, "What is it, love?" I still have a lot of anger toward the headmaster. It's a part of my reason for leaving formal education behind. I feel like we've corrupted them or something. Daphne chuckled, shook her head gently and hugged her husband. Don't ever change. Stay this sweet, considerate man who looks out for others before himself. She looked up at him and stated, "Love, Sue and Nev are almost legal adults. They've paid their OWLs and taken up their head of house mantles. They can make up their own minds. Do you really think that Amelia or Lady Augusta would let them make a ridiculously stupid choice?" Harry chuckled at the idea and bussed her forehead. "I love you, wife. Thanks for straightening me out." She gave him a quick and smiled. "It's my job. It's in the handbook." He crooked an eyebrow and asked, "Handbook? You have a handbook? I want one." She gently patted his cheek and said, "Love, do you really think anyone could write a handbook on how to deal with a woman?" He laughed and put his arm around her as they walked out the door. They met Neville and Susan in the entry hall standing close and sharing small smooches as they talked. "Okay, you two, get a room or else," Harry mock growled. Neville very deliberately edged Susan and gave Harry the bird at the same time. The foursome was still laughing as they used the flow to whisk them away to Stony Brook. The dinner party was much more fun this time for Harry and Daphne. They knew all present and were friendly, but rigidly proper with the elderly Boots. Formal with the stuffy Joneses, friendly with the Abbotts and Macmillans. Richard and Sarah Macmillan were quite put out that they missed out on the planning and big vote for the defense spending and child endangerment law. Richard's proxy, his brother Mortimer, had filled him in on the details when they returned from holiday. "Now see here, Potter," the genial Scot said in a semi-serious rebuke. "When you are planning large-scale bills to be introduced, it is proper to notify all of us before you do so. I know Boot was quite put out and so was Jones. We are all making allowances for your inexperience, but, please, don't catch us out like that again." Harry nodded soberly and Daphne could see the real remorse in his expression. She felt stupid, as she should have thought of that and told Harry to have a quick meeting with the others of the 15. Common courtesy and politics are rarely used in the same sentence, but she saw that there could be serious opposition amongst the 15 if Harry continued to be discourteous. "I shan't do it again, Macmillan. I apologize and shall do so to Boot and Jones before we leave tonight. I'm still trying to figure this all out." Sarah poked her husband in the ribs as if to say, "See? I told you so." Richard smiled broadly and said, "No harm done, Potter. No harm. So, I hear you four are not returning to school to finish up." Daphne responded, "It's true. With the war and Harry's need to get up to speed on his responsibilities as Potter and Black, plus our new charity that I'm running, we've resorted to private tutors to finish up for Newts." The Macmillans nodded soberly. They were professional philanthropists and knew the effort required to run a first-rate charity. Sarah asked, "If I might ask, who are your tutors?" Daphne smiled a knowing smile and said, Flitwick for charms, McGonagall for transfiguration, and Remus Lupin for defense. We have an aura to help out with melee-type dueling. The Macmillans' eyes bugged out at that declaration. Lady Boot had silently joined the conversation and declared, My word. Quite the accomplished tutors you have. Lupin, though, that name rings a bell in a less than savory context. The old lady paused and then her eyes narrowed. With a look of near hostility, she accused, You are allowing a werewolf into your home. Much less to teach you. Daphne felt Harry tense. Before he could rip the old woman's head off, she squeezed his arm and just smiled at the matron before asking the Macmillans, So, how was India? We've never been, but from what I've read, it's a beautiful country. The petite Sarah Macmillan smiled and slightly raised her GL to Daphne at her skilled ducking of a potentially messy conversation and began to fill all in about their grand tour. The arid beauty of the lowlands, complemented by the lush green jungle. The mountains leading up to the magical quarter of Kathmandu, the gateway to nearby Shangri-La. India has such a richness about it. Granted, there are very many poor, but the economy is thriving like must have been here in Britain in the 1600s. Even the smells have a power to them. You must travel to India. She smiled impishly at her husband, and if you can coax your husband on to an elephant, ensure someone is standing by with a camera if he falls off in a spectacular fashion. They all laughed at that. The evening continued and the meal was as sumptuous or even more so than the meal at Rowan Hill. Daphne leaned to her left and said to Reginald Abbott, I hope we keep these parties up. The food keeps getting better. By the time we get to Green Hills, the food will be fit for the Queen. Reginald laughed in response to the compliment, saluting her with his wine GL. Ooh, the 21st of August 1996 Monday. Harry, Daphne, come with me. I think I might have a way to track down the disobedient children we've been discussing. Since Evelyn came to Rowan Hill the day before, and Hermione's parents had been there for most of the month, Hermione had suggested the clandestine activities of the younger members of the household be kept quiet. Hence, the need for euphemisms like, disobedient children, for the Death Eaters. Daphne sat at the work table, across from Hermione while Harry shut the doors. As Harry took his seat, he asked, What do you have for us? Scrying. Harry broke out into a loud guffaw that caused an outraged huff from their bushy-haired friend. What's so funny, Harry James? You're resorting to a form of divination. Daphne had a rough idea of Hermione's opinions based on their fledgling relationship and more based on Harry's stories of their third year. She chuckled when Hermione huffed again. If it's a viable method, I'll use it to find out these animals. It's not as if I'm running around wearing ridiculous clothing and prattling on about nonsense just to feel important. Scrying is a viable method to find a person. It's just very difficult. Harry settled down, only pulling a face once or twice, but that ceased after being repeatedly smacked by his wife and friend. I've been studying the process and it's extremely complicated. I'm going to practice over the next couple of days using the members of the household as control subjects. Once I can reliably scry for them, I'll NCH out into the Death Eaters. Joking aside, Hermione, don't you think that the Ministry has already attempted this to find Voldemort and his senior Death Eaters? Hermione slumped in her chair. I know they have. I talked with Amelia about it this morning and they tried it during the first Voldemort war and recently as well. Harry had a confused expression and was about to ask, why bother, then? When Daphne said, oh. Hermione smirked. Your wife understands Mr. Potter. She'll try for Voldemort or a senior Death Eater hoping to get lucky, but we can use scrying to root out the mid to low level Death Eaters that do a lot of the day-to-day damage. Hermione nodded and continued with an excited voice. Amelia said that if this is a promising path, either the Ministry will use it, or provide us with their list of Death Eaters for us to apprehend, as she put it. Harry and Daphne both flickered their eyebrows at the use of the word apprehend, but said nothing. After a heartbeat, Hermione continued, guys, the best way to get superior information would be to actually capture one of the Death Eaters and then interrogate them. Preferably with a truth serum of some kind. That means you can't kill them all. Harry pursed his lips as he considered the idea. It meant putting the team in danger. It is always much easier to kill a person than subdue them. A dead opponent can't curse back. As old Mad Eye would have said, the only good Death Eater is a dead Death Eater. Daphne put her hand on his arm and said, "She's right. We should probably capture one every so often to interrogate." Harry nodded his acquiescence. Hermione smiled and said, "Good, I'm glad you agree. This way, the Veritaserum I've already started won't go to waste." Ooh. The 24th of August 1996 Thursday. Daphne was casting a wide area illusion charm when a burst of fire appeared right in front of her. She couldn't help the involuntary scream she shouted, and a split second later recognized the originator of the fireball as Fox. All spellcasting ceased as the immortal being of the light approached Harry, trilling a soft song as he did so. "Thanks, Fox," was all Harry said as he removed the letter from Fox's leg. Holstering his wand, Harry broke the seal and read the letter. Daphne crossed the room and examined the letter when he handed it to her. It was short. A very polite request by Dumbledore to meet with Harry and Daphne and discuss their education. No threats or guilt-inducing pleas, unlike his last missive. Daphne had explained her position to her mother. Even though Evelyn legally had no say in the decision, she supported her and Harry completely in their decision. "We going to go?" After a long moment, Harry sighed and replied, "Can't hurt. It can't be a bad thing to make nice with the Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump." She wrapped her arms around him and lay her head on his. "But you'd rather SC Bad Guano with an old shovel." "But I'd much rather SC Bad Guano with an old shovel. That, are basilisk bits in the Chamber of Secrets." Rolling her eyes at the silliness of her husband, she gave him a quick peck on the cheek and returned to her illusion while Harry scratched out a reply for Fox to convey. After defense practice that afternoon, the fireplace roared and Albus Dumbledore arrived. A very forbidding-looking Dobby escorted the headmaster to Harry's office where the Potters were reviewing some of the paperwork forwarded from their solicitors regarding BP charities. Harry looked up from the form he was reading and gave Dumbledore a slight smile and indicated a chair across from the large desk. "Good afternoon, Chief Warlock." "Tea. Thank you, my lord. I believe a cup would go down nicely." After pouring the Dobby provided tea for his former mentor and wife, Harry leaned back in his chair. Daphne picked up the thread as they had discussed. "So what can we do for you, Chief Warlock?" Dumbledore sighed at the obvious implication behind both Potters using his Wizengamot title versus his Hogwarts title. He caught the point, but was stubborn enough to continue. "My lady, I've come today to entreat both you and your husband to return to Hogwarts to continue your education. I'm sure your husband has related to you the substance of the prophecy." At Daphne's quick nod, he continued, "Then you can see why it is vital for both of you to continue your education. I shudder to think about what could happen, should you meet with Voldemort or his Death Eaters unprepared." Daphne resisted the urge to laugh aloud at the preposterousness of Dumbledore's statement. Catching the eye roll from Harry, she said, "Sir, we are most sensible of your consideration. Please do not trouble yourselves on our account. We have hired the best tutors in all of Britain to continue our education and have met daily over the last 2 months to further our education in the core wanted subjects, as well as some of the more esoteric aspects of defense." Dumbledore's forehead furrowed slightly and he asked, "May I inquire as to your subjects studied and tutors?" "We've been studying charms, transfiguration and defense. We've also recently made arrangements for some instruction in ward construction and breaking." Dumbledore nodded, while Daphne continued, "We have too many responsibilities in the Wizengamot and with our other responsibilities to be able to attend a school. Tutors are our only option. I can allow you freedom of movement, as well as private quarters in the castle." Harry raised his eyebrows at Dumbledore's pathetic attempt, and spoke up for the first time in the dialogue. "No, means no. Hogwarts is only in our future as parents." Dumbledore was going to press the issue again, but the resolute expressions on the teens sitting opposite him deterred his efforts. Nodding in resignation, he murmured, "Very well." Harry nodded, concluding that portion of the discussion and asked, "Have you heard anything regarding Voldemort?" Dumbledore sat back and pursed his lips, obviously considering. After a long moment, he responded, "Not much. He continues to send 13 murdered muggles to the atrium every evening." Daphne nodded, disgust evident on her face. "Amelia says that the Prime Minister is beginning to lose patience. Yes, I don't envy her those discussions. He has every right to be irate and yet we can't put an immediate stop to it." Shaking his head at the aggravation of the situation, he said, I do not have any leads on the vigilantes who killed the Death Eaters in Nocturne Alley. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise and opined, bit of the pot calling the kettle black, you labeling anyone else as a vigilante. Daphne squeezed Harry's knee under the table. Play nice. Harry nodded minutely and the rest of the discussion was innocuous. Dumbledore had no real information and the Potters were disinclined to reveal any of their own. Harry sat at the breakfast table reading his letter from Hermione. She says that Snape is doubly vindictive this year. The new defense professor is an attractive woman and is apparently an even better teacher than Remus was. This Professor Quisling used Malfoy as the test dummy for the first CL. The other three at the table chuckled darkly. Neville loathed Snape probably even more than Harry and seemed to thrill on the man's jealousy. Malfoy suffering a measure of pain and humiliation was just frosting on the cake. Susan poked her boyfriend in the ribs when he got a dreamy expression on his face. What? I'm just fantasizing about Snape being even more incensed about his inadequateness than usual, while the amazing bouncing ferret does the jingle jangle, Neville protested. Harry frowned as he read on. Ron is being a pillock. He knows she spent a month here and isn't talking to her because he didn't get the same invite. If he wasn't such a completely self-centered, he might have, mumbled Daphne. Harry could only concede the point with a slight nod. The headmaster hasn't cornered her yet, but she's waiting for a summons to his office. The Potters and Hermione had discussed this issue. Hermione brought up that she expected Dumbledore to try to use her friendship with Harry, in particular, to coerce the boy who lived to come back to Scotland. He'll just use legilimency on me if I refuse to tell him anything, so what are you guys okay with what I can tell him? Daphne tapped her nails and said, no on the shapeshifting. We need to get Minerva and Phileas permission to disclose their role. Remus and Tonks too, Harry added. He then smiled and said, better yet, tell him our charms instructor is Roger Young and transfiguration is Jean Dubois. With the beginning of term, McGonagall and Flitwick had to bow out of their daily tutelage of the foursome. The elder statesman had highly recommended the new instructors by personal and professional repute. Young and Dubois were masters in their fields and had taken unbreakable vows with Harry, bound by Daphne, to never betray the foursome in any way, shape or form. A general overview. Daphne looked at Harry and continued, intense daily training in charms, transfiguration and defense. We've got Bill Weasley coming next week to start wards. Harry continued with Hermione's letter. She's really glad to be back in school, but Harry's voice dwindled off. Daphne looked over at him and saw an incredible sadness cross his expression. He looked to his wife and said just above a whisper, she says she doesn't have any friends at school now. Daphne could only squeeze his hand in comfort. Ooh. Bill Weasley arrived at 3 p.m. after a tiring melee round with Remus and Tonks going against each couple. They'd intentionally picked the teamings by couple because, as Remus said, you are not trusting your significant other to protect themselves. Harry, you keep shielding Daphne, and Neville, you do the same with Susan. Susan, if you conjure a wall to protect Neville one more time when he's not incapacitated, you'll be doing laps around the estate, in human form mind. If you would stay closer together, you'll find you can protect yourselves and each other better, Tonks advised. Remus and Tonks worked together rather well. Despite her habitual clumsiness, Tonks was a smooth fighter. Darting left and right, slipping curses in under a person's guard when they least expected it. Remus was power and craftiness. He couldn't overpower Harry, whose raw power levels grew every day as he recuperated from the power-draining ward. Instead, he'd pummel Harry's shields and then apparate behind, hitting him with a trip jinx or the like. Once off balance, the two would really open up on each other. One time, Daphne and Tonks had stopped dueling just to watch the men beat on each other. At one point, Daphne heard Tonks mutter, "Damn, he's hot." With Daphne looking at the metamorph with raised eyebrows, Tonks hissed, "Mine, not yours." Bill emerged from the fireplace in the entry hall and let out an involuntary whistle at the beauty of the hall. Harry was sitting in a chair, dozing lightly. While the heir of Clan Weasley debated on whether to wake the younger man, Harry roused and gave him a small smile. "Come on, we'll go to the Leary." Daphne and Susan were to be the primary students for Bill, but Harry and Neville had decided that they would sit in the instruction to learn what they could. At least Daphne and Susan had decided. After a quick discussion to ascertain where the ladies stood in regards to wards, runes and arithmancy, Bill launched into an overview lecture that enthralled all 4 students. Surprisingly, Neville asked the most questions, and after a bit, Bill paused and said, "Guys, a good book to get a foundation for what we'll be discussing is Runes and Wards, a beginner's reader. I know it sounds pretty simple, but it does a good job of covering the basics." At this, the guys fell silent, although Harry left for a minute with the name of the book on a scrap of parchment. Dobby returned 20 minutes later and handed Harry 2 copies of the book. Neville and Harry began reading in the back of the Leary, while Bill and the ladies delved deeply into the topics. The 6th of September 1996, Wednesday. During lunch, an unfamiliar owl arrived with a note for Harry. He set down his fork and stiffly reached out for the note. Daphne stood and walked behind her husband to massage his shoulders. Roger Young had been especially fierce in training today, and Harry had taken a few bludgeoning curses to his upper back. Reading over his shoulder, she saw it was another letter from Hermione. In an uncharacteristic scrawl, she had hurriedly written that she finally had reliably used scrying to locate some of their prey. Apparently, there were 4 or 5 Death Eaters using the Knot Manor in Kent as their base of operations. Harry didn't say anything, as Evelyn was at table with them. He just handed the letter to Neville, who was eating lunch with them this day. After a quick scan, Neville showed it to Susan and then handed it back to Harry, affecting a boredom that the 4 friends could easily see was feigned. After lunch, the friends adjourned to Daphne's office for a quick council. Susan sat heavily on a Queen Anne settee and asked, "Reconnaissance tonight and tomorrow, go the day after?" Harry nodded. "Sue, could you look up the area? Check out nearby neighbors, natural features and the like." The strawberry blonde nodded and moved to Daphne's desk and began scribbling notes and ideas. At 2 a.m., the 4 took a portkey that Susan had made. It deposited them in a small ravine, hidden on all 4 sides. The terrain was fairly flat with a few ravines scattered about the landscape. The moon was gibbous and waxing to the full, plenty of light to see. The idea was for Susan to go aloft and visually confirm what she had found in her research at the local non-magical Leary. The other 3 would transform, but stay in the general vicinity of their arrival in case things went pear-shaped. The next night, they'd venture out in pairs to see with their own eyes the map that Susan was building for them. The Knot estate was a moderate-sized holding that was heavily wooded. In days past, many magical families had ensured their homes were surrounded by dense woods to keep out muggles. Now, it was a convoluted mark of distinction to have one's ancestral home be ringed by dense trees. The nearest neighbors of the Knots were over a mile away. As soon as they arrived, they all froze and listened. They had agreed not to use magic during reconnaissance, just their eyes and ears. After hearing nothing for a full minute, Susan seamlessly transformed and was off. Daphne shifted into the wolf and climbed to the edge of the ravine to peek over and see what there was to see. Through the dense ashes and alders, she could see lights but little else. There was a vague murmur to be heard, but it could have been moving water as easily as human discussion. After a bit of digging, she settled down to watch and wait. Looking around, she saw her compatriots doing the same in an odd triangle formation. She could barely see the bear. His blondish-brown fur blended into the underbrush, hiding the 700-pound ursine surprisingly well. The tiger was nowhere to be seen. His striped camouflage made him effectively invisible in the underbrush. She thought she caught a few flickers of shine from his eyes, but nothing sure. The sounds of the night continued, and 20 minutes later, the hawk landed at the bottom of the ravine. The 3 great predators ambled down the sides and Susan transformed into her human self. She activated her portkey back to Rowan Hill, followed by the others. A quiet night's work. Hopefully, it would continue that way. The 7th of September 1996, Thursday. Everything was laid out as expected. A rectangular manor house with entrances in front and back. Large garden in the back with a sloping front lawn to a small stream. Susan was debriefing the team on her observances and had hit the sticking point. "I saw 2 men on the back steps. One was smoking a pipe and they were obviously talking. I couldn't tell if they were a guard or just outside for a pipe and chatting. I watched them on and off the entire time and they just stood there chatting. Even when the one finished his pipe, Daphne said, 'We should assume they are sentries. If they aren't, we lose nothing. If they are, we take them down fast.' Everyone nodded at that. Did you have any problem getting close to the house? Neville asked. With a wicked smile, Susan answered, not really. When I landed on the chimney, there was no ward reaction. Neville glared at her in concern while Daphne laughed into her hand. She'd known Susan was a bit sarcastic, but she'd become bold and daring as well. Well, we figured that. Since we aren't animagi but rather the actual animal, the ward ought not trip. Magically, it's very different. Harry nodded. Okay, we go back and all four of us explore a bit. Daph and I will scout out a minimum of 4 egress routes per the comp points. You two, he pointed at Neville and Susan, I want you to find us approach routes to the house with a maximum of cover. He paused, then added, 2 different options. First, we are in our forms all the way to the house, and second, we have to shift back shortly after we cross the wards. Neville nodded, a faraway look in his eyes. After a long moment, he half stated, half asked, all Death Eaters go down hard, that's a given. What about the spouses and children that may be in the house? There was quiet around the room at this question. Daphne sipped her tea and opined, we should cover our faces. Just in case a non-combatant sees us. I'm not good enough yet to be casting snap memory charms. If the kid or spouse gets away, they could identify us. I don't want to see the firestorm it would create if, poor Mrs. Nott was attacked by those big mean Potters. Susan muttered, an obscuring charm would be best. I want to double check, but I think I know a good one. That night, the foursome prowled, flew and stalked about the Nott estate, no one the wiser. The next night was to be a wake-up call for Tom Marvolo Riddle Jr. and his forces. They weren't so safe in the darkness anymore. Ooh. The 8th of September 1996 Friday. Training was rather rigorous that day. Young and Dubois had combined their CL for the day and made an obstacle course for each student. The only way to survive the course had been through the use of advanced transfiguration and charms. Survive? Daphne had asked. Her only response had been from Young. A smirk. Roger Young was a big beefy man with yellow blonde hair. When they first met, Daphne had a fleeting impression of Gilderoy Lockhart. However, once the man opened his mouth, the resemblance had been banished. He was an intensely focused man who led all those in hearing distance into the vortex of his personality. A Peonate scholar, he'd been researching animating charms for the previous 10 years. They'd all successfully navigated their courses with minimal bumps, bruises and SCS. Harry sustained quite a few cuts on his when he had been swiped at by a transfigured and animated claw that was waiting in a tree for him. Neville had been pummeled by 20 boots that had been animated to kick him when he closed within 10 feet. They'd been disillusioned, and only a high-powered incendio had reduced the attacking footwear to ash. Susan had tripped an activating ward that caused multiple links to be transfigured from the surrounding brush. She'd cheated, so Dubois said, and shifted to the hawk to escape the immediate attack. Landing 20 feet away, she changed back and reversed the transfiguration with a flick of her wand. Daphne had been tripped up by not looking where she was going. After Harry had been attacked from above, Neville and Susan from the sides, she hadn't been watching the ground right in front of her. Just as she extended her booted foot, she felt the magical illusion and shouted, "Shit!" as she fell in the pit. Automatically casting a banishing charm at the bottom of the pit, she propelled herself up and out of the hole, doing a forward flip as she exited. Landing on her feet, she immediately disillusioned herself. She ended up having to fight her way through a series of animated chains, ropes and cables. Becoming annoyed with the attack, Daphne spot apparated a short distance up the path, past the apparent source of the ropes. She cast a series of blasting charms in a wide arc, destroying any sources of raw material for the remote transfigurations. The other 3 had waited for Daphne at the end of her course. Harry cocked an eyebrow at her and her response was, "Weird test." The other 3 nodded in agreement. It was meant to be unusual, a calm voice replied from behind her. Daphne dove to her left, while Harry and Neville transformed and charged the sound of the voice. Susan began laying down a rapid-fire pattern of stunning spells and binding charms. Daphne rolled to her feet and imitated Susan, but from a 90-degree off-angle position. Before the bear and tiger could reach the target area, a disillusioned form had been stunned twice and bound in a considerable length of rope and chain. The bear and tiger both closed and sniffed the bound figure before reverting to their human form. Harry cast the ending spell and then softly muttered, "Enervate." Jean Dubois was released from his bonds. Now visible, their new transfiguration instructor was also visibly annoyed. "People," he said with a hint of his French-Canadian origins, "I give you all ping grades for your behavior in your individual courses, but you all failed just now." "Why?" Daphne said in a small voice. "We overreacted." Dubois glared at the four friends and said, "Exactly. Your response was appropriate for a force of 10 Death Eaters, not me. You knew it was me by my voice. The wards here are completely unbreakable, so no enemy can penetrate." Pointing his finger at them, he said, "You are all very intelligent. Use your ins." He stalked off, leaving four embered people to head back to the house for lunch. Ooh. Bill was packing up his kit after the ward lecture and asked, "Harry, Daphne, could I talk to you two for a minute?" The Potters retook their seats and Daphne reached over to take her husband's hand. She played with his wedding ring for a bit until Bill sat across from them. "Look, I realize that what I'm about to bring up is really none of my business." He paused and ran his left hand through his long ruby locks. "It's about my dad." Daphne and Harry both frowned in concern. Bill continued, "He's still pretty upset about the last time you three talked. He tore Ron to pieces and yelled at Mum until she was in tears." Harry's eyes widened in surprise at this pronouncement. He muttered, "That doesn't sound like Arthur." "No, it doesn't," Bill agreed. "He was incredibly embered by Mum and Ron's behavior, especially after you've saved his and Ginny's life. Like I said before, it's really none of my business, but would you guys consider talking to him? Setting him at ease a bit. I'm thinking that you're not holding a grudge about the retarded brother of mine or the rudeness of my hot-tempered mother." Daphne shook her head and Harry exhaled loudly. Glancing at Daphne first, Harry said, "I'm sorry he's upset, Bill. I overreacted. Your dad is a good and honorable man and I steamrolled him when all that was needed was an honest discussion." He put his head in his hands and Daphne rubbed his back. Harry sat up straight and asked, "Could you please ask your father if he would consider joining us for lunch tomorrow so that I can apologize for my boorish behavior in person?" Bill nodded and said, "Don't beat yourself up too much, Harry. Mum and Ron were way out of line and to an extent, Dad had it coming. He's never really reined Mum, Ron or Ginny in and it came home to roost that day." Daphne and Harry looked at the eldest Weasley child in surprise and he laughed at their reaction. With a big grin, he asked, "Why do you think the oldest two kids have left their overprotective mother and moved to different continents?" "Well, at least I did and Charlie is a hop, skip and a jump from Asia. If it weren't for he who must not be named returning, I would have taken an opening in Thailand and gone to Gringotts, Southeast Asia." Ooh. At exactly 0230, four figures in black clothes appeared in a ravine near the Knot estate. The four friends immediately shifted forms and proceeded on their primary ingress route. Daphne was leading the way, followed by Harry and Neville. Susan was overhead and would meet them at the back entrance if all were well. If there were a disturbance in their plan, she would intercept them en route. Moving quickly, the wolf darted down the small animal track that led right into the clearing that held the Knot home. She could smell the tiger and bear behind her and feel their heavy treads. It was roaring that the big guns were right behind her. With a canine grin she thought, "I am a wolf though. Don't need too much backup." A tingling sensation ped over her snout, across her head and down her back. The wards were in. Slowing to minimize noise, she began scanning more intently with sight and smell. There was a small herd of deer off to her right. Apparently, they'd caught her scent and that of her companions because the deer were moving away at a quick pace, not even bothering to try to be quiet. I guess a wolf, bear and tiger would scare off deer. The woods abruptly began to thin and the house became visible through the trees so the wolf stopped in the middle of the path per the plan. Harry moved up to her left and Neville to her right. They stood in silence for a few minutes, waiting for someone to move or show himself or herself. Harry gave a huffing exhale that was the signal to proceed. Daphne sprinted across the lawn to the back door. Running up the steps without missing a beat, she hid herself under the shadows of the small portico and transformed back to her human self. They waited again, but no one was evident. The crickets and tree frogs were still silent, so they couldn't dawdle. Anyone who lived in the country for any period of time would notice the silence immediately. Now, the bear moved with incredible speed for an animal his size. Shortly, Neville stood beside Daphne, his hard eyes searching right, while Daphne looked left. A soft flutter of wings announced Susan's arrival. She transformed and moved to stand behind Daphne. They all waited. Silence. Daphne gave a loud exhale, the signal to Harry that all was clear and they were ready. All three humans moved away from the door and watched the lawn. The tiger sprinted across the GR, a streaking dark shape in the moonlight. It didn't even pause as it gathered all of its 500 pounds into a coiled M and sprung at the back door, smashing it to flinders. Before the tiger hit the floor, he was transforming back to Harry. Daphne, Neville and Susan boiled in the door, wands at the ready. They relentlessly moved down a long hallway as Harry stood up and followed the group. A large man with sleek mussed hair came out of a room on the left of the hallway, his wand in hand. Daphne glanced at the exposed arm, saw what she was looking for and cast. A silent reductor curse ended the Death Eater's career and service to the Dark Lord. Scanning left, right, up and down they heard running on the second floor. Approaching the main staircase, Neville and Susan swiftly moved upstairs, while Harry and Daphne were to secure the main floor and the basement. Glancing at her husband, she gave him a quick smile through the obscuring charm on her face to let him know that she was fine. He nodded back and indicated over his shoulder with his thumb. "Follow me and cover my back." She nodded and fell in behind him. Spellfire from the upstairs made them both pause for a second, and then they ghosted down the hallway into the north wing of the main floor. There was a racket from the stairs at the end of the hall. Must be coming up from the basement. Acting without hesitation, Harry and Daphne shifted and sprinted the length of the hallway. They arrived at the door to the cellar just as it opened. The screams of terror from the three Death Eaters changed to gurgles as their life's blood poured from fatal wounds. Daphne shifted again to watch the hallway while Harry looked down the stairs. She indicated that she was going to investigate the other rooms off the hallway, while he watched the stairs from the cellar. Giving her a quick, he nodded and a pat on the bum. Ruefully smiling at him, she moved out. The Leary and drawing room were both empty. No one was in the kitchen either. She thought about checking for elves, but since they had decided not to torch the home, any hiding elves would be safe. Just to be thorough, she silently cast the human revealing spell, Hominem Revealo. The only responses she got were upstairs, congregated in one room. Hurrying back to Harry, she whispered the result in his ear and he nodded. They made a cursory sweep through the cellar to be thorough, finding no one. However, they did find crates and crates of potion supplies. With a wicked grin, Daphne started shrinking the crates and stuffing them in her knapsack. Harry caught on and smiling, did the same. At the main stairs, they found Neville and Susan waiting for them with ashen faces. With a quick gesture, they opened the front door, shifted and were gone. The four friends were in the house for a total of 6 minutes. 9 Death Eaters had ped to the next great adventure. Overall, a good night's work. Mad Eye would have been proud. Ooh. They arrived at Rowan Hill separately. Each had a series of 4 apparition jumps taking them all over Britain, and in Harry's case, Ireland too. They congregated in Harry's office, Daphne dropping onto Harry's lap as the tension ebbed out of her, taking her energy with it. Susan arrived, plopped down on the couch and laid her head back. Neville was right behind her and sat next to her, causing the redhead to cuddle up to her bear. "Any problems?" Harry asked. After a long pause, Neville said, "Yes and no. I almost cut a kid in half with a cutter. After I opened a bedroom door, I saw a shadow move. I was casting before I even processed what I was seeing. Fortunately, I pulled my wand up when I saw the pajamas with dancing teddy bears. Shook me up. We got 5 upstairs. There were 2 women who didn't have the mark. We left all the non-marked people in the master bedroom per the plan and came downstairs." Harry nodded and quirked an eyebrow at Susan as if to ask, "Anything to add?" Susan merely shook her head in negation and resumed cuddling. Daphne mimicked her friend and was sound asleep before she knew it. Ooh. The 9th of September 1996 Saturday. They all slept in and took the day off from working out. Daphne and Susan went on a short run down the beach and were walking up to the veranda as their men stumbled out to the table. Daphne elbowed Susan playfully and said, "If Neville wants to stay here so much, I can have Dobby make him up a room. You don't have to share yours with him." Susan blushed beet red and just quickened her pace to Daphne's laughing cat calls. After plating up her breakfast, she ed Harry on the crown of his head and sat next to him. She poured them both their morning tea, hot and strong, and settled down with the paper. Love, Puddlemere is playing the Tornadoes in 2 weeks. Let's go. Harry nodded and replied, I'll owl Oliver, he probably could get us good seats. Neville chuckled across the table. Harry looked at him quizzically and Longbottom of Longbottom said, Harry, buy a part of the team and you get your own box. Daphne turned to him with an excited look. She was bouncing in her seat like a 6-year-old on Christmas Eve. Her expression screamed, please, please, please. Philip was on the other side of the table, eyes wide in anticipation. Harry smiled ruefully and shook his head. I'll have to check that out, Nev. Thanks. No problem, he smirked. Wiping his face, he stood and said, I've got a luncheon with Gran today. It's her favorite charity, so I always go with her. Looking at Susan with pleading eyes, he asked, would you like to come? Susan wiped her mouth and stood, I'll get cleaned up and dressed. Meet you at Green Hills in an hour or so. She gave him a quick and bounded into the house. Neville watched her go with a small smile and an expression of wonder on his face. Harry saw it and with a hint of laughter in his voice, stated, you wonder how you ever got so lucky to have her when you feel so very undeserving. Neville gave a quick shake of his head and nodded. Softly, Daphne said, Neville, she loves you. Now the sandy-haired young man's grin was in full bloom. Good, 'cause I love her. He made his way to the entry hall and Daphne heard a small pop as he apparated away. Ooh, Harry and Philip were flying overhead on their firebolts. Philip had moments of blinding speed, followed by a shaky stop or turn. Astoria was wandering in the woods and Evelyn was napping. Daphne sat in the GR of the pitch, the sun warm on her face. Her runes book was in her lap and she was reading off and on. Her distraction was her life. She marveled at how completely her life had changed in 2.5 months. Before her mother had gone up to her rooms to rest, she'd given Daphne a on the forehead and whispered, I'm so happy for you blue eyes. Her wand emitted a high-pitched squeal and she looked at her watch. Noting the time, she cast a noisemaker charm to get Harry and Philip's attention. Harry looked down and when Daphne pointed to her watch, he nodded and said something to Philip. The two flyers headed off to the house while Daphne strolled up the lawn, trying to milk every moment of its happiness. Ooh, Harry came downstairs from cleaning up and ed his wife on the head. The Greengers were going to eat lunch in the family dining room, while the Potters and Arthur Weasley were going to eat on the veranda. Daphne thought the informal setting would help reinforce Harry's desire to make amends for his heavy-handedness. Daphne hadn't said anything, but she felt very guilty about the whole situation. She had been informally tutoring Harry on his roles and responsibilities as a head of house and head of a family when everything blew up. There was a feeling that she failed him in this instruction which led to his bruising the feelings of Arthur. She knew she was smart. She knew that she had quite a bit of experience in society and societal matters. However, she also knew that her pride sometimes stiffened her neck so she wouldn't admit if she were ignorant of a topic. Standing, she gave Harry a deep and silently vowed to be more honest with him in the future. Arthur Weasley was a good, decent man by all accounts and Harry had hurt him. She didn't want that to happen again, if she could prevent it. The fireplace roared twice in quick succession and instead of Dobby greeting the lunch guests, Harry and Daphne hurried to greet the Weasleys personally. Rounding the corner, she saw the two Weasley men brushing the ash from each other. Arthur finally whipped out his wand and cast 2 quick cleansing charms. First on his son, then on himself. He can't help but be a father. Looking up, the redhead saw the Potters approaching. Watching his father, Bill took a step back to let the meet happen. Arthur noticeably set his jaw as Harry approached. Harry stopped and took a steadying breath. This morning he'd recounted all the ways that Arthur Weasley had shown him a kindness, great or small. At the end of the recitation, she could see he felt even lower than before. Mr. Weasley, I'm very sorry for my behavior the last time we spoke. I was boorish, overbearing, arrogant and wholly inappropriate. Harry faltered a bit and then said, I'm really very sorry. Arthur watched the Potter Lord and then surprised Daphne. Slowly approaching the young man he put both hands on the young man's shoulders and gently asked, so what did you learn? After a shaky breath, Harry replied, "Don't go into a tense situation angry." Arthur gave his gentle half-smile and said, "Good," before wrapping his arms around the young man. Harry returned the hug with gusto, and when they broke apart, it seemed that all four present surreptitiously wiped their eyes. "Harry, no matter your behavior, your complaint was valid. I have to take responsibility. Part of a marriage is honesty, and I never objected to my Molly's more loud behaviors. I've since rectified that, but I don't expect change overnight. Ronald, well, you know him as well as I do. That boy speaks before he thinks and doesn't do much thinking either." Shaking his head in bewilderment, he continued, "Don't expect him to change much." Harry half laughed and took Daphne's hand. She gave him a squeeze of support and in a genial tone, asked the group, "Who's hungry? Dobby has laid on a feast for us." Showing his Weasley roots, Bill rubbed his hands together and said, "Well, let's not disappoint him then," to general laughter. Lunch went smashingly. Relaxed discussion sprinkled with laughter. Toward the end of the meal, Harry and Arthur began to talk shop. Arthur filled Harry in regarding the ins and outs of day-to-day life at the ministry. How the bureaucracy worked, or didn't work as the case may be. A quick pop from the entry hall announced Amelia's return from a half-day at the ministry. As she ate a late lunch, she joined in the discussion. It was an amazingly frank dissection of the ministry from two knowledgeable persons. Both long-term ministry employees illuminated the positives and negatives of their workplace. "It's hard to effect real change," Amelia whinged. When Harry frowned at her, she raised both hands, palms out, and said, "I know I'm the minister, but if there is no real support amongst the department heads for the change, they won't enforce the new regulations. If they won't enforce the regulations, then they aren't implemented. See." Harry looked at her as if she was 2 years old. "Then replace the department heads." Daphne sniggered into her hand. She and Bill had been discussing some of his more colorful adventures in curse breaking, but Harry's statement stopped all discussion as Amelia gaped at him like a fish. "You don't have to fire them all, just threaten it. They work for you after all." With a roguish grin, he said, "I think I can help scrounge up enough support for you in the Wizengamot." Daphne poked him in the ribs and the table chuckled. "Harry, it's not that simple. Some of these people are extraordinarily good at their jobs and others have serious political support of their own." Daphne piped up, "For the professionals, if you explain your desire for positive change and recruit them to your team, they become part of the solution, right? If they decline, well then you beat them about the face and neck with a big stick. The politicos, well, isn't your niece one of the 15? Isn't she dating another of the 15? And aren't you living in the home of the only person in history to have 2 votes of the 15? Arthur had a contemplative expression on his face and turned to face his boss. Granted, his division was one of the smallest in the ministry, but he was still an experienced division head. He gave Amelia a little shrug and said, "It might work, ma'am." Amelia had a faraway look in her eyes, obviously lost in thought. After a moment, her eyes focused again and she said, "Quite. You've given me much to consider. It's always good to have an outsider's view, thank you." There was a loud crack from the entry hall, which caused both Daphne and Harry to frown. It was far too early for Neville and Susan to be back. She saw him mentally checking the wards, so she drew her wand. Standing, she saw him do the same. Before they could move to the entry hall, a disheveled Susan ran outside. "Death Eaters attack the luncheon. Lady Augusta is in St. Mungo's. Ooh." This time, Amelia led the way down the hallway at St. Mungo's. The result was the same. People scattered at the thunderstorm on the brow of the Minister for Magic. When they neared the high-security area of the spell damage wing, Amelia peeled off to talk to Connie Hammer, her director of the MLE, while the Potters and Susan went on to find Neville and Lady Augusta. Daphne entered the room on Susan's heels. Sitting on a chair next to Lady Augusta's bed was Neville. He was leaning forward, his head in his hands. The room was completely silent. Susan glided to her boyfriend's side and silently put her arms around him, comforting where she could. He didn't look up, merely patted her arm with his left hand and gave her a small squeeze. "Nev, how is she?" Harry asked. "Concussion, internal injuries, multiple broken bones. Healer says the bones are already on the mend and so too are most of her other injuries." They had to remove and regrow both her liver and spleen. Neville looked up at his friend, an expression of helpless rage on his face. That's what they're most concerned about now. A support beam in the ceiling failed and half crushed her. Daphne now said her two friends as well. Harry conjured up a few more chairs and then put his hand on Neville's shoulder. She'll be up and around before you know it, Daphne declared. Neville responded with a hopeful nod. Afternoon became evening. Daphne ordered 4 meals sent up and Susan shoved Neville's under his nose, else he might not have eaten at all. Eat, or I'll transform and peck out some vital body part, she threatened with an amused glare. This must have been a joke between them, as Neville gave the first true smile of the day before he dug into his food. At 8 in the evening, the sister came by and gently escorted them out of the room. You head on back to Rowan Hill, I've some things I want to do and will be there shortly, Neville said to Susan. She looked at him quizzically and he gave her a weak smile. Daphne caught the exchange. With a look of concern, she apparated home with Harry and Susan. Ooh, it was 1:30 in the morning, when Neville finally arrived in the entry hall of Rowan Hill. He was carrying an overnight bag which he had packed 4 hours earlier at Green Hills and then after shrinking it, stuck in his pocket. Quietly moving down the hall to the main staircase, Neville froze when a voice from the study said, "You took your time with your errands." Daphne couldn't see it, but Neville's shoulders sagged when he heard her voice. The house was completely silent, so her conversational tone carried easily to him in the hall. She rose and slowly walked out into the hall to talk to him but stopped and gasped at what she saw. Are you wounded? She asked in a worried tone. Looking down at his sodden robes, Neville said in a somewhat regretful yet defiant voice, "It's not my blood." Daphne's expression fell. She was afraid he'd do this. With a heavy heart, she asked, "Where?" Speckled basilisk. How many? I killed them all. With a groan of disbelief, her head fell and she covered her face in her hands. Oh gods, Neville. After a long moment, she asked, "How many were Death Eaters?" She felt his shame like a palpable presence. I don't know. They were there, so I killed them. At the time, I thought that if they were in that hellhole, they were Death Eaters or sympathizers and that was good enough. In a flash of unadulterated anger, she glared at Neville and turned on her friend. If you hurt Harry or what he needs to do, I'll kill you myself. Neville stood there, shocked into stillness and silence. Finally, he nodded. As quickly as it arrived, her anger bled into the darkness of the night to be replaced with an overwhelming sadness. Neville continued to stand there and after a moment, he asked, Daphne, are you crying? She turned away from her friend and said, I'm crying for your soul. She left him standing in the entry hall and went to bed. Ooh. When she got to the master suite, she went to the toilet and washed her face before climbing in bed next to Harry. What happened? He asked. She jumped at the sound of his voice and then curled up to his side, needing his comfort this night. Neville. Harry pulled her close and sighed at the gilded ceiling. After a long moment he whispered, I was afraid he'd do that. He nuzzled close to her and whispered, I'll talk to him tomorrow. Ooh. The 10th of September 1996 Sunday. After their run, Harry patted Neville on the shoulder and indicated toward the gardens. Daphne intercepted Susan and herded her toward the family dining room for breakfast. Susan looked quizzically at her friend, the unvoiced question hanging in the air. Daphne just shook her head and plated up breakfast. Opening the Prophet, Daphne saw the report of the Macker on the front page. Right now, the Aurors were reporting that they believed it to be the work of the larger organized crime syndicates. Apparently, Neville had killed 2 of the major crime bosses in one of the back rooms. The women ate in silence, which became oppressive as first Amelia and then Evelyn came down for breakfast. Eventually, the 2 men came in, both red-eyed. Harry had his arm across Neville's shoulder, and it was obvious that both had wept recently. Harry just nodded to Daphne while Neville sat next to Susan. She hugged her boyfriend and then rose when he indicated he wanted to talk to her out on the grounds. Daphne watched with a heavy heart, knowing that he must be terrified Susan would leave him after his shameful admission. She shook her head and resumed her perusal of the paper while Harry uncharacteristically wolfed down his breakfast. They went upstairs in silence to get cleaned up. As the master suite door closed, Daphne asked, well, entering the bathroom, Harry shaved while Daphne showered. He told me about what he did and then apologized. He looked at Daphne meaningfully and continued, apparently, he feels that he has hurt me in some way. She stepped into the shower and wet her hair before saying, funny, that. Yes, well, he realizes that he crossed a line last night. Harry's head dropped and he said, he asked me if I wanted him to leave our group now that he was no better than a Death Eater. Daphne paused while washing the soap out of her hair, waiting for him to continue. I told him that he was not anywhere close to being a Death Eater and that I still considered him on the side of the light. One of my brothers. Daphne exhaled, but something was still missing. I also said that if he did it again, freelance hunting without discriminating friend from foe, I'd take him down myself. Harry rinsed the residual shaving cream from his face and waited his turn in the shower. Normally, he would have had no problem joining her in the shower, but not this morning. Daphne cut off the water and used her wand to dry off quickly. Donning her dressing gown, she went to her vanity to do up her hair while he showered. His words to Neville made her think. Was the target the only thing that separated them from Death Eaters? She paused after finishing her hair. Looking through her reflection, she pondered the differences between the light and the dark. The dark wanted to dominate, to take for themselves, and would use any methods necessary to accomplish their goals, usually delighting in the more twisted and sadistic methods. The light wanted to protect, to give of themselves to protect what they determined to be justice and so to protect society as a whole. These were nebulous terms, she realized, but for the sake of her inner discussion, it worked. The means. As a whole, the dark used any means they could. Usually, the more painful and destructive methods to accomplish their goals. They crowed that their cruelty cowed the weak into obedience. The light usually drew a seemingly arbitrary line in the sand saying, this far but no further. It was actually rather ridiculous. If using the killing curse was necessary to rid the world of Voldemort, it would be worth the damage to the individual who cast it. Wouldn't it? What if it was Harry? What if it were herself? It would still be worth it, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? More questions with no ready answers. Ooh. Daphne was in her office, sorting through the stack of parchment the solicitors had sent on the nonprofit incorporation of BP Charities and all that entailed. She had a list of things that she needed to get done. First and foremost on her list was to get a competent chief of staff. With a little grin on her face, she mused to herself, hope I can steal Hermione from Harry. The male object of her musings strolled in the room and moved behind her. Without bidding, he began to massage her shoulders, upper arms and neck. With a groan, she said, oh, you're hired. You start today. He chuckled and continued his ministrations. After a bit, he moved to a chair off to the side of the room and just sat there, watching her. What? She asked. Just watching my favorite person. Flatterer. What do you want? He shook his head and gave her a little grin. Nothing. I just love you. She gave him a wide grin, rose from her chair and plopped down in his lap. After a thorough ing, she whispered in his ear, shall we adjourn to somewhere more comfortable, Mr. Potter? I was just thinking that myself, Mrs. Potter. He smiled in return. Hand in hand they made their way to the door when one of the last people they expected barreled into them. Richard Granger was wild-eyed as he shouted, Hermione was attacked last night. We need you to get us to Hogwarts. Ooh. 25 minutes later and after 2 quick portkeys, the 4 friends led the Grangers down the hallways of Hogwarts Castle toward the infirmary. Rounding a corner, they ran into Professor McGonagall who was exiting the ward and heading toward them. Daphne was very glad to see their summer tutor. After a very uninspired start, Daphne came not only to like, but respect the stern Scot. Her sincerity in pledging herself to support Harry and his interests had been sincere, impressing Daphne. Minerva, Harry said in relief. How is she? Glancing to the Grangers, she answered his question to them. She is stable. Last night, just after 10 p.m., she was performing her prefect patrols with Mr. Boot from Ravenclaw. She paused, gathering the right words. After turning the corner on the 4th floor coming away from the Leary, the former Hogwarts students nodded in comprehension. Multiple spells were cast from behind them. A killing curse hit Mr. Boot. Gasps from some and wide-eyed staring from Harry and Daphne. A student cast the killing curse. Yes, McGonagall confirmed the unasked question somberly. Miss Granger was hit in the back of the left hip with a poorly cast cutting curse which almost severed her leg. Fortunately, Mr. Creevy was returning from the Leary at a late hour and found them almost immediately and summoned help. Alice Granger almost fainted at the description of her daughter's wounds, and as she caught her breath, her husband asked, "How is she now?" "Madame Pomfrey has been plying your daughter with blood-replenishing potions. She lost almost half her blood before help could arrive. Miss Granger is currently unconscious, but Madame Pomfrey is very optimistic that she'll make a full recovery." Nodding, the Grangers made their way through the doors into the ward. Harry held the Transfiguration Mistress with his eyes and asked, "Who?" Exhaling loudly, McGonagall was far more unguarded than she'd ever been when any of the four were students. "I don't know. The Aurors have been called," he pressed. A minute shake of her head conveyed the answer. Harry looked down and Daphne could tell he was doing everything he could to master his temper. He failed. "Damn it, Minerva. Are you the deputy headmistress or not? Do the right thing on your own hook." Hermione could have died and Terry Boot did. Glaring at Harry for a long minute, she eventually nodded and headed to her office and the flow connection there. Harry started to head to the headmaster's office to confront Dumbledore when Daphne grabbed him. "Not now. You're angry." She inflected the emotion to remind him of the Weasleys and the situation that happened with them. Nodding, he gave her a small smile and turned back to head into the infirmary and his oldest friend. Ooh. The 11th of September 1996 Monday. Traffic in the infirmary was light, so some of the 6 visitors all slept on Madame Pomfrey's extra beds for the evening. Some did not sleep, but rather sat and waited. Daphne woke as the sun shone in the ward, and saw the Grangers still at their vigil next to Hermione's bed. She felt sorrow for them as she watched her relatively new friend Hermione. Harry had been distraught at her injury, but the Grangers had been beside themselves. That thought brought up the discussion they'd had shortly after being married. Children. The thought made her warm all over. At the same time, she was seeing a side effect right in front of her. It's not all fun and games. They probably haven't slept all night and are hanging on a thread waiting for a twitch of her hand or a stutter of breath. Ow. Hermione's waking words set off a chain reaction through the ward. Richard and Alice almost came unhinged with finely meshed worry and joy. Harry woke and bounded to his friend's bed, Daphne right behind him. Susan had to poke Neville awake, and they eased up behind the group. Madame Pomfrey moved through the crowd as an unblockable force. With her customary kindly brusqueness, she pronounced Hermione fit. "We shall need to do some tests later this afternoon to determine how much, if any, loss of function you will experience." Hermione had been silent during all this, focusing on Madame Pomfrey like a lifeline. Suddenly, she burst out, "Terry's dead, isn't he?" Everyone's face fell. Alice gently took her daughter's hand in her own and Richard caressed her shoulder. This answered the question for her as Madame Pomfrey answered very gently, "I'm afraid so." Hesitantly, Hermione nodded in understanding, and then her expression hitched. Alice pulled her into a hug and Hermione let forth a wail. Harry moved to the other side of the bed, Daphne at his shoulder. A few minutes later, her tears dried up and she sat back on the bed, wiping her face with her hand. She gave a half-hearted smile to her friends to let them know she was getting control of herself. "Thanks for coming, guys." Murmurs of, "No problem, not at all," and so forth preceded Harry leaning in and asking, "How are you feeling?" "Sore. Feels like a horse kicked me in the hip." Daphne leaned over Harry's shoulder and said, "I'm sorry about Terry." Hermione's face screwed up a little and she nodded. "He was nice. We'd patrolled quite a bit last year and we shared runes and arithmancy together. He was a friend." At this point, Professor McGonagall entered the ward to check on her injured lion. Harry and Daphne intercepted her en route to Hermione's bed. Before they could say anything, Minerva raised her hands in a placating manner and said, "The Aurors were called last night and a detective team has been investigating. A school-wide wand check has started. Mr. Malfoy has been taken into custody and charged with the casting of the killing curse, murder and attempted murder. They have not found the caster of the cutting curse that injured Miss Granger." Harry shook his head, his face reddening with anger. Daphne was more incredulous. He didn't clear his wand. "I knew he was stupid, but really." McGonagall shook her head and said, "By definition, criminals are stupid." Acknowledging the maxim with a nod, Daphne asked the question for her husband, as the headmaster in hot water for not summoning the Aurors immediately. Raising her eyebrows, McGonagall asked, What do you think? I think he wormed his way out of being appropriately reprimanded for his criminal behavior. Again, you would be correct. Now, I must see to my lion, and she gave the Potters a friendly nod before moving to Hermione's bedside. Again, Harry made to leave the ward and have a discussion with the headmaster. Daphne merely placed her hand on his arm and shook her head. He exhaled loudly and with a grim expression, nodded in concurrence. Ooh. Before lunch, Daphne and Harry headed back to Rowan Hill. Richard had given Harry the key to their house. After a brief meal, they were going to fetch a few days' worth of clothes and other items to get the Grangers through their stay in Scotland. As they headed out of the ward, Daphne heard Hermione say, "Mum, Dad, I want to leave school." With a start, Daphne looked to Harry. Judging by the worried expression on his face, he heard Hermione's words as well. 2 quick showers and a sandwich apiece provided Harry and Daphne a recharge, and they apparated to the Granger's back garden. 10 minutes later, they were headed back to Hogwarts with 2 overnight bags shrunken and in their pockets. Richard and Alice excused themselves to use the shower facilities in the infirmary, allowing the Potters some time with their friend. Harry took Hermione's hand and in a soft voice, asked, "Do you really want to leave?" Hermione exhaled huffily and asked, "You heard that, did you?" At Harry's silent waiting, her face fell and she half sobbed, "Yes." Daphne said Hermione, who hugged back fiercely. Lady Potter murmured words of encouragement and support to her friend. When she finally composed herself, Hermione gave Daphne a squeeze and a watery smile in thanks. "I think I should finish my education similar to you 4, she indicated the 4 friends. "I won't ever feel safe here again. Every other time I've been attacked or hurt here was by a magical beast in an extraordinary situation. Troll, basilisk and dementor, but now," she trailed off. "It was a student while I was just walking about. How am I ever to feel safe here now?" "Oh, the teeth thing in 4th year doesn't count," she said, preempting Harry's objection. He looked down and said, "You're more than welcome to join our study sessions. We've got Bill Weasley helping now with runes and artimancy." "I'd like that, thanks." Daphne squeezed her hand as Susan asked, "What about your parents?" In a rather uncharacteristic fashion, Hermione snorted loudly in derision of the idea that her parents may object. "My father almost danced a jig when I told them I wanted to leave here. It won't be a problem. I'll stay at home and use the flow to hop to your place every day for lessons." She paused, an uncertain expression flitting across her features. "If that's okay." It was Harry's turn and he waved her off without a look. Daphne answered verbally, "Completely acceptable." Susan and Neville left shortly afterwards so as to check on Lady Augusta. She'd awakened early Sunday morning and Neville said she'd been in unusually good spirits. They had decided to tell Lady Augusta that he and Susan were officially dating. Hopefully, the good news would help with her recovery. Harry and Daphne went home for a quick dinner and then used the flow to head over to St. Mungo's to visit the Dowager Lady Longbottom. Daphne had to smile at herself. She'd become quite fond of the sometimes pompous older lady. Harry hopped in the fireplace first, followed by his wife. As Daphne exited the fireplace at the hospital, she was alarmed to see Harry holding another woman in his arms. She walked across the entryway and saw that the other woman was Tonks. Daphne paused, hearing murmurs from the fun-loving metamorph into Harry's shoulder. "They got my dad, Harry. The Urs got my dad." Daphne's heart fell into her feet. Would the bad news never end? Her father, Lady Augusta, Hermione, and now Ted Tonks. She approached the 2 and wrapped her arms around her family. The whole group shook in time with Tonks' sobs. Involuntarily, Daphne felt tears build in her own eyes. All other thought was banished as Harry began screaming and fell to the ground, clutching his forehead. Things got much worse. Ooh. Tonks was between the Potters when Harry fell to the floor. Writhing in pain, he screamed as he fought the legilimency attack from Voldemort. There was a different timbre to his screams this time. There was defiance alongside pain. Daphne could tell that he was throwing all he could into his fledgling occlumency defenses. Roughly pushing Tonks out of the way, Daphne tried to get to Harry's side in an attempt to help him. If the unintentional legilimency worked last time, it might work again. To Daphne's horror, a healer stunned Harry, silencing him. The Potters had discussed with Duncan Davis whether stunning Harry was a good defense against the long-range legilimency attack from Voldemort. The old man had been very vigorous in informing the Potters that stunning Harry was tantamount to offering him up as a sacrifice to Voldemort. He will be unable to defend himself and the enemy will be able to have his way with Lord Potter's psyche. No, incapacitation via spell or potion is most unwise. Better to fight back with all the meager defenses one can muster than to lie still, waiting for the slaughter. With a growl of rage, Daphne cast the reviving spell. She bent over Harry in an attempt to see in his eyes when she heard a spell being reflected off a shield behind her. Glancing back, she saw a tear-stained Tonks standing guard over her and Harry, an advanced shield spell glowing bronze over the both of them. The healer who had stunned Harry was looking on in a mixture of consternation and frustration. Dismissing him as irrelevant for now, she turned back to Harry and spat, "Tonks, keep them off me." Not hearing a response, nor really caring, Daphne looked into her husband's eyes and tried to project her feelings of love, caring, protectiveness, respect in her deep abiding paean that had so quickly manifested in their relationship. Like a lifeline to a sinking man, Harry visibly held on to the emotions she sent to him and fought back against the lipless bastard holding him. His brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed in concentration. His outline shimmered briefly and Daphne thought he might involuntarily shift to the tiger. He did not, but obviously redoubled his efforts. Daphne stared into his eyes, doing what she could to help her love. Harry had stopped screaming and the entire entryway had stilled, watching the mental battle that was taking place. Finally, Harry relaxed, his entire body going limp. He closed his eyes and relaxed into Daphne's subsequent MC. They both looked around and blinked owlishly at the still glowing shield surrounding the Potters and Tonks. "All right there, Harry?" the Auror asked. He nodded weakly and said, "I will be. Thanks for the help, Tonks." She nodded and her fierce visage melted into that of a vulnerable young woman. A young woman who wanted her father to give her a hug and he never would again. Slowly, Harry took her in his arms and together, they approached the front desk to find out where Andromeda was being treated. As if in a dream, Tonks related to Harry and Daphne. They were at home, having dinner, you know. I was going to swing by and tell them about Remus and me. Full moon is tomorrow and he isn't really up to snuff tonight. I just wanted to lay some groundwork, you know. Daphne nodded and pulled the young woman close while a healer approached Harry, wand out but pointed at the floor. The healer was evidently trying to check over her husband and he was politely refusing treatment. Shortly, he moved to discover Andromeda's location. I was running late, and when I did get there, the Urs had just left. Dad was. Tonks choked a sob and covered her mouth. Composing herself, she continued, Dad was dead. Probably the killing curse. Mum was pretty torn up. Looked like a bunch of cutting curses and some bludgeoners. Her voice trailed off to a whisper. Her hands were pretty mangled. Daphne pulled the Auror close as Harry walked up. 4th floor, room 413, he sighed in an exhausted voice. Some of the battered remnants of the Black family moved to the lift to visit one of their own. Daphne was in the Wizengamot private observers gallery fidgeting with her robes. They were new, very stylish and she was getting used to the fit. She had to smile remembering Harry's face when he first saw them on her. They'd almost been late for the convocation. For once, the friends had no new business to introduce. Today the ministry was to report their findings regarding the circumstances surrounding the taking of the Dark Mark. Unofficially, Amelia had verbally briefed all 8 of the 15 in an afternoon meeting the previous day. Harry had related it all and even shown her the pensive memory. He had been laughing so hard, he said that she had to see the facial expressions herself. Amelia had welcomed them as they arrived. Harry, Neville and Susan had arrived right after Richard Macmillan and struck up a conversation with the affable Scot. Boot arrived shortly thereafter, all stuff and nonsense. He paused when Amelia offered her hand in welcome before accepting it with a minuscule grip. Daphne could tell by the faint flush on Amelia's face, the intentional snub had been noticed. Jones and Abbott arrived together rounding out the members. Connie Hammer was sitting in a chair to the left of Amelia's desk and a small team of individuals sat in the back, file folders and ancient texts at the ready. My lords and my lady, Amelia began, thank you for coming at short notice. I wanted to brief you key individuals about the response the government has formulated in response to my Lord Potter's request concerning the Dark Mark. All the 15 nodded gravely in understanding. If Amelia was pre-briefing them, the news was going to be momentous. Our outstanding team, Amelia here indicated to the 3 witches and 1 wizard in the back, has done an outstanding job of reviewing existing research and even conducting new research on the prisoners in Azkaban that are marked during the last month. Amelia gave the team a congratulatory nod and then paused, gathering her thoughts. Tapping a quill on her desk, she continued, the short of it is that the dark mark can only be taken by a willing and loyal supporter of Lord Voldemort. Daphne had been surprised when only Boot shuddered at the hated anagram. Even Jones had stoically endured the name when he had shuddered in the Wizengamot chamber. In fact, he spoke first. Minister, is the government going to act on this knowledge and introduce legislation tomorrow? Perhaps legislation that makes it an imprisonable offense to be NDED with the dark mark. The other 7 of the 15 silently regarded the minister as she sat silently. Yes, that is exactly what the government is going to do. 10 years minimum, life is maximum depending on other infractions. Daphne saw 5 of the 15, including Harry and Neville, raise their eyebrows at Amelia's declaration. Pretty stiff, Minister, said Abbott. My lord, any of these reprobate cretins that have allowed them to be NDED like cattle by Lord Voldemort have to at least kill a person in front of their master. On top of this, they have to accomplish successfully at least 3 missions their monstrous leader IGNS them. Usually these are sadistic missions where torture is the primary pastime. Now tell me how 10 years is. Pretty stiff. Quietly, Macmillan asked, how do you know this? This part of our team's research is on a more shaky ground. Not because of any fault of their own, but because it's based on testimony of captured Death Eaters. We currently have 27 marked Death Eaters, and of those, 20 have testified that their initiation was as I described. 4 described much worse than I did and the other 3 much less. We believe the 3 were let off easy because they were extraordinarily wealthy and Voldemort didn't want to scare them away. Harry finally spoke up and said, still, those are pretty solid numbers. Amelia nodded in concurrence. Regarding all present, she asked, I would like your support in the debate tomorrow that is sure to be spirited. Jones snorted. Spirited, she says. Amelia gave him a small smile and an inclination of her head. There was a long moment of silence before Harry spoke up. I am not of a legalistic bent, nor do I have the experience that our more long-term members have. He inclined his head at Jones and Boot. But this is a matter of right and wrong. My only consideration is that of a truly repentant Death Eater. Harry shook his head as if to clear it from cobwebs and continued. When caught, most Death Eaters would sell their mother's soul to stay out of Azkaban. However, what if there is one out there who truly is repentant? He paused and took a deep breath. I am reminded of the case of my godfather, Sirius Black. The older members looked at him quizzically, yet he pressed on. He was sent to prison without a trial which would have exonerated him of any and all charges. He was truly innocent. How do we provide a process which will prevent a similar situation from occurring? Glancing around at the other members, he had to hold his breath to keep from laughing. Jones looked at Harry as if he was mentally deficient, while Boot obviously smelled something quite foul that no one else could detect. Amelia nodded in concurrence. You bring up an excellent point, my lord. Part of the bill the government will introduce will include a veritaserum questioning on the current loyalties of the marked person under consideration. This should address your concerns. Harry exhaled, relief evident on his face. He nodded, letting Amelia know she had his support. Next to him, Neville had been looking at his hands, mulling over the discussion. Even in the memory, Daphne could tell that he was still feeling guilty about his rampage at the speckled basilisk. Looking up at the minister, he nodded his support. Next to him, Susan gave her aunt a small smile. Jones cleared his throat and said, Minister, part of me dislikes this idea immensely. However, the practical side of me overrides my reservations. House Jones will support the debate and the subsequent vote. Macmillan and Abbott gave resigned nods while Boot sat silent. Realizing he was the only person not to indicate the status of his support, he waved his hand airily and said in an offhand tone, I suppose. Boot will support. Amelia nodded to them all and said, Thank you, my lords, my lady. I will not request a vote immediately and force you to push through the vote. I'd like to win over the Wizengamot through the debate. At some of the disbelieving expressions she added, Well, some persons that are open-minded enough to be won over through debate. We all know that some of our members will never support this idea. Ooh. Now the doors were closing on the Wizengamot chamber and the official response was to be given. Dumbledore went through the motions of calling the body to order and making the call for old business. Amelia rose from the government bench and addressed Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, the government owes a response to my Lord Potter regarding the Dark Mark. Very well. Does the government have a response prepared? Yes, we do. Very well. And he sat, yielding the floor to Amelia. Amelia rose and flicked her wand, causing bound documents to appear on each member's desk. My Lord Potter, she said in address to Harry. He rose in response and she continued, pursuant to your request of the 15th of August, the government has prepared this response. Many thanks, Madam Minister, Harry replied before sitting. Daphne scanned the crowd, as the rustle of parchment was the only thing heard for many minutes. Many were seriously contemplating what was being read while others haphazardly read it. There was the occasional oath interspersed with, my word. Finally, Triton Knot bounded to his feet and, without being recognized by the chief warlock, boomed out, what is this crap? It is common knowledge that many of our finest were unwilling servants of the Dark Lord. Now these mental deficients in the ministry are trying to ERT that only a willing person can have the mark. Be gone with this. He sat down with an air of finality and dismissiveness. Amelia had been expecting this response and Daphne had to actively suppress a laugh when the minister calmly ignored the man and scanned the crowd for more questions. Knot began spluttering in outrage when his commands were not immediately carried out. Harry stood with his pre-planned question, thank you for this extensive response, Madam Minister. I must wonder how confident the government is regarding the magic underlying these conclusions. Here he indicated the report. Amelia nodded in understanding and answered, Appendix 2 fully details the magic involved. Everything is present bar the actual wand movements and the incantation. Those are also known and if any member wants to review these, we can schedule a time for that to be discussed with the research team. Those items have been deemed not suitable for public consumption. Thus began a lively and sometimes heated debate. After 3 hours, in which each member of the 15 rose at various times to support the minister's proposed law, debate closed and the law ped, 8-0, 180 to 169. Ooh, the bad guys are going to go nuts over this. Harry only nodded in response. They'd discussed the probable Death Eater response with Amelia and while none could pin down exact actions, all agreed Voldemort would not take the outlawing of his group very well. Harry had just changed out of his fancy Wizengamot robes and they were going to meet with Remus and Tonks for a 4-person melee round. Neville and Susan were visiting Lady Augusta. The healers had been hopeful that she'd be able to return home to Green Hills today. How is Tonks doing? Harry asked. Daphne shook her head ruefully. Not so good. We chatted some when they came over yesterday for the full moon run with Remus. She was oscillating between anger and grief. Remus is the one holding her together. Right now she's a bit of a mess. Harry nodded and headed for the door, Daphne trailing. They paused at the side door leading to the melee ring. In the distance were Remus and Tonks obviously talking even though the Potters couldn't hear what they were saying. Tonks was obviously upset. Her hair was shifting color like ripples of water. Even her facial features were altering slightly in her agitated mood. Suddenly, Tonks threw her hands in the air in obvious anger. Her face darkened and even at the distance, they could hear her voice. Daphne's heart fell when she could only make out one word from their friend, why? Why? Remus stood there, letting her purge the poison out of her system. The tears were coursing down Tonks' face as she ranted and screamed her rage and grief. Finally, she fell to her knees, her body racked with sobs. Now Remus slowly and firmly said her, whispering comforting words and slightly rocking her. Daphne leaned on Harry, indescribably sad. I envy her, you know. Harry looked at her questioningly. She smiled ruefully in return. She loves her father deeply and he obviously loved her in return. My father died and it didn't even faze me. Daphne shook her head, disappointed in herself. I know he did everything in his power to drive me away, but on some level one still feel that if I had been a better person, a better daughter, then I would have truly loved my father and been loved in return. She shrugged at the illogical mess that was her feelings. Harry pulled her into his arms. He was silent for a long time and she pulled strength from his. presence. Finally, he whispered, I love you more than my own life. You are the best person I've ever known, bar none. Her heart lifted at his words and she thanked the gods once again for giving her Harry to love and be loved by. Their impromptu cuddle was interrupted by the stalking form of Tonks coming up the path from the melee ring. Without thinking, Harry stepped in front of Daphne and they both drew their wands. Remus was hurrying to catch up to his new girlfriend when she pulled up in front of Harry. I know you're in on these latest Death Eater raids, Harry. I want in. Daphne relaxed a bit, but did not holster her wand. Harry crooked his eyebrow and said, Why do you think I'm in on them? Tonks scowled and spat, Don't play games with me, Harry. I want in. You're already in or. She shook her head in derision. I'm so tied up by rules and regulations I have to request in triplicate if I want to use the crapper. I want in. Harry looked at her with an evaluating expression. I'll get back to you. When? Now he was a bit exasperated and with a hint of impatience said, When I want an Nymphadora. Now are we going to melee today or what? Remus gave the others a short nod and led them out to the pit, a thoughtful expression playing across his worn features. Ooh. The 15th of September 1996 Friday. Harry and Daphne walked up the front lawn of Hogwarts, heading up to the hospital wing. Nodding to a few acquaintances here and there, Daphne felt like a visitor at her old school. It was a distinctly odd feeling as by all rights, she should be a sixth year this year. Oh, how her life had changed on June 30th. When crossing the entry hall, the Potters ran across none other than Draco Malfoy and his little gang of groupies. Malfoy called out, Look, it's the half-blood Scarhead and his whore. Less than a second later, the idiot was unconscious and bleeding on the stones of the hall due to a well-aimed bludgeoning hex. Harry stalked over to the inbred moron and after a quick flick of his wand, levitated the boy in front of him. Enervate. Malfoy's eyes blinked open and he was obviously about to mutter, What happened? When Harry slapped him across the face with the back of his left hand. Hard. The blonde Slytherin's head rocked back and when he gathered control of his faculties he saw an enraged yet somewhat controlled Harry Potter in front of him. You have insulted me and my wife. I hereby invoke the Code Duello and challenge you to a duel to the death. Are you 16 years of age? Dumbly, Malfoy nodded. Daphne had to put everything into controlling her expression in order to refrain from bursting into laughter. No matter what, Harry would not allow the duel to occur. He had learned quite a bit from his inappropriate encounter with Arthur Weasley. However, the stupid wanking ferret didn't know that. He was being made an object lesson for the underage potential Death Eater crowd. Do not with Harry Potter or he will kill you. Harry waited and with an exasperated air finally asked, Do you accept the death duel or will you offer an apology? Malfoy's face twisted into a sneer and he spat, I'll never apologize to you, trash. Harry slapped him again. A little more knuckle in the blow this time. Now the Malfoy scion was bleeding freely from his nose and lip. Malfoy looked Harry in the eye and something he saw there scared him. Looking at the ground, the blonde teen began to tremble and when Harry repeated his question, the magic rolling off the Potter Lord caused all standing nearby to recoil in surprise and fear. The suspended young Slytherin lost control of his bladder. By now, the entry hall was completely quiet and there were 2 or 3 dozen students watching with bated breath. Harry took a deep breath and tried to control himself. Daphne placed a hand on his arm and he used her touch like a lifeline, pulling himself to safety. Draco solved all their problems by shaking his head while looking at the floor and muttering, I apologize. Very well. I thank you and bid you good day. Harry cancelled the levitation charm and then stalked off toward the hospital wing. Daphne stood there for a moment, eyeing her former housemates. Her expression was closed and cold. Pansy Parkinson and Theodore Knott flinched back at her expression while the troll brothers, Goyle and Crabbe, wouldn't meet her eyes. Malfoy was shuffling away toward the dungeons to change his clothes. He too hid his eyes from her. Satisfied that they all were sufficiently cowed, Daphne turned and moved to catch up with her husband. Ooh. Hermione stared with her mouth agape as Daphne finished describing the confrontation in the entry hall. Harry was sitting next to his wife, examining the texture of the fabric in his sleeve most assiduously. Hermione reacted exactly how Harry expected, which was why he was trying to hide in plain sight. Harry, I can't believe you did that. She shrieked at her friend. This was followed by intermittent whacks on the shoulder that had him flinching. Her verbal and physical violence tapered off to the occasional grumble and vague hand gestures. At the end, Daphne was sure that Hermione was praying to all the saints and martyrs for strength and forbearance with fools and men. Or was that redundant? After one last half-hearted glare at Harry, she said, "Madame Pomfrey is letting me out of here tomorrow. Could you please pick me up and help me get home?" She had started her statement off in her usual deliberate, confident style, but by the end, her eyes were shining and her voice was like that of a lost little girl. Daphne reached out and took her hand. It was much more real for Hermione now, leaving Hogwarts that is. Daphne did not revere education as Hermione did, but leaving school hadn't been easy for her and she had Harry for support as well. Hermione leaving school was going to be rough on her. "I feel so lost," the bushy-haired witch whispered. Harry leaned forward, an intense expression on his face. "You'll always have us." Always. Taking her other hand, he gave her a squeeze as Hermione held back tears with a watery smile and a nod of thanks. After a moment to collect herself, Hermione nodded her thanks and said, "When I get home, I'll get back to scrying again. Obviously, I haven't had much private time here." Harry nodded and asked, "Do you want to join our daily lessons?" "I'd like that. Monday." "Monday it is." "Ooh." The 28th of September 1996 Thursday. The four friends had a relatively quiet 2 weeks. Training, a dinner party at the Macmillans' home and moving Andromeda and Nymphadora Tonks into the newly refurbished and warded Black Manor. There had been little fight when Harry had suggested the move. Andromeda looked at him with blank eyes and only said, "Thank you, my lord. I am most sensible of your generosity." Tonks had red eyes from the discussion and had patted her mum on the back before starting to make a list for the move. In the awkward silence, Harry had looked at Daphne, bewildered on what to do. Daphne just hooked her arm in his and made their goodbyes. Strolling down the suburban street in Brighton, they'd walked a good mile in the pleasant weather in silence. Finally, he asked, "What more should I have done?" Daphne sighed, "You couldn't have done anything more. Andromeda and Tonks just have to heal. You can't fix them. Your support and offer of the manor is more than enough." Snuggling into his side, she continued, "Tonks has Remus and us to lean on. Andromeda has her daughter and her friends from work. We're the lord and lady of the family to Andromeda, not her consolers. I don't think she wants that from us." Harry frowned and then shook his head. "I wish I could do more for them." Daphne gave a sad smile. "Don't ever change, my love." Ooh. The 2 weeks since Hermione had left Hogwarts moved past in a rush. Due to her hip, Hermione had to stay out of the duels and obstacle courses that Young and Dubois seemed to love, but otherwise, she was in her element. The bit of depression at leaving Hogwarts was more than overcome with her new learning environment. "I'm learning in a small group, at an accelerated rate, and don't have to worry about bullies and such. I'm in heaven," she had jokingly shouted at lunch on Friday. There had been no success on the scrying efforts, but Hermione had made one discovery. Locations are warded from scrying, not persons. Since the Death Eaters are usually most active at night, I'll try scrying for them then, maybe catch a break and see a raid forming or in progress that can be broken up. That's exactly what happened on the 28th of September. The four friends were sitting on the veranda with Amelia, sipping aid and chatting about travels they either had accomplished or wanted to take in the near future. Evelyn was spending the weekend with George Stebbins and Philip was at his grandmother's home. Neville was outlining an expedition into equatorial Africa he wanted to undertake when Hermione came bursting out the doors of the house in her dressing gown that was liberally covered in soot from the flow. "Harry." She looked at the shocked group and found her dark-haired target. Death Eaters at the Macmillans' house. The friends stood and transfigured their clothes into the black long-sleeve t-shirts, cargo pants and boots they usually wore on their expeditions. As the ladies were charming their hair into tight plaits, Harry turned to the rising Amelia and asked, "Back up." Within minutes, and she hustled into the house. When everyone was ready, they drew their wands and Harry said, "Apparate into the front entry hall, it's a hot landing zone. No prisoners." They other three nodded absently and with a series of pops and one silent apparition, Hermione was left on the veranda alone. "Godspeed you all home, my friends," and she sat down to wait for them to return. Ooh. The four friends arrived in the front hall of Thistledown, the home of Baron and Baroness Macmillan, in a roughly square formation. Harry and Susan were facing into the house when he called out. Down. 3 swaths of eldritch fire swept overhead, mixing green, purple and. From her knees, Daphne saw 4 Death Eaters down the hall. With a grim smile, she began working her wand as Harry and Susan unleashed a barrage of high-power bone breakers, cutting curses and a few decapitation curses for good measure. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Neville doing the same as her and with a final flourish, watched the results. Her conjured lion sprang on a Death Eater, knocking off his head with one swipe of his miv paw. Laughing to herself at the irony, she saw Neville's conjured anaconda pin 2 Death Eaters together and begin its slow, inexorable, crushing death grip. The last Death Eater, distracted by the mauling lion, was promptly cut in half by an overpowered cutting curse from Susan. Come on, Harry ordered. Pointing to Neville and Susan, he then indicated the stairs. Nodding, Neville and Susan sprinted up to the first floor. Daphne put her hand on Harry's arm, causing him to pause for a moment. She quickly cast compulsion charms on the conjured lion and S. The compulsions would cause the predators to hunt anyone wearing the white bone mask of the Death Eaters. I don't know how long they'll last, but it sure can't hurt. After Daphne cast a quick human revealing charm, Harry headed toward the grand drawing room where they'd been entertained not too long ago. Daphne was scanning up and down, occasionally turning around to ensure no one was coming up from behind. Harry paused at the door to the drawing room and looked at her. She nodded to him that she was ready. He held up his finger. 1, 2, 3. They sprinted through the double doorway and found 5 Death Eaters standing over the Macmillans and 4 others. Without thinking, they both began casting. The long pink ribbon cutting curse left Daphne's wand as she saw a spread of 5 bone-breaking curses leave Harry's wand. The whirl and fury of battle descended and time became a variable. Sometimes actions were impossibly fast. When she followed up her shielded ribbon cutter with a raking fire whip that decapitated one of their foes, she knew she was moving faster than her opponents could possibly react. Other times, time slowed to a crawl. She saw 2 of Harry's bone breakers strike home. Unfortunately, they both impacted on the arms of 2 Death Eaters. Before she could react, 3 Death Eaters called out, Avada Kedavra. And the sickly green spell sped across the room toward Harry. Shrieking now, Daphne transfigured a chair into a brick wall that was shattered by her opponent with a series of reductor curses. With quick wand work, the shards became railroad spikes. Grunting with the effort, she banished the spikes at her opponent and followed it up with an overcharged reductor, exploding the pierced man into jelly. Turning to Harry, she saw him rolling out from behind a partially shattered marble shield he'd conjured. Narrowing her eyes, she raised her wand and intentionally brought all the magic she could summon to her wand tip. Incendio. Flames hot enough to rival fiendfire erupted from her wand and sped toward one of the remaining Death Eaters. His broken arm hanging loosely, he tried to shield, but wasn't fast enough. The bluish-white flames washed over him and a moment later, he was gone. Burnt to ash, she began to shake at the expenditure of so much magic in so short a time and fell to her knees. Black-clad legs stood in front of her and she saw her Harry standing over her as he cast spell after spell at the remaining Death Eaters. Thus began one of the most amazing duels she had ever seen. When Harry and Flitwick had gone toe-to-toe in the dueling pit, it was usually a good show. That was nothing compared to this. Before Daphne could even breath once, Harry had ripped off a pair of reductors at the opponent on his left. Despite shielding, the Death Eater was thrown in the air and back 5 feet. Without pausing, Harry spun to his right and dove to the ground, letting a dark purple curse pee over his head. From the ground, he transfigured the chair next to him into 3 bear traps and banished them at his opponent. Not pausing to see the effect, he now conjured a pair of bludgers bound together by chain and sent them at Death Eater number 2. For good measure, he repeated the process just as his now standing opponent number 1 reminded Daphne's husband of his presence via a killing curse. Harry responded with another hastily conjured marble wall. The bludgers impacted contestant number 2, the chains wrapping around the man and incapacitating him for a short while. The man had lost the use of his left arm, as it had been removed just below the elbow by one of Harry's bear traps. Harry cast Daphne's favorite ribbon-cutting curse at contestant number 1, which shattered his shield and cut open the man's. Snarling, Death Eater number 1 let loose with a fusillade of dark curses that were aimed low, at Daphne, who was on her hands and knees behind Harry. He shielded often, as he had to protect his wife. By now, Death Eater number 1 had vanished the binding chain and rejoined the fight, the last mistake he would ever make. She could tell the other two were attacking him with all they had, thinking they had the boy who lived on the ropes. Harry grunted as he picked up the pace with his spellcasting to the point that his hand was a blur. The Death Eaters were shielding at this point and too afraid to try to dodge. They were probably thinking they might move out of the protective range of their shields. They were right. Harry snarled as the bloodlust rose in his head like the heady feeling of wine. Daphne saw the rug he was standing on begin to smolder. The raw energy he was loosing from his body through his spellcasting was heating the room, and there was a shimmering haze around his lean frame. With a growl, she tried to stand and help, but merely fell to the ground in her temporary weakness. As she lifted her head, Daphne saw something that made her smile. The conjured lion leapt at the Death Eater on Harry's left, bearing him to the ground. Screaming, the Death Eater was torn to shreds before the lion could fix upon his throat and with one quick shake, break the man's neck. The remaining Death Eater paused, either taken aback by the lion attack on his compatriot or the efficient reduction in his fellows. Possibly, it was because he was bleeding badly from the stump of his left arm. No matter what, the man didn't even blink when Harry leapt at him, shifting in midair. The tiger copied the conjured lion and bore the remaining Death Eater to the floor. With a growl, the tiger ripped out the man's throat. Not looking back, the tiger turned toward Daphne and shifted back to her husband. She nodded to him and gave him a half smile that she was okay. I just need a minute. Check on them, and she indicated the 6 people on the floor. Harry was walking over to the incapacitated Macmillans as the front doors to the house were shattered and the aura response team boiled into the house. The Potters immediately sheathed their wands and put their hands in the air. Tonks had drilled into their heads that this was the only thing that would save them getting cursed to Timbuktu and back when Aurors came charging to the rescue. Aurors. Hands in the air. 4 of the red-robed law enforcement officers ran in the room. They're hurt, Daphne said without preamble. She pointed to the 6 people on the floor. The Auror with the white stripes on his sleeves ran over to the Macmillans, reaching into his robes for a large bag as he did so. The lead Auror for this team was a familiar person. Tonks motioned to Harry and Daphne, and when they got close, she asked, Neville and Susan here too? Daphne nodded and looked at the ceiling. Tonks held a round metal disc to her mouth and said, Atkinson, we have 2 friendlies on the first floor. They'll be wearing black trousers and black shirts. She heard a murmuring voice from the disc and Tonks nodded to herself. Right, then. While everyone else is sweeping the house and grounds, why don't you 2 tell me what the what is? Well, we were at home with Amelia, Susan and Neville when Hermione came out on the veranda shouting that Death Eaters were here. Amelia ran inside to call for you all. Tonks, you need to see this, interrupted an Auror who was tallying up the dead Death Eaters. The 3 ambled over and looked down at the last Death Eater that Harry had dispatched as the tiger. Ah, shit, muttered Tonks. Dumbledore is going to be pissed. It was the bloody and surprised face of Severus Snape. Ooh, they had given complete depositions to a junior Auror for the last 15 minutes. Thistledown was a hive of law enforcement officers and healers. In the background, they heard the fireplace roar 5 times in quick succession. 2 more emergency Auror healers entered the room, and Daphne could only assume the other 3 went upstairs. The Macmillans and their guests had been portkeyed to the hospital soon after the Aurors had arrived. Apparently, the Cruciatus had been used quite liberally. Have you seen Neville or Susan? She asked Harry. Pursing his lips in concern, he shook his head. Let's go find them. They headed to the stairs where they found Tonks talking to the overall response team lead. They broke up their impromptu meeting and Harry tugged on Tonks' sleeve, getting her attention. Susan and Neville. Tonks grimaced and bands of ice gripped Daphne's heart. They took down 7 eaters before Susan got hit with a nasty cutter in the shoulder up into her neck. She was bleeding pretty badly, so they portkeyed her to St. Mungo's. I think Neville apparated away after her. Harry muttered under his breath. Daphne covered her face with her hands, trying to maintain her composure. The emergency healer said he thought she'd be okay, but he wanted her in the hospital. Daphne nodded and grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him toward the entry hall to apparate away. Thanks, Tonks. We're going to go to the hospital. If you need us, you can get us there. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. As they walked away, Harry stopped and turned back to Tonks. He looked her dead in the eye and said, "We definitely need to talk tomorrow." Is Remus in? Tonks' professional face slipped and a gleam of hatred shone in her eyes. He's in. I only had to say 3 words to remind him why. James, Lily, Sirius. Harry nodded and they made their way to St. Mungo's. Ooh. They found Susan in a VIP room with 2 burly Aurors standing guard outside the door. She was in the room next to Richard and Sarah Macmillan, which was also guarded. Baron and Baroness Macmillan had suffered the least under the cruciatous curse of the 6 residents of Thistledown. Apparently, the Death Eaters wanted them to watch her family be tortured. Sadly, Sarah's mother had already been moved into the bed next to Frank and Alice Longbottom in the long-term spell damage ward. Amelia, Neville and Lady Augusta were in the room where Susan slept. On either side of the Viscountess's bed sat Amelia and Lady Augusta while Neville just looked out the window into the night sky. The room was completely silent and no one moved when the Potters entered. For a moment, Daphne could have sworn she heard Susan breathing in the stillness. "How is she?" Daphne asked. "She'll be fine. She's sleeping due to blood loss. Probably. She'll just have a nasty scar running from the top of her shoulder up the side of her neck to her ear," Neville responded without looking away from the window. Daphne exhaled loudly in relief. Lady Augusta took Daphne's hand and gave her a squeeze while watching over the focus of her grandson's affections. Amelia didn't look up. Daphne conjured a chair and sat next to the older woman whom she was beginning to regard as a favored aunt. Harry went to Neville's side and put his hand on his friend's shoulder. "How you doing, mate?" he asked quietly. Neville shrugged and gave Harry a lost look before shaking his head while the lost expression on his face mixed with despair. His shoulders slumped and the 2 young men just stood there staring into the night sky, looking for something. Exactly what? Neither knew. Daphne watched from her chair and her face hardened. She caught Amelia's eye and glared at her. The minister flinched at the expression. She saw the results of the ministry's neglect and lack of preparedness lying on the bed in front of her. While facing her niece, Amelia said, "Harry, I'm taking the gloves off. Keep the Wizengamot off my back, as Connie and I are going to be busy." Still looking out the window, Harry pulled his friend close in a one-armed hug and responded, "Not a problem, Madam Minister." Ooh. The 29th of September 1996 Friday. Susan came home to Rowan Hill mid-morning. The healers wanted her to stay overnight for observation and all her tests had come back good in the morning. The Macmillans had a few more days, but when Harry and Daphne had stopped in to see them this morning, they'd been awake and lucid, if not a little sore still. As Harry and Daphne moved to leave them, Richard caught Harry by the sleeve and said in a low voice, "I owe you our lives, Potter." Harry smiled and replied, "Call me Harry." Richard gave him a small relieved smile and said, "Harry, I can't thank you enough. I'm glad we could help." Harry paused, bent over and said in Richard's ear, "Phalanx Home Defense and Warders. Tell them you want the same setup as I've got. It's a steep price, but nigh on unbeatable." Macmillan nodded as Harry leaned closer. "Amelia is taking the gloves off and needs some help with the Wizengamot. I'm sure you'd be willing to help us." Richard gave a feral smile. Harry nodded in return, gave him and Sarah a short wave before leaving the room to help Susan home. Ooh. As Susan settled on the couch in the drawing room, she sighed and let the sunlight play across her face. Without opening her eyes, she asked, "Is the prophet foaming at the mouth today?" "Yep," replied Daphne as she tossed the paper to her friend. Neville was seeing to his grandmother back at Green Hills while Harry attended to some correspondence from Gringotts. Susan read the article that sensationally announced 15 attacked by Death Eaters and a smaller headline read Bones, Macmillan hurt. "Well, I'm not in critical condition and neither were Richard or Sarah." She paused and then rested her head back on the seat. Sarah's poor mother. Daphne sat next to her friend and handed her a cup of tea. Susan took a grateful sip and shook her head before she inquired, "I never asked Neville, but how is he reacting to what happened?" Daphne shook her hand in a so-so motion as she sipped her own tea. "He had a rough night. I don't think he spared a thought for the Macmillans until today. He was very worried about you." Harry stayed with him and they took a couple of walks, chatting and whatnot. Susan nodded in relief. Another sip of tea and a solitary tear slipped down her cheek. Daphne set her tea on the tray and then gently took Susan's cup, transferring it to the table. Gently, Daphne took her friend in her arms, asking, "Do you want to talk about it?" After some sniffles, Susan sat up straight and said, "I was pretty scared last night. Neville was. He was amazing. I just did what I could to stay alive." Daphne scowled internally. Susan was a phenomenal fighter who could stand toe-to-toe with any Death Eater in single combat. She had no cause to be running herself down. "I saw his face when I got hit. He was so scared." She gestured toward the thick ropey scar on her neck, which disappeared into her robes. "And now I'm disfigured." Seeing the problem, Daphne scowled at her friend. "Susan, you are one of the most beautiful women I know. One measly scar isn't going to change that. Look at Harry. Isn't he one of the hottest guys you know, and he has his scar?" She said the last with a smile on her face that Susan reluctantly returned. "I know, it sounds vain of me, but I feel hideous now." Daphne punched her friend on the shoulder, surprising Susan. "As your auntie said, build a bridge and get over yourself." Softly emcing her friend, Daphne continued, "I know it doesn't have the same impact coming from me as from Neville, but I still think you're a very beautiful woman. And no, I'm not gay." Now Susan laughed aloud. "If there are any purely hetero women on the planet, it's you and me." Daphne giggled, her mission of breaking Susan out of her funk accomplished. With a sigh and a smile, the young peers resumed their tea. As the clock struck 10, the fireplace roared twice in quick succession, followed by one more. Moments later, a perky Tonks chatting with Hermione and a subdued Remus Lupin strolled into the drawing room. "Hey there, Daphne, Susan." The girls rose to greet the visitors. While Susan got a tender hug from Hermione, Daphne watched the now-haired Auror. Tonks had her normal perky expression, but underneath, around her eyes, was her grief. Fortunately, the manic look of vengeance that had haunted her on and off was not present today. Harry ambled into the room, 2 letters in hand. "Ah, I thought I heard the flow." He shook Remus' hand and got a hug from Tonks. Everyone settled down and Harry called, "Dobby." The house elf popped in and waited expectantly. "Would you please pop over to Green Hills and tell Neville that Hermione, Remus and Tonks are here and we need him?" "Thank you." Dobby bowed wordlessly and with a small pop, was gone. They all chatted pleasantly, but there was a tension in the room that they all acknowledged yet ignored. Shortly, Neville strode in the room and Harry said, "Good. Let's chat, shall we?" Everyone settled in with their tea and waited. Harry sat for a minute in a contemplative silence, gathering his thoughts. Finally, he said, "What we're doing isn't helping." Everyone, save Remus and Hermione, looked at Harry askance. Hermione nodded thoughtfully while Remus fidgeted with his teacup. Neville finally asked what was on everyone's mind. "Why in the world do you say that? We've taken down probably 3 dozen Death Eaters since we've started." "No offense, Tonks," he indicated toward the haired woman across from him, "but the Aurors can't claim anything close to that." Harry nodded and held up his hand to get everyone's attention. "I agree, and let me clarify. We can kill Death Eaters all day, but Voldemort will only recruit more. They may not be as powerful or as skilled as Bellatrix, Rudolphus and other members of his inner circle, but he can get more. If we want to stop this, we need to kill Voldemort." Harry looked into his tea and continued sotto voce, "I need to kill Voldemort." Remus started at the last, his keen werewolf hearing picking up on the statement. Eyes narrowing, he said to Harry, "Explain." Daphne nodded her support to her husband and squeezed his hand. Long story short, the reason the guards were outside the Department of Mysteries was to guard a prophecy that said that only I have the ability to kill Voldemort. There's a lot more said, but not really germane to the discussion. Hermione, Tonks and Remus, the only 2 to whom the prophecy was news, sat back in their chairs, staring off into space as they digested the information. Tonks shook her head first and said jauntily, "Right. Important safety tip. Leave the lipless, S-faced bad guy to Harry. Anyone else is fair game." Everyone chuckled at that and the moment of tension ped. Susan piped up, her hand on her neck covering her scar, "So why aren't we helping?" Harry rubbed his chin when Daphne's face cleared. "Anyone can kill or capture Death Eaters," she said while watching her husband. Harry looked at her with agreement and she continued, "Now that the Ministry is going on the offensive, we don't need to fill that role. We need to find and kill Voldemort, Remus finished in a low voice. Yes. Harry looked at his friends and continued, I realize this isn't what we started off doing, and if you want to back out. He was cut off when he was doused with a gout of water. Shut up, Harry, said Susan as she replaced her wand. We're in this to the end for the same reason we started. She looked into her tea for a moment before saying with feeling, we're the orphans, remember? All save Remus nodded with feeling. His parents had died in the werewolf attack that had infected him. Many would have said that a soldier of Voldemort had orphaned him, but he didn't see it that way. He had another score to settle someday. Hermione rubbed the ropey scar through her dress. Her family had enough scars, physical and emotional, to qualify for the group. Harry nodded in thanks, too choked up to reply. Daphne said to Remus and Tonks, Hermione, Susan and I are the research team, but primarily it's Hermione. We don't know why Voldemort didn't truly die in 81. Our working premise is that we need to discover that before we can hope to send him on his merry way to the ninth circle of hell. Remus tapped the lip of his cup before countering, maybe not. There may be a way to send him on his merry way, regardless of what ritual or procedure he may have undergone. Really? Asked Hermione. Remus shrugged. Don't know. I'll start scouring the Black family Leary tomorrow. It's more likely to have the information we're looking for than here. With the manic look of vengeance returned, Tonks proposed, in the meantime, I vote we kill as many Death Eaters as we can. Seconded, voted Neville grimly. Harry looked around. Susan gave a firm nod. Hermione just stared back at her best friend stonily. Remus was quiet, but offered no objection. Daphne's face hardened and she just looked at her husband with a fierce expression. Harry nodded to the group. Motion is carried. Ooh. The 1st of October 1996 Sunday. Young and Rogers had been merciless on Friday and the Potters had not done much of anything until Sunday afternoon. They were walking through the woods, enjoying the last vestiges of late summer as a warm breeze moved through the trees. Harry edged Daphne's hand as they walked and said, Thank you. She looked to him quizzically, for giving her his lopsided grin, he answered, for loving me. For agreeing to marry me. For supporting me like no one ever has. Most of all, for loving me. Daphne stopped and pulled him into his arms. She could feel him completely relax into her grasp, molding his own body to hers. She didn't know it, but his reaction to being touched had changed radically since the last day of June. Smiling widely, she responded, Anytime, Harry. Eventually, they continued their perambulation and she asked, Where did that come from? He shrugged with one shoulder and she prodded him in the ribs. After a playful yelp, he answered her. I get anxious every once in a while. I want you to be sure that you know exactly how I feel about you. I've read stories about husbands or wives feeling guilt for years after their spouse died. Usually, it's because they parted from their spouse and forgot to tell them they loved them. Just forgot. They weren't having an argument or in a snit. They just forgot. I never want that to happen to us. I want you to know every minute of every day. I want it to be a well-understood truth for you that I love you. Daphne couldn't respond through the cloud of her affection and love. She merely wrapped her arm around his waist and pulled him close. As they walked the grounds of their home, Daphne Potter thanked all the gods of heaven, earth and magic that she had this good man. Ooh. The 5th of October 1996 Thursday. Oh. Harry muttered from behind the paper. Daphne ate another bite of crepe and glanced at the others around the table. Remus was the only one to have read the front page, but wasn't giving anything away with his expression. Finally, an exasperated Susan asked, Okay, I give up, Mr. Mystery Man. What's so? Oh. Harry chuckled behind the paper. Mr. Mystery Man. Shaking his head, he folded the paper and answered her, 7 articles that ranged from hostility to disagreement toward Amelia. But she's only been in office for what? A little over 2 months. What do they expect? Objected Tonks. She was rabidly in favor of Amelia. The minister had been an orar after all, and a damn good one at that. Harry looked at the now lime-green-haired young woman and responded, Does attention-seeking liar, or deranged and damaged youth, ring a bell with you, Tonks? The metamorph's face twisted in a grimace of distaste before she answered him, Yes. It's what those ignoramuses who worked for Fudge spouted off about you last year. And the prophet and most of Britain bought into it. A tad annoyed, Tonks rejoined, "What does this have to do with Amelia?" Daphne answered for her husband, "The prophet isn't very concerned with fairness or even truth. They're concerned with making money. Rita Skeeter once told Hermione that the prophet exists to sell itself, you silly girl, and she was right." Harry shook his head in exasperation. "I guess we need to talk to Amelia about a counter-offensive." "Who's her press secretary?" asked Neville. Susan answered in a flat tone, "Percy Weasley." "Great," said Harry, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Ooh. That evening at dinner, Daphne had brought up the issue with Amelia to a rather humorous result. "Amelia, did you notice the articles in the Prophet today? Blank look. The ones that were fairly hostile toward you and your administration." Another blank look. Somewhat surprised at the lack of response, Daphne pressed on and said, "We'd like to coordinate a counter to these articles for you. We all realize you have quite a bit on your plate." Susan couldn't hold it in any longer and a ripple of laughter leaked out from behind her hand. Daphne looked to her friend with a quizzical expression. "Auntie hates the press with a red-hot paean. The only time she reads the paper is when she gets a flow call about an article." She paused and then continued, "Well, the Quidditch scores also." With a chagrined expression, Amelia said, "Daphne, get with young Weasley and put together a plan. Brief me on Tuesday before the Wizengamot session." She continued with a thoughtful expression, "Young Weasley's a holdover from Fudge. If he's unsatisfactory, let me know and I'll replace him forthwith." Ooh. The 6th of October 1996 Friday. "Are you ready to deal with this stuffed shirt?" Susan asked Daphne as they strode down the middle of the ministry atrium. Daphne merely gave a wry chuckle and shook her head. Both were dressed in elegant yet businesslike wear. Extremely expensive, extremely fashionable, extremely powerful. Percy Weasley was a minion. They knew it, but he had his worth in that he was such a stickler for the rules that he would know the ins and outs of the law in this area. From what Harry and Neville had told them, he worshipped authority. They had to overwhelm him to achieve his complete subservience. The last thing they needed was an argument with this red-headed pinhead. The memo in Susan's pocket from Amelia should help matters. Turning toward the lift, they saw another red-headed person they both knew. "Arthur, what a pleasant surprise," Daphne said with a big smile. Arthur Weasley approached, his genial self showing in his bright smile. After bowing over Daphne's hand, he said, "My lady, it is wonderful to see you this morning. All is well with you and your husband." She nodded at his genuine inquiry. "Yes, we are both well." Turning to Susan, she got a small nod so she said, "My lady, may I present to you Mr. Arthur Weasley, a good friend of ours. Mr. Weasley, this is Viscountess Bones." With a small look of surprise, Arthur bowed over Susan's hand and made the appropriate noises. "May I escort you ladies to your destination this morning?" With a slight shrug, Daphne answered, "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. We are en route to your son's office." The warm smile fell off Arthur Weasley's face in an instant. "Ah, well, it's just this way on the 4th floor." They had a lift to themselves, but Percy's name had created a pall over the group and there was no conversation. The bell rang and the doors opened. "It's just this way," Arthur said and led the way out of the elevator. Down 2 corridors and around a corner he indicated a closed door. Giving the 2 peers a short bow and a smile, he went on his way, the door unopened. "So sad that the son is such a wanker as to drive away such an inoffensive man. Such a pleasant man, as Arthur Weasley," whispered Susan as she reached for the doorknob. Daphne only nodded, a fleeting sad expression replaced with the hard-as-nails expression she had worn in the Slytherin common room. The office was ridiculous. It was immaculately cleaned and it was obvious that everything had its place. A perfectly trimmed eagle quill was decoratively arranged in the center of his immaculate desk. The inbox was empty, but the outbox had a neat stack of tightly rolled scrolls. Daphne was willing to bet a sackful of galleons the scrolls were all blank. When the door opened, the immaculately groomed Percival Ignatius Weasley looked up from a miv-tome that he had been reading. Seeing the now young women whom he had attended Hogwarts with not so long ago, his face became puzzled. Inwardly, Daphne cackled. First beat down. Susan had entered the room first, followed by Daphne. At Percy's non-greeting, Lady Potter looked about the office with disdain and turned to Susan. "We shan't be able to work in this hovel. We'll need a larger office." Picking up on the thread, Susan nodded imperiously, indeed. Turning to Percy, she snapped, go. Arrange for a conference room for us to work from for the immediate future. Percy's ingrained responsiveness had him moving around his desk and toward the door before his even fired a coherent synapse. He pulled up and sniffed, I'm sorry, but I work for the minister. Don't you two have cleas or some sort to be attending to? It was somewhat amazing how he managed to pull himself up into his puffed-up peacock glory in a microsecond. Weasley, you ignorant fool. Do you have the slightest conception whom you are speaking to? Daphne cut at him. Her eyes narrowed and she used her coldest voice, practiced over the years with other ignorant fools like Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott. Percy's confusion was evident, and just before he began spluttering, Daphne spat, I am Countess Potter, Viscountess Black, you fool. This, she indicated to Susan, is Viscountess Bones, head of House Bones. The blank expression on Percy's spectacled face was worth 1,000 galleons. The twins would definitely be seeing this later in the pensieve. When he didn't respond, Daphne continued, head of House Bones, a voting member of the 15. Still no response. Head of House Bones that your supervisor, the minister, belongs to. Still no response. What neither Daphne nor Susan realized, and was later explained by the twins, was that Percy was like the remora fish. He found the biggest, baddest shark in the sea and stuck to it through thick and thin, picking up the leavings when best he could. Despite his burgeoning intelligence and impressive work ethic, he was still very naive and uninformed about the government. His lack of understanding the importance of the 15 being the perfect example. When Daphne pointed out that Susan was a much bigger shark than even Amelia was, Percy's entire understanding of power in the ministry was shaken. Hence, his shutdown and reboot. Finally, life returned to the young man and his face turned red. My apologies, my ladies. My ignorance of your station is no excuse for my unpardonable rudeness. How can I be of service to you today? They had no reason to suspect, but the war against Voldemort had just taken an unexpected turn for the better. Daff. Could you scratch my back? Sure. There. Up a little higher. There. Oh yeah. Harder. Harry sighed loudly. Thanks, love. Anytime, Harry. As they lay there in bed, Daphne reflected on the past few weeks. Astoundingly, Percy Weasley had rapidly become an that they had needed, an intelligent person to manage the press on a constant basis. Amelia didn't have time, nor the inclination to give Percy the guidance and supervision that he needed. Daphne and Susan provided that role and also gave Percy the press secretary lessons in society manners. Weasley, if you take that condescending tone with any reporter, I shall personally castrate you. Is that clear? Yes, Lady Potter. Quite clear. Little conversations like that had been very common in the instruction and preparation of Percy the press secretary. It had paid off like the feeding of the 5,000. Currently, Percy was making significant inroads with the beat reporters for the Daily Prophet, the Dublin Daily News, the Edinburgh Seer, the Manhattan Oracle, La Magique de Paris, Roma, and the Tokyo Times. They all knew Voldemort was back. They all wanted the scoop. Percy was directed to oblige them. Well, oblige them somewhat. There is a slight difference between news and propaganda, Weasley. After a long moment, Percy admitted, I'm sorry, but I don't know what the difference is. With a feral smile, Daphne explained, propaganda is what Fudge released. News is what we release. For the first few press conferences that he conducted, Daphne and Susan were disillusioned in the back of the room to evaluate his behavior. Surprisingly, he has promise. When he is prepared, he can dissimulate with the best of them, give out hard facts that we want released and conceal that which needs to be concealed. Daphne slowly smiled. He should have been a Slytherin. Susan shook her head and chuckled. Come on, let's go hit Sloane Street before the stores close. Arm in arm they headed for the apparition point. The next day, they set Percy on his next mission. Get the word out that Lord Voldemort was being blocked at many, but not all turns. They needed to get the point across that the ministry was acting on the public's behalf and was successful. However, Voldemort still had teeth. A delicate balance between announcing a triumph and casting hopes to the wind. Don't get all pompous up there and have the attitude expecting subservience from the press. They're jackals and hyenas who will strip your bones at the earliest opportunity. Daphne had warned Percy about this attitude of his on many occasions, and it seemed that the lesson was beginning to settle into his gray matter. So, a partnership where I am the senior partner is the best attitude. Susan smiled. Yes, that's it exactly. Now, we've a 10 o'clock with Connie Hammer to bring you up to speed on the efforts, both past and ongoing, to counter the Voldemort threat. Ooh, Neville and Harry hadn't been idle while their ladies had been tied up at the ministry. They had been politicking the older members of the 15 and receiving guidance from Abbott, Macmillan and surprisingly Jones, on the more influential members of the Wizengamot body proper. Sir Edward Grey is a most interesting and powerful person, opined Reginald Abbott. He sat back in his chair as he and Victoria dined with Harry and Daphne for lunch at Black's, a fashionable wizarding restaurant off Diagon Alley. Why so? As a young man he was involved in the Muggle political arena. Even rose to be foreign minister if I remember rightly. After the First Muggle Great War, he bowed out of the spotlight and retired to his fishing and hunting. The bug hit him again when he turned 100, so he met his family's Wizengamot seat and began working again. Fellow must be pushing 110 if he's a day old. Strangely enough, his work in the Muggle world combined with his family's enormous fortune has garnered him a large portion of respect on the floor. Daphne thought back and remembered a lean, white-haired wizard that she'd seen at the convocations she'd attended. There had always been a crowd of members around him that strongly reminded her of bees around a flower. With a serious expression, Abbott changed course on Harry. Potter, we must stop ramrodding laws through. Things are tense enough without the 15 telling all of magical Britain how to live. We need to start winning allies and building coalitions, else things could go badly. Harry adopted a neutral expression and half looked down at his plate. Daphne held her breath as she recognized that her husband was trying to control his temper. After a long moment, Harry silently exhaled and looked Abbott in the eye. I will do that which is right. The Wizengamot does not have a sterling track record to recommend itself to me as a capable and trustworthy governing body. In theory, what you say is very true. However, I do not suffer fools gladly, and the Wizengamot proper has shown itself to be either scoundrels who follow the Revoice or the largest collection of village idiots in the Northern Hemisphere. I have no tolerance for corruption nor capitulation in any form to Voldemort through graft or stupidity. So far, my experience is that the Wizengamot has done quite a bit of both activities. Daphne softly smiled as her husband very respectfully and gently rebuked his elder. Glancing at Victoria, she saw the blonde had cocked a brow and had a small smile of her own. Reginald nodded in agreement, paused and then said, Harry, don't think that I disagree, I agree with you completely. I'm just saying that it would make life much easier for all if we could have more support on the floor. He looked to his wife and added, I don't want the Death Eaters at Stony Brook like they were for Macmillan at Thistledown. He's frightened. Daphne reached under the table and squeezed Harry's knee to get his attention. When he glanced at her, she softened her expression some and gave a small nod. He caught her meaning and said, and I don't want the bastards at Rowan Hill, either. I can understand your sentiment all too well. Harry got a faraway look in his eyes and added, if any one of us understand that sentiment, it's Longbottom, Bones, my wife and me. Coming to his senses, Reginald realized what he'd said and to whom. Abbott tried to apologize all over himself, which Harry forestalled with a smile and a pat on the man's shoulder. Don't worry about it. Call Phalanx Home Defense and Warders. They're expensive, but very good. Ooh, the 18th of October 1996 Wednesday. Wiping his face after a melee with the four friends, Remus and Tonks, Harry got an idea. Recognizing his faraway expression, Daphne asked, what devilry are you planning? His lopsided grin still made her stomach do a backflip. He strolled up to her and planted a quick on her lips. Without looking away from her he asked, Tonks, where is Malfoy? Manor. There was a long pause before the young Auror answered with a question. Are you shitting me? No. At least, I don't think so. Neville laughed at his remark while Susan and Daphne rolled their eyes. Remus just sat on a conjured bench and watched the fireworks. I think we should pay a visit to cousin Narcissa. She must be so lonely with her husband and son in Azkaban. For life. Harry was now teasing Daphne's hair as he mused aloud. Are you thinking about a visit in the middle of the night, possibly? Susan asked with a big grin. Perhaps. Taking Daphne's hand in his he led her into the house. We'll be down in a bit. Have a think on it and we can talk about it before dinner. Ooh, okay, Harry. Here's the situation. Tonks was at her most professional as she dissected the layout of Malfoy Manor. Wards, topography and the house layout. She had apparated to Auror headquarters immediately and taken everything she could find regarding the Malfoy ancestral seat. The on-watch intelligence officer had tried to stop her, but wasn't really successful. She was sure he'd forgive her when he woke up. Unusual for the planning of their nocturnal forays was the presence of Amelia Bones and Connie Hammer in the study. Tonks had suggested that they should include the ministry in at least an informative nature. Shrugging, Harry had responded, I trust Amelia and Connie. Not many more, though. Don't even think about Scrimgeour. The four friends, Hermione, Remus, Amelia and Connie listened in silence as Tonks gave an excellent briefing. At the end, Susan asked questions regarding the stream at the back of the property. It looks like the wards cross the stream. Daphne smiled, looking to do a little swimming. If it means we don't have to rip the wards down and let everyone and their brother know we're coming. Nodding, Harry turned to Amelia and asked, how do you feel about another reserve Auror being added to the rolls? Ooh, you want me to be an Auror and help you on missions that may be of dubious legality. The expression of amused disbelief on Bill's face was priceless. Harry smiled and Daphne laughed. Neville smothered his chuckles in Susan's hair as she smiled at the cursebreaker. Hermione's lips twitched as she attempted to maintain the semblance of seriousness. Yes, Bill, who do you think took out Knot Manor? Or the Death Eaters in Nocturne Alley? Or the Death Eaters at Lord Macmillan's home? Susan asked at her most demure. With a wolfish smile, the eldest Weasley brother responded, that was you guys. When he got 4 nods and a smile from Hermione, he continued, I'm in. What's the target? Well, it has to do with this little stream over here. They approached the table in the study and Bill looked over the ward map. As he talked to himself and scribbled on a spare bit of parchment, Remus and Tonks ended the disillusionment charm on themselves. Bill was so taken up in his evaluation, he didn't even notice. Looks like we've got a new person on the team, commented Remus. 8's a good number, Daphne replied as she snuggled into her husband's arms. Waving his hand, Bill caught their attention and pointed at the map. The team gathered around the table as Bill began. Most likely, the wards do not go much below the water. A few inches at best. Most wards that have a function that interacts with the ground which prevents people from digging under them. It's an obscure process called inversion. Long story short, it keeps people from digging under, he finished with a smile. Anyway, water is different. Again, long story short, it just is. Harry smiled at Hermione's expression. Daphne smothered her own smiles as she could tell that Bill was in for quite a rigorous interrogation by the Muggleborn witch after this was over. The team can most likely just swim under the ward. However, he explained with a very serious expression, the warders for this estate were not idiots. By the way, which home is this? Malfoy Manor. Oh, so very old and very thorough wards. Therefore, the warders most likely were aware of this little trapdoor as well. I expect the stream is littered with cursed objects, magical and muggle predators. Lots of nasties. Bill was tapping his chin with the pencil in his hand, lost in thought. A wide grin slowly blossomed on his face. I have an idea. The 20th of October 1996 Friday. Daphne was curled up on the couch of the informal sitting room. The oversized fireplace had a nice-sized fire that was crackling and provided a nice warmth for the room. She turned the page of her latest romance novel, thoroughly savoring her hidden pleasure. With a quick spell she transfigured the cover to imitate her ancient runes book. Even though she enjoyed the stories, she surely didn't want to advertise what she was reading. This was one of her favorite storylines, the underage Vila who loved the young hero and complimented, supported and loved him so that he could defeat evil. She sighed as she turned the page. A groan from her mother caused her to look up. Evelyn had been visiting George Stebbins quite a bit lately. Daphne wasn't stupid and could tell that there was much more than friendship between the two and it probably had been going on for quite some time. Her mother had been either cheating on Daphne's father or was at least in love with George while being physically faithful to her husband. Somehow, Daphne couldn't find an ounce of moral outrage at the situation. Sighing, she realized how much she had truly despised her father. Thinking back to her observation about Tonks and her father, she wished that she'd had a father that was worthy of her love, affection, and respect. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Blinking back sudden tears, she realized that she was quite happy for her mother. It was obvious that her mother was more blissful than Daphne ever remembered her, and if it was due to her blossoming relationship with George, so be it. Evelyn shook the cobwebs out, poured another mug of cider for herself, and topped off her son's mug of hot chocolate. Philip was polishing his firebolt. He'd fainted when Harry had presented it to him. The young lad was roused to quite a bit of teasing from his sisters and a burning red face. Philip had held Harry in high esteem before. Now the young head of Clan Greenger worshipped his brother-in-law. Susan and Neville were cuddling on the loveseat opposite her. Daphne suspected that Neville was actually asleep, so didn't want to disturb them. Susan was playing with his hair and gave Daphne a happy smile when she caught her eye. Daphne smiled back and wished Harry would hurry up. He and Amelia were talking with Connie, Tonks, Remus and Bill about the upcoming raid on Malfoy Manor. The Ministry was going to have 2 Aura response teams available on the 25th, the day they were going. Connie had mentioned to her that she was most concerned that there would be a large number of Death Eaters holed up at the estate. Lucius was the most recognized of the Azkaban internees, and Connie had warned the group not to play the hero. If they were outnumbered, get the holy hell out of there. Daphne frowned. From the hallway she could hear someone cursing fluently and most eloquently. The fireplace roared as someone used the flow to leave. Looking at Susan, she saw her friend frowning as well. Neville was most definitely awake and stood to head out of the room. A red-faced Tonks stormed into the room, followed by the others. Amelia stopped short and dropped the bomb. Azkaban has been leveled. The Dementors we had trapped there are out, and all the imprisoned Death Eaters have escaped. Looking at her niece, she added, "Don't wait up for me. I may not be back for a few days." The 23rd of October 1996, Monday. Amelia sat at the dinner table heavily. Frowning, Daphne asked, "Is all well, Amelia?" "Not even remotely, my dear," answered the sitting Minister for Magic. "The Prime Minister ripped my head off today about this ongoing killing of 13 Muggles a day. That plus the Azkaban nightmare, and he's less than pleased with the leadership of Her Majesty's magical subjects." Amelia sighed and said, "I don't blame him one bit. I'm furious about it, but as I explained to the man, we're doing all we can." She gave Daphne a beady eye and finished, "As you can probably guess, he was less than rude." Susan cleared her throat and asked, "Why don't we turn it around on them?" Amelia's brow furrowed. "Explain. We target known Death Eaters and eliminate them." The furrow on Amelia's brow was now matched with a frown. "I don't like that idea. Tit for tat sounds good in a novel, but in real life it's an ugly thing. Plus, we need evidence. I will not become that which we fight and randomly kill persons we suspect of being Voldemort supporters." "What is Harry? Chopped liver? Huh," a thoroughly bemused Lord Potter so eloquently stated from the head of the table. Rolling her eyes, Lady Bones responded, "Harry, your memory from the end of the Triwizard had what, 30 or 40 Death Eaters in the graveyard. All don't have to be killed. Just most. Take the captures and drain them dry with Veritaserum and Legilimency." Pursing his lips, Harry sat back in his chair. He caught Daphne's eye and she tried to send the love she felt for him as reverence. "It's a good idea, love." Harry nodded and told Amelia, "I'd be willing to submit a memory of that evening for the DMLE to pick apart. I wouldn't be surprised if many of them are not in hiding." Susan's face hardened for a moment before she reminded her aunt, "Not that long ago you said the gloves were coming off." Amelia nodded and forked some salad into her mouth as she ruminated. Exhaling, she chuckled to herself and looked at her niece ruefully. A more relaxed Amelia took another bite of her salad and chewed for a bit as she deliberated. Looking at Harry for a long moment, she directed, "Make the memory copy. I'll take it in tomorrow." They finished the meal in silence. As Amelia made her way out of the room, she paused and said, "Thank you, Harry." The 25th of October 1996, Wednesday. As they planned for their excursion to Malfoy Manor, Harry had offered up using the same pattern they'd used for taking down Knot Manor. Remus had frowned. At Harry's prompting he responded, "Usually, you don't want to fall into a pattern when conducting reconnaissance missions and raids. If the enemy is smart, and Voldemort is very smart, they will pick up on the pattern and lie in wait for it. It's a balance between originality and following up a proven modus operandi. Harry nodded and the group discussed how to mix in originality to their plan. The reconnaissance had been benign. Bill and Hermione had analyzed the wards and collected more data. The four friends had patrolled the area in their animal forms, finding nothing out of the ordinary. All in all, it looked pretty good. That's what scares the hell out of me, responded Connie Hammer when Neville had voiced that same thought. At 3 a.m. the 8-man team gathered around a BR hoop portkey. Tonks checked everyone over to ensure gear was strapped on tightly. When she got to Remus, she goosed him, to which he jumped. Not now, Tonks. He hissed at her. Sorry, Wolfie. You're just too damn why. I can't control myself. The group chuckled. Remus, Tonks, Hermione and Bill all drew their wands while the four friends prepared to shift as soon as the portkey dropped them off. All ready. Tonks got 7 nods and then cackled. Away we go. Activate. Once the swirling sensation faded and they landed, Daphne shifted to the wolf. Gathering her bearings, she took off to the west in the loping run of a wolf. Behind her, she heard the hawk beating her wings to gain altitude. The bear was heading east while the tiger prowled in the vicinity of the stream. Slowing to a trot, the wolf listened. The sounds of the forest at night gave nothing away. She could hear Remus, Tonks and Hermione set up their defensive positions around Bill as he began to analyze the wards. Hermione was going to continue to act as Bill's eye stand for the operation. They all joked that Susan and Daphne were the only others that could understand what he was saying, but they couldn't take very good notes when shifted. Returning to the present, far away in the distance she could barely make out the shambling run of the bear. No hostile sense came to her, so she slowed to a walk and began exploring the area a bit. They had appeared on the northern edge of the warded area of the manor. They didn't need to scout the entirety of the grounds, but with the escape of 30-odd Death Eaters, including Lucius Malfoy, the team was taking no chances. She heard a short, high-pitched whistle and turned back to the portkey landing point. Finding the other 7 waiting for her, she shifted to her human form and reported, nothing. Harry nodded and then told her, go ahead. Per Bill's idea, Daphne stunned Remus. Quickly transfiguring the stunned man into a steel rod, she repeated the process on Hermione, Bill and Tonks. God, I hope this works, muttered Harry. Bill had postulated that the wards would not inhibit inanimate objects. During their reconnaissance, he had casually thrown rocks across the ward line to no effect. While everyone waited on tenterhooks, the tiger had leapt across the stream to no effect either. Thus, the idea transitioned to the plan. The four friends shifted and the wolf gathered up a rod in her mouth. Hermione, she thought. The tiger had 2 rods and the bear had another. 5 minutes later, the four friends were well inside the ward line and in a secluded stand of pine trees. Dropping the rods, Daphne shifted back to restore the other 4 while the tiger and bear fanned out to keep watch. The hawk continued to circle overhead. Soon, the other 4 members of the team were sitting on the pine needles and shaking their heads. It had been Hermione's idea to stun the non-shifters first before transfiguring them. They didn't want to have any sensory deprivation issues after being transfigured into an inanimate object. 4 quick pepper-up potions later and they were ready to go. Bill and Hermione would be taking up the rear. They were needed along the intended egress route in order to tear down the wards if need be. Bill had a satchel that he had filled with ward busters. They were rune-engraved stones that had been charged with magic via leeching from ley lines. Effectively, they were magical bombs. In a discussion with Harry, Bill had estimated they would need 3 ward busters to initiate a catastrophic cascading casualty to the Malfoy wards. Harry had purchased 10. Never hurt to be safe. Tonks and Remus were in the center of the formation following the wolf. She had shown to be the best at tracking and being aware of her surroundings. Forming an arrowhead with the wolf at the tip, the tiger and the bear fanned out to the sides. As usual, the hawk was providing top cover. When they reached the formal gardens, the tiger and bear were to return to the center and shift. The hawk was to land, shift, and the group would proceed to the back of the manor house. From there, well, they'd stop in to say hello to cousin Narcissa. In a loose line, they approached the French doors facing the veranda in back of the manor house. Daphne approached the doors with Neville and Harry on each shoulder. She hid a small smile. The guys, Harry in particular, were looking extremely fierce and protective. She'd have to tell him later how dead why he was when he was like that. Shaking off the extraneous thoughts, Daphne cast diagnostic charms and found no ward or detection charms outside of a simple locking charm on the doors. A flick of her wand and the doors opened. Bill and Hermione took up defensive positions on the outside of the house. The other 6 ghosted through the doorway. After much discussion, they'd decided to stay together in the house. Usually, Neville and Susan would split from Harry and Daphne. Both Remus and Tonks had expressed reservations about that idea. Harry, med concentrated fire is always better than speed in a suspected hotspot, Remus had argued. Why do you say Malfoy Manor is a hotspot? Tonks had an amused expression. Harry, use the ins the creator gave you. Of course there are going to be a zillion Death Eaters there. Shrugging, Harry capitulated. The hallways were wide enough for the team to have a bit of separation. Remus and Harry were up front, flanked by Daphne and Tonks. Susan and Neville had rear guard walking backwards every so often to ensure they had no unexpected visitors. The intent was to clear the main floor and then move upstairs if they had time. If everything went perfectly, they'd attempt to investigate in sub-levels to the home. Daphne had voiced the thought they all shared, so we won't be going to the dungeons then. Probably. The grand dining room, ballroom, Leary and formal sitting room were all empty. However, both the Leary and grand dining room showed evidence of recent use. Parchment and maps were scattered over desks and tables. Remus hadn't even bothered to see what they were. He shrunk the entire mess and stuffed it into his pocket. Tonks waved her hands to get the rest of the group's attention. When they gathered around, she deliberately pointed to the double doors of which she was standing in front. Lots in here. Don't know how many. Harry leaned into her ear and whispered, "Get ready to activate the emergency beacon if we need it," to which Tonks nodded her head. Harry looked around at the 7 grave faces and then gave Susan a nod. She lifted her wand and cast, Reducto. Ooh. The swarms of black robes made the room appear like a pit. Tonks muttered as her hand dashed to her pocket and the emergency beacon. Activating it would bring the first and third or emergency response team within 5 minutes. Now, they just had to survive that long. In concert, 8 beams of eldritch fire leapt out of wands into the teeming of Death Eaters. Daphne and Susan immediately began conjuring animals while the other 6 continued their bombardment of the 30 or so Death Eaters that they could see. Susan and Daphne conjured a lion, tiger, bear, animated saw blades, animated swords and spears. With a quick set of charms, they all attacked the boil of Voldemort from the flanks, tearing into cloth and flesh. The lion was pulverized by a blasting curse, but the bear rushed through the attack and brought the Death Eater down before moving on to its next victim. 4 headless Death Eaters fell to the animated objects before anyone could even react. A surprisingly intelligent Death Eater cast a shield around the blades, immobilizing them. Unfortunately for him, he missed the spear which D itself. On him a moment later. His compatriot then vanished the confined objects. The tiger was running rampant. With swipes of its great paws, Death Eaters fell like wheat before the scythe. It too was dispatched by a blasting curse from behind. The screams of the wounded and dying began to get louder. By her count, Daphne saw 16 immobile Death Eaters. Ah, crap, Tonks shouted. Over the heads of the Death Eaters, they could see the top of double doors at the opposite end of the room. Tonks was being the fact that they had just opened. Unfortunately, the light-sided fighters could only assume reinforcements were boiling out of a further room. Harry, Remus and Neville were casting like machines. They stood in a semicircle with Harry in the middle. Remus' face was drawn in an unconscious snarl. Flashing his teeth, he cut down Death Eaters in front of him. Neville's expression was slack, his wand a blur. He let the intensive training they'd had over the previous months take over. Harry had to be the scariest to his enemies. He spun out of the way of a killing curse and Daphne saw his eyes glowing green. Not just the iris, the entire eye was glowing with magical power. Casting in frenzy, the 3 men tried to keep the Death Eaters pinned down, killing when they could. Bone breakers, decapitation curses, piercing charms, reductor curses, cutting curses, and a few ribbon cutters fell like hail. No stunning spells or full body binds were cast that night. Tonks was behind the group, shielding the men. Now that the transfigured items had been sent on their way, Daphne and Susan stepped in front of Tonks and added their own firepower to the covering fire. Conjured chain, cannon balls, railroad spikes and thousands of ball bearings tore into the Death Eater ranks, cutting the black-robed thugs apart. Some of the Death Eaters were recovering from the surprise and began to fight back. Emerald green killing curses began to rocket across the expanse between the two groups. Fortunately for the attackers, the recovering Death Eaters were in the back of the room, screened by their dying friends. Susan and Daphne began to rapidly conjure low marble walls for the team to duck behind when the unforgivables began flying. Chips of marble were thrown in the air when the Cruciatus or killing curse impacted. The incoming fire picked up significantly. Susan and Daphne had to ease Tonks with the shielding now as Tonks' shields were buckling too often for effectiveness. A slicing curse penetrated the shield group and felled Neville, his shoulder bleeding heavily. The room was thick with magic. The veritable firestorm of eldritch fire made it hard to see, and the attackers weren't even aiming anymore. They were just casting in a general direction, hoping to hit their enemy. A dark bludgeoning curse knocked down the shields and shattered Daphne's right knee. Screaming, she fell to the ground. Through the haze of pain, she heard Harry scream, "No!" He was there a moment later and cast a numbing charm on her leg. Watching him through the tears of pain, she saw his face go slack and his body begin to shimmer. The slackness contorted into a snarl and the boy who lived began to glow with a blue-black light. Spinning around, Harry glared at the Death Eaters. The light surrounding him pulsed and he lifted his hands as he began to float a foot in the air over his wife. Staring at them, his hands curled into claws as he lifted them over his head. Throwing back his head in a silent scream, Harry unleashed his rage, fear and magic. The wave of power exploded from him like a shockwave. The front ranks of the Death Eaters were immolated and the rest knocked to the ground. There was silence as both sides stood and gaped. Harry fell to the ground and Daphne crawled over to him. Covering him with her body, she looked up and saw a horrific sight. At the other end of the huge room was a dais. Seeing over the fallen Death Eaters, she saw an ornate throne upon which was seated a shocked Lord Voldemort. The shock retreated quickly to be replaced by incandescent rage. As the monster slowly rose, Daphne felt herself being levitated. She looked around and saw a bloody-faced Susan lifting her. Tonks was limping and levitating Harry while Remus and Neville cast covering fire. The men cast one concussion hex after another, rocking the world again. It was time to leave. They'd lasted 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Hurrying down the hall to the back doors, Daphne heard Tonks shout, "We're leaving. Bring down the wards now, goddammit." There was a deafening explosion that shook the world for a third time. With that, Daphne sank into blissful oblivion. The 26th of October 1996 Thursday. Consciousness was thrust upon Daphne as some stupid bastard opened the curtains, letting sunlight fall on her face. "Good morning," said an insanely chipper voice. "Go away." A clucking tongue caused Daphne to reach for her wand. Not finding it, she cracked open an eye to see a nurse writing on a chart. Looking about the room, Daphne saw her mother asleep in a chair next to Philip, who was asleep on the couch. Panicked, she began looking for Harry. "Where is my husband?" she asked hurriedly. "He's fine, dear. Calm down now. We don't want you to hurt yourself. You and tell me where my husband is now." The nurse's cheerful face closed up. "He's in the room next door." Daphne pulled the sheets off her and made to stand. Now, dear. You must stay in bed." The nurse clucked. Fear mixing with rage, Daphne snarled, "You will address me as, my lady, or, your ladyship. Do you understand? Now get out of my way." Daphne wobbled past the incensed nurse and her waking mother. Looking both ways out the hall, she saw oars outside of another room and headed toward it. "I'm sorry, ma'am," the red-robed Auror apologized. "No one is allowed into this room." Narrowing her eyes, she replied, "Thank you for your diligence, but that's my husband in there." With a look of apology, the man moved to the side, allowing Daphne entrance. Harry lay on the bed without bruise or blemish. If she didn't know better, Daphne would have thought him only asleep. Pressing the call button on the wall, she waited for the nurse to come explain his situation. As she stood there, her leg began to throb. Quickly finding 2 chairs, she sat in one and put her right leg on the other. The throbs quickly receded. As she watched Harry, she absently began to massage her thigh and calf. When there was a commotion at the door, Daphne saw her mother trying to get in. Let her in, please. She's my mother and Lord Potter's mother-in-law. Yes, ma'am. Evelyn rushed in the room with her hair all coming out of its bun. Looking over her daughter, she asked, "How are you?" Shrugging, Daphne answered, "My leg hurts a bit, but when I keep it elevated it's okay." She paused, then asked, "Harry?" "Magical exhaustion only. A few cuts, but that's it. George says he should be on his feet in a few days." Exhaling with relief, Daphne said, "Thanks, Mum. Anyone else in here?" "Well, Susan and Neville needed some work, but didn't stay overnight. Amelia was here for quite a while, but went home around sunrise. She was quite worried about you too. Even Lady Augusta came by for a few hours to sit with you and Harry." Evelyn paused, then gathered her courage to ask, "Blue Eyes, what are you involved in? What has Harry roped you into?" Eyes glittering with anger, Daphne turned on her mother like as. "My husband hasn't roped me into anything, Mother. We are doing our part in the war against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Beyond that, I can't tell you." Narrowing her eyes, she added, "I know your family has always been neutral in the dark, light wars, but let me tell you here and now, the Potters stand against the darkness." Taking a deep breath and rubbing her face, Daphne relaxed a bit before adding, "I'm a Potter now. Harry has to do this and I'll go to hell and back for him. It's the right thing to do." Evelyn nodded and stood. As her mother was walking to the window, Daphne saw an expression of unutterable sadness cross her face. Looking out the window, Evelyn said, "I love you and only want the best for you. I'll help you in any way I can." Turning back to watch over her husband, Daphne absently replied, "Thanks, Mum." "Ooh." Hermione stopped by after lunch with a box of baked goods. "I bought them on the way over. My mother is a great woman, but a terrible cook." Daphne smiled, toasted her friend with a bun and munched on the sugary confection. Harry was sleeping now, whereas before he had been unconscious. The healers made a big deal about the difference, but to Daphne it was irrelevant. "I want my Harry back," she muttered. Hermione nodded and gave her friend a light hug. "So do I." Shaking off the maudlin feelings, she asked, "So what happened after I pet out?" "Bill set off 5 of the ward busters." She shook her head in disbelief at the memory. "It was astounding. I could see the magical discharge and then feel the wards shatter like gel. It was pretty incredible. Anyway, you all came out." Susan had a rough-looking cut on her scalp and Neville was bleeding heavily from his shoulder. "You should have seen Remus. He was like a man possessed. I didn't know a person could cast that fast. He sent one concussion hex after the other to prevent anyone following. Blew out his eardrums doing it too. Malfoy Manor is quite trashed." Tonks grabbed a small communicator out of her pocket and called off the emergency response teams as you, Harry, Susan and Neville were portkeyed here. Apparently, she didn't want them to get slaughtered. Daphne shivered. She knew that a healthy dollop of luck was one of the main reasons they all made it out alive. True, they had been training together non-stop for months and that showed in their coordination, attack and defensive patterns. By all rights though, they shouldn't have made it out alive. Tonks estimated there were over 50 Death Eaters plus Voldemort there last night. Nodding, Daphne took another bun from the box and concurred, easily. If not more. "So, the wounded got away." Tonks called off the cavalry and then the 4 of us portkeyed here as well. Tonks had a twisted knee, Remus his ears, but Bill and I were unscathed. "Is the ministry planning a full-scale raid?" "I don't know. Amelia was here last night and had a long talk with Tonks and Remus. As soon as she was cleared, Tonks apparated away. I can only assume they are planning something. Good. I doubt anyone will be there, but who knows?" Hermione shrugged and finished. Remus was fixed up in a jiffy. He took Susan back to Rowan Hill while Neville apparated home after he was healed. Daphne nodded, happy that her friends were all healthy and safe. Just then, Harry groaned and rubbed his face as he exhaled loudly. He screwed up his face after a whiff of his breath and blindly reached for his wand. Daphne smiled and took pity on her man. Casting a quick breath-freshening charm on him, she then asked, "How do you feel, love?" He cracked his eyes open and squinted at her, tired. She nodded at the expected answer. "The healer says you're just suffering from mild magical exhaustion and will be up to snuff later today or tomorrow." He nodded then asked, "Everyone okay?" Yes. Neville and Susan were cut up. Remus blew out his eardrums and Tonks twisted her knee, but they're all healed and good to go now. What about you, wife? She shrugged. My knee is sore, but the healer says I'll have a full recovery. I told her about our workout schedule and she said to keep following it, just take it easy on the runs for a week or two. He nodded and was silent for a long moment. He was there last night, wasn't he? Yes. Damn. I missed him. Hobbling over to her husband's bed, she sat next to him and gently rubbed his. You'll get him. Sooner rather than later. However, last night showed us all that you can't do it alone. He nodded and squeezed her hand, content for the moment. The 28th of October 1996 Saturday. Daphne and Harry decided that it was time to open up Rowan Hill to their friends for an informal dinner party. Hermione had come over around noon to help with some of the preparations, but was put off by Dobby and Nob. Dobby and Nob are doing the cleaning and preparing for the master and mistress, Miss Grangy. You be going outside now, Dobby yammered at Hermione as he unceremoniously ushered the young witch to the veranda. With a dumbfounded expression, she saw the entire household on the veranda. Everyone had a sheepish expression. Daphne owned up to the truth. Dobby ushered us all out here. Evelyn and Amelia looked up from their book and the paper, smiled and returned to relaxing. Harry was a bit confused why Hermione corralled Daphne around 3 to help her get ready for the festivities. Daphne had merely rolled her eyes at her husband, patted him on the head and said, I'll explain everything to you later, dear. As usual, Remus and Tonks arrived with Neville. The Weasley boys arrived right at 6. They heard Bill, Fred and George before they saw them. Ah, it's so good to be back here, isn't it, brothers? Indubitably, brother. What say you, older brother? That you're both mentally deranged and I disavow all relation to you. You wound me, brother. Indeed. Why are you wearing those ridiculous trousers? Ridiculous. These are the height of fashion. Tell me the truth, though. Did they make my bum look big? At this point, everyone on the veranda was laughing. Susan, who didn't have a lot of exposure to the twins, was holding on to Neville as she laughed. Remus smiled wistfully, obviously remembering James and Sirius acting like the twins, while he vainly attempted to bring a smidgen of sanity to their lives. As the 3 laughing redheads exited the house, the laughter redoubled itself. The twins were wearing leather-plaid bell-bottom trousers. They were a strange white, blue, yellow pattern that was so loud as to be deafening. Hermione. Come on. Bill and the twins are here. Hermione came downstairs and all heads turned. She was beautiful. Her clothes were just right and Daphne had helped her with her hair and makeup. An elaborate id worked down the back of her scalp in a most fetching way. Harry looked at his oldest friend with stunned amazement. After a long moment he turned to his wife and cocked an eyebrow in lieu of a question. Look at Bill, Daphne whispered in reply. Harry turned in the direction Daphne indicated and saw the eldest Weasley brother standing there thunderstruck. His drink forgotten, he almost dumped his pint on his shoes when he saw Hermione. Turning back to his wife, Harry asked, Really? Daphne nodded and pulled him over to a corner of the veranda. Speaking low, she said, she really likes him and I think he fancies her a bit. They are the only 2 singles that can actually have an intelligent conversation with each other. I mean, really, can you see Hermione and Ron Weasley discussing the intricacies of the third universal law of transfiguration and its implications in daily life? Raising his eyebrows, Harry nodded in agreement. Not really, no. After a long pause, he asked, So, how old is Bill? Narrowing her eyes, Daphne answered, It's none of your business, husband, how old he is or the age difference between the 2 of them. But, stow your butts, Harry. Softening, she ran her hands on his in a possessive manner before adding, I know you see her as your sister and you only want the best for her. I know that you'll destroy anyone that hurts her. Fortunately, so too does everyone else. She's a big girl who can take care of herself. She's 17, Harry. An adult for all intents and purposes. Plus, Bill's a pretty good guy. Exhaling loudly, he ed her on the forehead and pulled her close. She could feel him nuzzling into her hair before he muttered, I can't protect her, can I? She smiled and squeezed her man tight. Not always, love. Come on, let's mingle and enjoy tonight. They began mixing with their guests and Daphne was forcibly reminded of how much fun the twins were. In an innuendo-laden conversation, they managed to infer that she and Harry ought to be having problems walking due to extracurricular activities. Ah, boys. If only you knew. Daphne sighed, ed them both on the cheek and then mock hobbled to the drinks table. She looked back and joined in the resultant laughter. Turning back, she saw Harry and Remus laughing about something the older man was saying. Remus noticed her watching and raised his GL in a friendly salute. She smiled at him and then stiffened. With a crash, Harry dropped the plate he was carrying, his hors d'oeuvres scattering across the slate of the veranda. Effortlessly, Daphne vaulted over the table as Harry's hands flew to his head. Remus dropped his pint and moved to steady the now staggering Harry. By the time Daphne got to him, Harry had steadied and was panting like a racehorse. She placed herself in front of his face as his eyes narrowed in concentration and effort. He was under an enormous strain but wasn't screaming in pain like he had during previous legilimency attacks. His face contorted in effort and mental tension as he threw all he could at his occlumency shields. His emerald green met her vint blue and the ephemeral connection took place. Slowly, Harry's effort seemed to ease a bit. After a long moment, the strain in his face eased and he leisurely closed his eyes in relief. Remus helped Harry to stand up straight as Daphne wrapped her arms around him in concern and relief. Harry gave a long sigh as she enveloped him from the front and Moony from the back. She could hear Remus mutter, "Damn you to hell, Voldemort." "Amen," was her only response. "You all right?" she asked after a long moment. "Actually, I am. A bit knackered, but on the whole I'm more hungry than wiped out. The occlumency is paying off." He nodded to Remus, who had relaxed his MCA. Smiling in return, Remus moved off to talk with Tonks and Bill on the other side of the veranda. Harry looked around and saw their guests watching with horrified expressions. Harry chuckled at them and asked, "Who's up for a good meal?" Fred gave a resounding cheer and grabbed Susan. Together, they danced the tango into the dining room, causing the tension to break and the party to resume. Harry and Daphne followed the group, arm in arm. She looked up at his face and though tired, he was smiling. Maybe they could win after all. The 31st of October 1996 Tuesday. Hear ye, hear ye. Ye lords and lady, members and proxy members, take your seats for this 20th convocation of the ruling Wizengamot of Britannia that was in the year 1996. Daphne watched the shuffling and shambling of the members in the rotunda below. Harry and Richard Macmillan were conversing while Susan, Neville and Lord Jones were chatting. Looking around the room, she saw many of the members glaring in the general direction of the 15. Surely, the urtiveness of the group recently had raised some hackles. The trumping of the Wizengamot body proved to the likes of the Malfoys, Lestranges, Knots and so on that they were not the creme de la creme as they so wanted to be. They didn't seem to like the reminder too much. A soft tap on her left hand caused Daphne to regard Lady Augusta. They'd taken to sitting together during the convocations and her fondness for the grande dame had only grown. The Dowager Lady Longbottom had shown her political acumen on more than one occasion by offering sound advice on the happenings below them. 2 weeks before, she'd teared up when Neville had risen and berated the sponsor of a bill that increased the Muggleborn tax on businesses. The young lord had systematically torn the bill to shreds and motioned for it to be removed from the docket. The members had rallied to his impioned cries and the bill was stricken. Lady Augusta had been gripping Daphne's hand the entire time and at the end applauded her grandson. "He's becoming a good man." "He always was a good man," Daphne corrected gently. "He's becoming a giant among men." Lady Augusta had merely smiled and patted the younger woman's hand. Returning to the present, Daphne watched Dumbledore rise and begin the session. Frowning, she saw the chief warlock watching Harry like a hawk for the entire session, the bulk of which was taken up with discussion about the increase in the Auror force. There was no vote called. Despite a vigorous and somewhat ridiculous criticism of the Auror increase, Harry and the other members of the 15 chose to watch the debate, while refraining from participation. Amusing to Daphne, Triton Knott and Ricardo Lestrange let the discussion peter out when they saw that the 15 were not rising to the bait. Obviously, the ruling group had not changed their mind from the previous votes and Knott and Lestrange had no hope of a reversal of the expansion of the law enforcement agents. The session was called to a close and when the chief warlock's gavel banged on his desk, Daphne helped Lady Augusta to her feet. "It looks like those people aren't going to let the DMLE issue lie, does it, my dear?" Lady Augusta opined in a soft voice. No, my lady, it doesn't. Lady Augusta hooked her arm through Daphne's and the younger woman iced the older down the stairs to the main chamber. Approaching Harry and the other 15, Lady Augusta patted Daphne on the arm and said, I'll just have a seat here, dear. Please tell Neville that I'm here and when he's ready, we'll head home. With a smile, Daphne moved off just as she saw Albus Dumbledore move toward Harry wearing a solemn expression. She pulled up next to Harry and tapped his hand. When he turned to her, she nodded in the direction of the approaching headmaster. He glanced in the direction and registered the approach of the elderly man. His face hardening, he gave her a smile on the forehead and muttered, Thanks, love. My lord, how are you and your lovely wife this fine day? We are well, Chief Warlock. Yourself? I am well, thank you. Might I have a word with you? Frowning, Daphne took Harry's proffered arm and they followed Dumbledore into a side room. They seated themselves around a round table and the Potters silently waited for Dumbledore to begin. My lord, I am concerned about some reports that have reached me. Daphne rolled her eyes. What a ridiculously dramatic statement that couldn't be more vague if he tried. Harry concurred when he bit out, Get to the point. Sir. Sighing, Dumbledore nodded and replied, I understand you have been participating in raids on Death Eater strongholds. Harry and Daphne frowned at that. She beat Harry to the punch and asked, How would you have learned that? Dumbledore's eye twinkle kicked into high gear. Oh, here and there. Now she was mad. Chief Warlock, if you do not answer, not only is this interview at an end, but we will have to petition the minister over dinner tonight to have you questioned by the Aurors as to your knowledge of classified information. With narrowed eyes, Harry said, I do not appreciate your prying, Chief Warlock. If anything, it smacks of espionage. Is there a purpose to all this or are you just showing off what you know? Taken aback by the double-barreled blast from the Potters, Dumbledore blanched. Recollecting himself with admirable speed, the old man held his hands out in a soothing gesture. I am no spy. Despite the animosity you hold for me, Harry, you know I am no supporter of Voldemort. Reluctantly, Harry nodded but then continued, to follow up my wife's question, how do you know this information? Dumbledore paused and then said, I am reluctant to reveal my source as they have risked themselves in disclosing this to me. Well, that's just too bad. Daphne spat, he ought not to have said anything in the first place. Your little informant should have kept his mouth shut. People get killed when secrets like this leak. I will consider this. Dumbledore rumbled. Harry stood and extended his hand to Daphne. While you consider it, we shall take our leave. Good day. Daphne smiled at Harry's tactics and took his hand. As she stood, Dumbledore sighed again and said, Kingsley Shacklebolt. With a smug smile, Harry asked, See, that wasn't too hard, was it? Dumbledore ignored the sarcasm as the couple retook their seats. My purpose in meeting with you today is to bring some concerns of mine to your attention. When Harry and Daphne replied with silence, the old man continued in a somewhat defeated tone. I am concerned about some of your behavior, Harry. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, obviously reining in his temper. As I have told you before, you will address me as, my lord, or, your lordship. Now what behavior of mine is any business of yours? On these raids in which you have participated, I understand you have killed. Daphne gaped at the audacity of the man across the table from her. Harry must have anticipated the question as he merely smiled at the man and asked a counter question. You would have me defeat Voldemort and his Death Eaters without killing them. Only the Aurors should kill. Or are the Death Eaters and their leader only allowed to kill? I'm confused on a few points, Chief Warlock. First, how is this any business of yours, and second, what are the rules regarding killing? I'm quite curious. Daphne couldn't help herself. A giggling laugh bubbled up from her belly and rolled out before she could stop it. Harry had a wide smile and turned to her, squeezing her thigh under the table. Continuing in his defeated tone, Dumbledore explained, I am merely concerned for your overall well-being. Harry stood and helped Daphne from her chair. Very stiffly, he replied, Thank you for your concern. Good day. As they made their way out of the hall en route to the atrium, Daphne became worried about her silent husband. A quick apparition later, they were home and she put her hand on his arm. Are you all right? He turned to her and smiled. Yeah. I'm concerned that Shacklebolt is talking to Dumbledore about things he ought not to discuss, but I'm okay otherwise. Annoyed at the old man. Wish he'd just leave me alone. He can take his concerns, roll them up, stuff his pipe and smoke them. Chuckling at the visual, Daphne wrapped her arms around her husband, which he reciprocated. After a long minute, she asked, "Does the killing bother you?" He shook his head and whispered, "Unfortunately, it doesn't." After a considering pause, he added, "I'm afraid of what that may mean." She tightened her hold and told him, "I feel the same way. Maybe it's part of integrating our animal ka. Maybe it's because we've killed scum who needed a good killing." She pulled back and looked him in the eye. "You aren't going dark, of that I'm sure." He ran his hand through her raven tresses before leaning in and softly ing her. "What would I do without you?" She smiled impishly and replied, "You'd still be lonely who didn't have much fun." He laughed and said, "Well, we can't have that, can we?" Scooping her into his arms, he headed for the stairs and the master bedroom. "Come, wife, we've some things to discuss." "Ooh, I like these discussions." "Ooh." As you can see, Amelia, we're quite concerned about this leak of information. A furious Amelia Bones sat at the dinner table. Harry had just recounted the discussion he and Daphne had with the chief warlock. "I agree wholeheartedly, Harry. I'll have Connie in first thing in the morning and then the two of us will have a bit of a chat with Shacklebolt." Quote. Harry nodded and let the matter drop. Daphne agreed. Shacklebolt's future was none of their business. He'd made his bed, he'd have to lie in it. It was a quiet meal. Susan was at Green Hills dining with Neville and Lady Augusta. Philip was at a friend's house for the week and Evelyn was out to dinner with George Stebbins. Talk turned to their day and devolved into another politics lesson by Amelia. By nature she wasn't a bossy woman. In fact she was very hands-off in her raising of Susan. Usually, she'd give the girl advice through a story and then let her loose. She firmly believed that experience was the best educator when guidance failed. All three were laughing as Amelia recounted a rather humorous experience from her OR days that involved two leprechauns and a quintape when the fireplace in the entry hall roared. Daphne glanced at the clock and saw it was too early for Susan or Evelyn to return and discreetly drew her wand. She smiled grimly when she noticed her husband and Amelia had done the same. The pat-pat-pat of rapidly approaching feet told the threesome that the person was running. Amelia came around the table to have some cover as Harry and Daphne spread out. Out of the corner of her eye, Daphne saw Harry shift to the tiger and nodded in agreement. A moment later, the wolf stood there, coiling her muscles for a leaping attack. A disheveled Connie Hammer ran in the family dining room. She scanned the room, ignoring the 500-pound tiger and bristling she-wolf. Zeroing in on Amelia, she barked, "Gringotts is under attack by 100 Death Eaters and Voldemort himself is leading the attack." "Happy Halloween, Harry," thought Daphne. "Gringotts is under attack?" Harry asked. "Yes," Connie Hammer answered. Turning to Amelia, she outlined the situation. "We've recalled all ORs to OR Training Camp 1, which we are using as a staging area." Glancing at her watch, she continued, "All ORs should be there within the next 3 minutes. I've Scrimgeour setting up a plan to neutralize as many of the Death Eater forces as we can." Indicating toward the hallway and the flow connection, Connie asked, "Shall we?" Daphne and Harry hurriedly followed the minister and DMLE head. When Connie glanced back at them and then gave Amelia a questioning glance, Amelia responded, "We need them." A quick flow ride later, the four emerged into a large room bustling with activity. Shouts from the more than 20 fireplaces burning green with flow calls added to the general cacophony. Harry and Daphne followed Amelia and Connie to a large table where Rufus Scrimgeour stood next to a clipboard-toting wizard. "And find out how many goddamn trolls are there," the head OR finished as the foursome approached. "Rufus, report," Amelia barked. Surprised, Scrimgeour turned around and said, "Oh, Madam Minister, I didn't see you there." Taking a moment to collect himself, he outlined the situation. "We have approximately 75 to 100 persons dressed in Death Eater garb holding Diagon Alley. The focus of the attack is Gringotts, but they are burning many of the businesses in that section of the alley. There are an unknown number of mountain trolls in the alley. Apparently, the creatures are screening the body of supposed Death Eaters from the Leaky Cauldron section of the alley. It is known that Lord Voldemort is leading the alt proper. Watkins saw him at the head of the rabble as they strode down the alley toward the bank. The goblins have brought up all their wards, including the lethal ones. We estimate it will take Lord Voldemort over a week to bring down those defenses. At this point, Harry and Daphne exchanged a look. She inclined her head toward an unoccupied fireplace and said, "Neville and Susan." He nodded and turned back to the briefing. Daphne skittered to the fireplace, tossed in the requisite flow powder and called, "Green Hills." Closing her eyes and sticking her head in the green flames, she waited for the spinning sensation to cease before she opened her eyes again. "Neville," she shouted into the entry hall. A heartbeat later, Neville apparated into the entry hall with his wand in hand. A second after he arrived, Susan followed. "You're both needed at Auror Training Camp 1. Transfigure your clothes and get over here now." She backed out of the fireplace and stepped out of the way as first Neville and then Susan tumbled out of the green flames. Explaining the situation to the other two, Daphne saw that Harry was still at the map table and watching the head Auror point out items on the map of Diagon Alley. Tonks sidled up to Neville with Remus looking over her shoulder. Daphne sent the marauder a quizzical look to which he smiled and shrugged his shoulders as if to say, "Hey, it looked like fun to come." The counter-attack plan was shaping up in 2 stages. First, a small group of Aurors would portkey into the alley in the vicinity of Flourish and Blotz, close enough to the screening troll line to get their attention and hopefully the attention of the Death Eaters behind them. From there, it was pretty dicey. There were 250 Aurors in the staging area waiting to jump. 50 would portkey in the distraction group, leaving 200 in the main body. Opposing them was a force of 100-odd Death Eaters, an unknown number of trolls and Lord Voldemort. Not the best odds. When attacking a force, overwhelming superiority of fire or numbers is desired. Superiority of both fire and numbers is best. Amelia turned to Harry and said, "You will need to be with the main body attack force. Do not get in the front line. The Aurors will be briefed that you are to personally engage Voldemort and their function is to get you close enough to him." She paused and with a serious expression, asked, "Are you ready for this?" Harry nodded grimly. Amelia squeezed his shoulder and looked at all the friends gathered, saying, "Godspeed you all." Tonks led the way to the jump point where over 200 Aurors were gathered in tight knots around portkeys. Scrimgeour went to a group as well and tucked in tight. As Amelia and Connie climbed a short stage, Tonks started laughing and pointed. Following her finger, Daphne saw a dozen Aurors placing green orbs the size of cricket balls into satchels that were strapped to their side. Tonks gave a feral grin and explained to all, "Those guys are sappers, explosive experts, and the green orbs are fragmentation explosives. When they detonate, the erumpent fluid explodes something huge and sends shards of sharpened steel in all directions. A cool function they've just developed is the ability to control the direction of the blast." Tonks' eyes narrowed with malice. "Bastards won't know what hit them." Connie gave last-minute direction to the embled teams including the orders about Harry and Voldemort. This caused quite a few stares of incredulity at the teenager from the older law enforcement officers. In the end, most shrugged, drew their wand and waited. Daphne pulled Harry into a brief but intense. So no one else could hear, she whispered, "I love you with all my heart, husband." He smiled at her and replied, "And I you, wife." After ing her softly, he smiled and said, "Let's go kill some bad guys." She smiled back and shook her head in mock exasperation. "It's not bad guys, Harry. It's perpetrators of illegal activities. Right, ready." Grasping the hoop portkey, she answered, "As I'll ever be." Ooh. 10 minutes later they arrived at the mouth of Nocturne Alley. Daphne couldn't see well as their friends were a rank behind the front line. To the right down Diagon Alley was Gringotts, to the left was the Leaky Cauldron. Just as Neville leaned forward over Harry's shoulder to say something, a series of roars thundered from the left in Diagon Alley. "Trolls," commented Harry in a blasé tone. When Daphne raised an eyebrow at him, he smirked and waved a hand at her. "Old hat. Something for an ickle for Stee. Don't get cocky, it gets you killed." Daphne and Harry turned to see a woman of middle age standing behind them with a grave expression. Meeting her solemn eyes, Daphne nodded and her light mood evaporated. Her knee gave a slight twinge, forcibly reminding her of Malfoy Manor and the beating they had received there. Seeing movement, she glanced at Neville and saw him rubbing his shoulder. He was obviously remembering as well. "Let's go," shouted Scrimgore from the front of the group. "He may be a prick, but he's got courage," commented Susan. Nodding, the Potters advanced out of the alley. The sappers split into two groups, 10 to deal with the trolls and the rest to act as a small arms artillery of sorts. The first 50 or so oars were disillusioned to give the group a few extra seconds to flood the alley. Harry and Daphne made the turn into Diagon, flanked by Remus and Tonks, Neville and Susan behind them. All Daphne could see was the 10 oars in front of her and beyond them a wall of black cloaks. "Me," she heard Tonks exclaim. "Now," Scrimgore commanded. 25 fragmentation orbs flew through the air and landed in the midst of the Death Eaters. With a thunderous roar, the orbs exploded. With the Death Eaters falling like dominoes, the 75 disillusioned oars simultaneously attacked. Eldritch fire lanced across the distance, separating the two forces as a second volley of the deadly orbs flew across the gap. Behind them, the sound of more explosives detonating mixed with roars from the besieged trolls. The sound of fighting began to percolate up through Daphne's hearing and into her consciousness. Focusing on the Death Eaters in front of them, she blocked out all noises behind her. There was nothing she could do about it, so it didn't matter. "I love you, Harry," she said as she stared to her front. "With all my heart, Daph," he responded. The oars began to move forward, advancing under the cover of the explosive orbs and the first few ranks of oars. The Death Eaters' lack of coherent training was showing. In the face of well-trained and organized troops, they were being slaughtered. Already 40 Death Eaters drained their life's blood on the cobbles of Diagon Alley. Eyes narrowed, Daphne was suspicious. "It can't be this easy." It wasn't. A screeching roar sounded from the midst of the Death Eaters. Quickly they parted, and for the first time in her life, Daphne laid eyes on a chimera. It was terrifying. Most people laugh at the idea of the chimera. Head of a lion, body of a goat and tail of a dragon. To see the beast in front of oneself dispels any and all humor in a heartbeat. The lion's head isn't the tawny leonine visage that's seen the world round in pictures and the cinema. It has a black countenance with streaks of blood red running back from its ringed jaw. The glowing red eyes promise death. The goat body is amazingly muscled. Incredible strength is on display, powering the razor-sharp hooves. The short black hair ripples with each flexing underneath the skin. The dragon's tail is mostly reminiscent of the Hungarian horntail. Long, sinuous and black, it is studded with crimson spikes. At the end was a horn configuration that was reminiscent of a battle axe. Breathing green fire, the beast stalked toward the attacking oars, tearing up cobblestones as it approached. It opened its mouth and sounded a call of despair to its enemies. Where a phoenix uplifts the righteous and causes the unjust to quail, the chimera had the opposite effect, and it was devastating. As the front ranks of the oars recoiled from the chimera's call, it swept its tail first right and then left, scattering bodies like toothpicks. The sappers changed the focus of their attack, causing the beast to be bombarded with enough magical high explosive to rival a night's bombing by the Luftwaffe during the Blitz. Through the dust and smoke, the chimera sounded its call again. The next rank of oars kept pouring spellfire into the Death Eater ranks. The S of Voldemort had been rocked back on their heels by the attack, and the officers wanted to keep their initiative. Harry cast one bone-shattering curse after another at the rampaging chimera until Daphne's hand on his arm stopped him. "What?" Pointing to her right, she indicated a group of 5 wizards. "They're casting the killing curse at the beast and it's not having an effect. Husband your strength for Voldemort. Let everyone else deal with the chimera." Scowling at her, he finally nodded and returned to pouring spellfire into the Death Eaters. The next minutes felt like hours to Daphne and also like seconds. The Death Eaters tried to rally 3 times, and each time they fell like corn to the combine. The bodies fell in slow motion, yet the whipping tail and slashing hooves of the chimera moved like quicksilver, far too fast to track. The raging chimera, leaving Daphne, Harry and their friends at the forefront of the attack, had decimated the front 4 ranks of oars. "Tonks, I love you." Startled, Daphne looked to her right and saw Remus charging the chimera after his declaration. A shocked Tonks could only stare at him for a moment before recollecting herself. Seeing Daphne's astonished stare, the young oar snapped, "Do something useful. Give the man some covering fire. Damn your eyes." Nodding, Daphne turned back to the front and began a series of ribbon-cutting curses that dropped groups of Death Eaters. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched Remus charge the Miv creature. Conjuring as he ran, a 5-foot-long javelin appeared in his hand. Wincing as he dashed toward his quarry, he held the silver-colored weapon high. Sliding left, then right, he slowly advanced on the raging animal. Finally, he was within 10 feet of the beast. Remus took a final shaky breath, cast a quick spell at the ground in front of him and leapt as high as he could. For a normal wizard, a 2-foot vertical jump would have been about normal. Being a werewolf, Remus cleared 5 feet. He still only reached the bottom of the chimera's jaw. When he landed, though, the springboard charm he'd cast shot him a good 20 feet in the air. Daphne grabbed Susan's shoulder and together the women began to rapidly transfigure rubble into cannonballs, razor-sharp chain, hundreds of musket balls, saw blades and the like. Harry noticed their work and began banishing the weapons toward the Death Eaters, grunting as he cast. Oars were falling now. The Death Eaters had been rocked back on their heels and the oars were going for the throat, but the thugs in black still had some bite. Unforgivables lanced out sporadically from the Death Eater ranks. Interspersed were other lethal curses that weren't so power-draining. The oars were working in teams. For every 4 law enforcement agents that were casting spells, one was shielding, which included conjuring solid walls to block unforgivables. At this point, Diagon Alley was full of debris and there was a small hill of shattered marble and granite piled up between the two forces. When Remus broke the ranks and charged the chimera, both sides paused and stared at him. One of the Aur team leaders had raised his fist in the air and screamed an old Welsh battle cry before following the former professor. Charging the Death Eater ranks, the Aurs drew or conjured blades. Daphne knew she was not very good with a sword, but she was fairly deadly with a long dagger. Conjuring the 1.5-foot long blade for her left hand, she plunged into the M of black next to her husband. Harry was wielding a short sword in his left hand as he rained death from his wand. As the two forces collided, Remus landed on the back of the chimera. With a loud cry, he drove the silver javelin into the base of the beast's skull. Ooh! The scream of pain and rage from the Miv chimera was a physical force that knocked everyone in the alley flat on the ground. The beast's tail whipped around and caught Remus in the ribcage, throwing him through the air like a rag doll. No! Tonks rose and sprinted after her wounded lover. Daphne saw Harry rise and make to follow her, but he paused, looking off over Daphne's shoulder. Turning, she saw Lord Voldemort slowly stalking toward her husband. Move back, love. Harry gently pushed Daphne behind him and saw him take a steadying breath. The subsequent battle was so fast, so violent and so powerful that no one who saw it could accurately describe it afterwards. The Death Eaters counterattacked the Aurs. Daphne, Susan and Neville found themselves protecting Harry's back from attacking Death Eaters. Twice Susan had a clear shot at Voldemort, but couldn't take advantage of it because she was forced to defend from a Death Eater attack. Voldemort opened with the killing curse, which Harry dodged. As the green ribbon of death lanced out at Harry, he was already moving and cast 3 bone-shattering curses. One hit Voldemort in the left arm, causing the man to scream in pain, shards of bone jutting from his left forearm. Glaring hatefully at this opponent, Voldemort didn't even bother healing himself. He began a furious assault on Harry, pounding the young lord's shield with curse after curse, driving Harry to his knees. The fusillade continued until Harry couldn't even counterattack. Desperate to help Harry, Daphne banished a cobblestone at the Dark Lord. The brick hit Voldemort in his left arm, bringing the man to his knees. Harry rose from the ground, shaking the blood out of his eyes. Seeing his nemesis on the ground, Harry paused. Fool! Voldemort ground out. Whipping his wand over his head in an elongated circle, Voldemort created a windstorm that ate up the bits of stone and rock that littered the alley. With a wand gesture from the Dark Lord, the rock-filled tornado attacked Harry and began to beat him senseless. Spot apparating, Harry appeared behind his opponent and hit the man in the back with the asphyxiation curse. Grasping his throat, Voldemort quickly countered the curse and began to pound Harry with curses again. Summoning rubble and banishing it at his opponent, the Dark Lord began to crumble Harry's defenses. Lemniscus Defindo. Daphne cast her ribbon-cutting curse with all the power she could muster. Voldemort's shield flared and then failed. The horizontal pink string of magic continued and with ridiculous ease severed the Dark Lord's right leg at the knee. Magical exhaustion quickly overcame Daphne. She and Voldemort fell at the same time. As her vision grayed, she saw the Dark Lord reach in his robes to activate a portkey. The last thing she saw before unconsciousness claimed her was Harry panting on the ground, blood trickling from his ears, nose and mouth. The 1st of November 1996, Wednesday. The same stupid bastard opened the curtains so the sun fell on Daphne, waking her from a sound sleep. "Good morning, my lady," chirped the insanely chipper voice. Groaning, Daphne rubbed her face. Without opening her eyes, she asked, "Where is my husband?" Learning her lesson from her last encounter with Lady Potter, the nurse answered, "He's in the bed next to you, my lady." "Thank you." Rolling to her left, Daphne saw Harry lying fast asleep. "Not again," she murmured. "How do you feel?" asked a voice from the foot of her bed. Looking up, she saw George Stebbins with a clipboard in his hand. "Tired," she answered. Nodding, he made a quick note on the file and began waving his wand over Daphne, which quickly finished. "Well, you are fit as a fiddle. Your core has recharged nicely and I doubt you'll feel any effects come tomorrow." Harry. Sighing, George sat on the side of Daphne's bed and set the clipboard down. Concussion, 7 broken ribs, broken left arm, numerous Asians, internal bleeding. Considering he was going toe to toe with he who must not be named, I'd say he's doing quite well. He's breathing after all. He'll be fine, right? Giving her a small smile, the healer patted her on the leg and replied, "He'll be fine. We gave him a MIV dose of Skelegro when he came in yesterday. That's done its job and the internal injuries have all healed as well. You'll both go home tomorrow." Exhaling her relief, Daphne rubbed her face again. Sitting up, she groaned again. She was definitely sore all over. "Your mother should be back soon. She went home last night at midnight. I had to nearly drag her out." Daphne nodded her understanding before going still. Collecting herself, she regarded George with a very serious expression. "Uncle George, I realize that you and Mother are in a relationship." When he opened his mouth to reply, she cut him off with a hand wave. "I approve. You have been good for my mother and I believe she is good for you, as well. However," here her expression darkened, "don't you hurt her." George's expression was halfway between serious and amused. "This is a bit of a turnabout, isn't it? The daughter is giving her mother's suitor the warning." With a slightly abashed expression, Daphne said, "That may be, but I am serious." "So am I." "Good. Then we shan't have any problems then, shall we? Why don't you come by Rowan Hill for dinner Friday evening?" Smiling openly, George answered, "I'd like that quite a bit." "You'd like what?" Evelyn asked as she entered the room. Turning to her, he answered, "Daphne's invited me to dine on Friday." Smiling, she placed her hand on George's shoulder and said, "That's good. I think we shall have quite a bit of fun." Neville and Susan followed Evelyn in the room. Both of their faces brightened seeing Daphne up and awake. Susan came to Daphne's bed and asked, "How are you?" "Pretty good. I'm tired and sore, but otherwise all right." Daphne indicated the still sleeping Harry, "will be fine as well. Broken bones and whatnot, but nothing serious or long term." When Susan gave a relieved sigh, Daphne asked, "What about Remus and Tonks?" Neville answered, "Remus is in the next room. He was pretty mashed up. The Chimera wasn't too happy to die and broke him up in return. Fortunately, Tonks got to him quickly and portkeyed him here." Daphne nodded and threw back the sheets on her bed. Reaching for a dressing gown that Dobby must have brought, she stood. "Neville, stay here in case Harry wakes. I'll be right back." Susan helped her stand and make her way next door. She didn't try to stop her friend for she understood. A woman of her house needed her and Daphne was obligated to help. Ties of duty and love bound Daphne to the young metamorph. Tonks was quickly becoming a quirky older sister and Daphne wanted to help her in her time of need. So too did Susan. Pushing the door open, Daphne saw Tonks leaning back in her chair, staring at the sleeping Remus. Without moving, Tonks greeted the two. "Watcher. Daph, Susan. How are you, Tonks?" Snorting in derision, "I'm fine. I was on the battlefield for 5 minutes. Remus is broken like a twig, though." Frowning at Tonks' tone, Daphne exchanged a look with Susan. "How is he? Healing?" They dosed him with what seemed like a quart of Skelegro before pouring a bloody vat of other potions down his throat. Tonks' hands went to her face as she sobbed, "That ing chimera. One of its spikes pierced his heart. One more minute and he'd have died. The two young women approached the sobbing Auror and gingerly wrapped her in a hug. Holding on to the two, Tonks let her fear, sorrow and despair pour out of her. After a few minutes, her cries softened until they were just snuffles. Thanks. Rubbing the older woman's back, Susan answered, no problem. It's what friends do. Giving Susan a watery smile, Tonks nodded. The healer entered the room, performing her morning rounds. Apparently, Remus and Harry were in similar straits and both had similar prognoses, full recovery after rest. After sitting with Tonks for an hour, Daphne said, I think I need to get back in bed for a bit. Neville was sitting in a chair next to Evelyn. They both were reading books. Neville had Runes, a beginner's reader, while Evelyn was reading The Divine Comedy by Dante. How's Tonks? Asked Neville. Shrugging, Daphne settled into her bed and replied, as good as she can be. She had a good cry and I think that helped. Remus is going to be okay, that's what she's grasping for her sanity. With her father having been murdered, I think she'd go around the twist if she lost Remus. Susan is going to call Andromeda and ask if she would come sit with her for a bit. Neville nodded at the news. They all turned when Harry groaned and began smacking his lips. That had to have been the most disgusting potion on the planet, he mumbled. Hey, mate, Neville greeted him. How are you? Blinking, Harry fumbled on the nightstand for his glees. Putting them on, he looked around the room before focusing on Daphne. Sore as hell, Nev. How's Remus? Daphne outlined Mooney's status before telling Harry about his own health. As the general conversation picked up, Harry became quiet and seemed to pull into himself. After Evelyn excused herself to return to Philip, Daphne watched her husband closely and saw the moment that he made his resolve. He expanded out of himself again and set his jaw in a determined pose that made her want to stand up and cheer. Quirking her eyebrow at him in an unspoken question, Daphne waited. He smiled at her and winked. Slowly the smile faded until his expression was deadly serious. The talk in the room petered out and Harry explained. Voldemort treated me like a rag doll. We got in 2 lucky shots on him and another that he countered immediately. I have to be better. Pausing, he reiterated forcefully, I will be better. Next time he dies. The 2nd of November 1996, Thursday. Amelia Bones entered their hospital room just as Harry finished dressing. Ah, good, I've caught up to you both. Settling on the visitor's chair, she indicated to Harry's bed. After Daphne settled next to her husband, Amelia said, I've nominated the two of you for the Order of Merlin 2nd CL. Harry scowled and was about to retort when Daphne quelled him with a hand on his arm. Instead, she asked, who else is being honored? There will be an automatic 3rd CL awarded to all those who perished or were wounded. Nodding absently, Daphne followed up. And Remus. Amelia looked away and Harry pounced. I won't accept a bucket of spit if Remus doesn't at least get a 2nd CL. He killed a chimera single-handedly and almost died for it. Harry, Remus is a good man, but the fact is that he's a werewolf. Get out, Harry interrupted. Daphne was stunned. She liked Amelia, but the minister wasn't even making an effort to do the right thing by Remus. Shocked, Amelia regarded the irate Lord Potter for a long moment. She seemed to sag into herself and wiped her face with a tired hand. I thought you were a better person, Amelia. Perhaps I was wrong. This comment from Harry was like a physical blow to the minister. Recoiling in shock was followed by her face twisting in anger. Listen to me, Harry Potter, she spat. I couldn't put him in for any award and get it through the voting process, and you know it well. You could try. Now her face fell in obvious shame. Nodding at the truth of the statement, she looked at glaring Potters and whispered, You're right, I could. In a frigid tone, Daphne asked, Will you? Amelia hesitated and then nodded. Daphne smiled and then offered an olive nch. Wait a few days, we'll get Weasley the Younger working on whipping the press into a fervor of support for Remus. Good idea, replied a chastised Amelia. After a wry smile, she met their eyes with a bit of confidence and said, You do know that I allow very few people on the planet to speak to me as you two just did. Harry gave a small smile of his own and replied, Only because we were right. Nodding again, Amelia rose, hesitated and then approached Harry. Looking him in the eye, she said, You have grown strong, Harry. I'm very proud of you. With that, she said him. Turning to Daphne, She added, and he wouldn't be the man he is without you. After emcing Daphne, she left with a small wave. Harry pulled Daphne to him. As she snuggled into his arms, she heard him mutter into her hair, I would be nothing without you. You've saved me. And you me. At that moment, the door opened again. The Potters looked over and saw Remus Lupin enter, his eyes red. He walked over to the still cuddling couple and emced them both. Tonks followed her man in and joined the family hug. After a long minute, they all released each other. Daphne wiped her face and asked, so, I guess you heard all that. Yeah, I'm touched that the two of you did that. Shaking his head, he clarified, not because of the award, though that would be nice. It's because you two obviously care enough about me to make that stand to Amelia. Thank you. Daphne smiled and emced Remus gently. Harry patted the last true marauder on the shoulder and murmured, I couldn't do any less for you. As the foursome made their way to the fireplaces to flow home, Remus said, don't be too hard on Amelia. She's a good woman who was blindsided by her own mild prejudice and a sense of political inertia. It wasn't personal and I don't take it as such. Daphne nodded in agreement and turned to Harry. After a long moment's thought, he too nodded in ent. Remus smiled softly for a moment. His face hardened and he said, I think we need to step up our efforts at finding a way to banish Voldemort once and for all. He paused and then continued, Harry, I know how much you dislike the headmaster, but we might want to consider bringing him into the research effort. Despite his behavior, he is brilliant, with an unmatched life experience and has the entirety of Hogwarts at his disposal. Daphne was impressed. No one brought up Dumbledore to Harry, and here Remus was advising Harry to bring the man into his council. Even more impressive was Harry's reaction. I'll think about it, Remus. You make good points, and if I can't set aside my pride to finish lips, then I have a very serious problem, He smiled and gave Remus a friendly pat on his shoulder. Smiling, Daphne hooked her arm through Harry's and addressed the group with a feeling of hope that was bubbling up from deep inside her. Come on, let's go home for lunch. Dobby's supposed to be creating quite the masterpiece for our return. The 4th of November 1996 Saturday. Daphne wiped the grime off the table and sat down, a towering stack of books next to her. This is so disgusting, she murmured. Drawing her wand, she began to cast cleaning charms on the table, chairs, wall, floor, anything she could see, really. After she finished, she cast a few air freshening charms and opened every window she could find. Briskly wiping her hands on a conjured towel, she joined Hermione, Bill, Susan, Harry and Neville at the table. Feel better? Her husband asked. Much, thank you. Grabbing the top book off the pile, she began her hunting for a spell or series of spells they could use to banish Voldemort. Remus had been attempting to wade through the Black family Leary by himself, but with over 5,000 books, it would have taken him a year. Hopefully, the 6 of them would make quicker headway. Later that evening, Harry jokingly told Daphne he was in awe of the ladies, as he called Susan, Hermione and Daphne. The 3 of you just chew up and spit out books. For every one book Neville, Bill and I looked over, you 3 would tear apart 3 or 4. Poking her in the ribs, he joked, it makes a guy feel pretty insignificant, you know. She sighed in mock condescension, one of the side effects of being male, I'm afraid. They'd decided to record any generally useful spells while they went, so each had a long scroll of parchment and a few quills. The occasional squeak of the quills was the only sound for quite a while. Susan leaned back and rubbed her eyes. Harry, where's the Black family grimoire? With a blank expression, he pled ignorance. I have no idea. The others looked up from their books. That's a great idea, Susan, Hermione put in. Turning to her best friend, she said, you should find it. I bet a spell like we're looking for would probably be in the grimoire. Since you're Lord Black, you'd be the only one able to read it. Sighing at the prospect of untold hours wading through dirty, dusty, disgusting books, Harry pushed back from the table and stood up. A tinkle of laughter came from Hermione, Susan and Daphne. With a twinkle in her eye, Hermione asked, are you a wizard or what? Rolling his eyes, he gave Hermione the bird before casting, Accio Black family grimoire. When no book came flying through the air, he frowned. Love, there was a rattling from over here, Daphne indicated as she stood and walked over to a set of shelves. The 2 of them hunted for the book, while everyone else continued to cull through their own tomes. After 5 separate summoning charms by Harry, he eventually called out, "Aha! Found you." Daphne smirked at her husband when his face fell. The book was 5 inches thick, and when he opened it, she heard him mutter, "Good gods, the print is tiny." The others chuckled as he started reading. The 6th of November 1996 Monday. "You know that Voldemort will try and crash the party," Tonks stated in a matter-of-fact voice. Daphne scowled and looked out the window. "Yeah, we know." The award ceremony and banquet for the Order of Merlin recipients was scheduled for that evening. Harry was at Gringotts, arranging for a series of vaults to be set up for support of BP charities. Before he'd left, Tonks had begun to pester the Potters about security for the night's festivities. Harry had just shrugged and responded, "Ask Amelia," before he jumped in the fireplace and the flow whisked him away. Trying to divert her friend, Daphne asked, "How's Remus?" Eyes narrowing, Tonks replied, "He's completely healed and screwing my ins out on a regular basis." "Don't change the subject. What's on for security tonight?" "Quite a bit. If you don't know by now, you shouldn't know. This isn't new, Tonks." Daphne's temper had been short all day, and Tonks' pestering had frazzled her to no end. "You know better than any of us how tight-lipped security plans are nowadays. The minister will be there. The entirety of the 15 will be there. Harry will be there. Dumbledore will be there. The entire who's who of the magical world will be there, and Amelia has brought Mad-Eye Moody out of retirement to oversee the entire event." Tonks shivered at the idea of Mad-Eye running security for an event. "I fully expect everyone will be poked, prodded and otherwise violated in an intimate manner using various dark detectors during security checks this evening." Daphne nodded with a grim smile. Tonks gave a big sigh and gave the younger woman a hug. "I'm scared." Daphne sniffed and nodded in agreement. "Me, too. He's going to come for our men, and I can't lose Remus or Harry." Violently wiping away her tears, Tonks spat, "I can handle him coming for me, but leave my wolf alone." Daphne smiled at the endearment. "I agree," she softly agreed. "Okay, enough of this crap. Let's get dressed so our men want to ravish us and we'll never show at this daft to-do tonight." Daphne laughed as Tonks pulled her off the sofa. They linked arms and headed for the stairs. With a hint of a smirk, Tonks asked, "Maybe I'll make my S as big as watermelons." "What do you think, Trace?" "Why?" Daphne could only chuckle and shake her head in response. "Ooh, ah, Lord Potter, Lady Potter, good evening." "My lord, I understand that you are looking for promising business ventures to back." "Oh, Lady Potter, your robes are divine. You must tell me where you acquired them. Such a distinction at your young age. I'm sure your parents would be proud, my lord." "Lady Potter, I understand that you shall be heading the new BP Charities group. I think it's wonderful that women today find useful pursuits, don't you?" And so it went. An hour later, a grateful Harry shook Neville's hand and bowed over Susan's gloved hand. He shook his head in amused disbelief, sporting a broad smile. Daphne returned the motions, and the orphans closed ranks to keep out the unwanted for a moment of peace. "Nev, is it always this bad?" The sandy-haired peer smiled through his drink and shook his head. "Not really." After waiting a beat, he and Susan started laughing. "Harry, it will always be like this. We're 4 of the people in magical Europe, control 4 of the 15. You're the boy who lived, and you're married to the second most beautiful woman in Britain." Susan beamed at her boyfriend and whispered a little something to him, which caused the Longbottom of Longbottom to blush a bright burgundy. His face matched his robes quite well. "I don't want to know," Daphne declared in mock seriousness. Susan linked her arm through Neville's and smirked at her friend. "Good, 'cause you have yours. This one is all mine." The foursome laughed again as Percy Weasley took to the podium and asked everyone to take their seats so the presentation could begin. They all made their way to the large table next to the podium that was reserved for the awardees and the survivors of awardees. Daphne's mood was quickly dampened when she noticed the number of men and women dressed in solid black robes who were sitting at the table. Young children, the sight of which broke Daphne's heart, accompanied a few of the now single parents. One woman had tears running down her face as she said and comforted her son. "It's all right, Johnny. Mummy's here. Mummy's here." Daphne's grip on Harry's hand increased and she felt his eyes on her. Looking up at him, she saw the same sorrow etched on his features that was pouring out of her heart. How many died? She asked. 57. 112 wounded, came from behind them. Daphne turned to see Remus standing behind them, Tonks at his side. He approached the Potters and put an arm around each. Come on, family needs to sit together at times like this. After everyone settled in, Amelia Bones took the podium and gave a short speech on the need to recognize very on difficult times. For these are difficult times. A lunatic wizard is attempting to impose his deranged worldview on the rest of us in a most violent fashion. The men and women we recognize this evening stood tall in a time of trial and were accounted in the side of the light. They have earned this recognition. They have earned our respect and honor. At this point, Percy retook the podium and read out a general award description for all those wounded or killed. The press was alternately calling the battle, the Chimera Battle, or the Battle for Gringotts. The goblins didn't care for the latter tag much, they knew their facility was untouchable and everything that took place outside their wards was so much stuff and nonsense to them. Percy merely referred to the engagement between ministry forces and those that support the insurrectionist Dark Lord that took place in Diagon Alley on the 31st of October 1996. The room was completely silent as the widows and widowers approached Amelia. Each was handed a framed copy of the award after the appropriate medal was around their neck. Most of the bereaved were moving in automatic. The tension was high and the crowd almost burst into tears when a young girl by the name of Jennifer Collins asked her mother, "Mummy, can Daddy come home now?" Sitting next to Daphne, Harry scrubbed his face with empty hands. Recognizing his distress, she gently rubbed his back as she derived some comfort from comforting her husband. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw quite a few couples doing the same. Daphne was called up for her award. With Amelia, they'd debated the pros and cons of the awardees being allowed to give a speech and they'd concluded that no speech was probably the best bet. Especially when Remus got his Order of Merlin, 2nd CL. When Percy read the bit about seriously wounding the Dark Lord so that he lost his right leg, a large portion of the crowd burst into furious applause. Daphne kept her face neutral until the reading of the award was finished. Amelia placed the medal over Daphne's neck and with a smile for the photographer, presented Lady Potter with a framed copy of the award signed by the minister and chief warlock of the Wizengamot. After the very bright flashes ceased, Daphne smiled to the audience and moved to her seat. Looking around the room, she saw Aurors with their wands drawn. Harry, Remus, Neville, Susan and Tonks shot to their feet, drawing their wands as they moved. The world moved into slow motion as Daphne dove. She'd heard nothing, seen nothing. However, every sense she had was screaming at her, danger. As she landed and began to roll, Daphne drew her wand and disillusioned herself. This skill was something that Roger Young had drilled them on mercilessly. He'd cast stinging hex after stinging hex at them until he couldn't find them. Quite a motivator. The now disillusioned Daphne Potter rolled under a table and tried to get into a crouch. Cursing in silence, she had to rip the hem of her dress in order to move better. Praying that she would see her attackers before they saw her, she crouched and poked her head over the table. Part of her had to suppress laughter quite viciously. A huge tiger and bear were pinning Ricardo Lestrange and Triton Knott to the floor of the dining hall. 3 dozen oars were binding the unconscious forms of 12 other persons. There was one fire burning toward the back of the hall, but no one was hurt. Seeing Victoria Abbott, Daphne released the disillusionment charm on herself and moved to her friend. The distressed woman saw Daphne approach and gave a sharp cry before engulfing the raven-haired young woman in a relieved hug. After a long squeeze, Victoria pulled back and scolded, "Don't you do that again. You scared the life out of me." Daphne gave a small smile and shrugged. "What happened? I didn't see anything." Giving her younger friend one last glare, Victoria turned back to the room. Pointing to the now bound Lestrange and Knott, she explained. "Those two stood during the photographs and drew their wands. Just as you started to head to your table, they began to cast at you. The others stood at that point and began to cast at the awardees' table. I assume they were aiming at Harry, Neville, or Susan. Or Remus," Daphne added in an undertone. After a moment to process the statement, Victoria nodded in agreement. "Are your friend Remus, indeed. Anyway, the Aurors stunned and bound the others in a heartbeat. I think they were stationed in the room under invisibility cloaks or whatnot. Your boys, she said teasingly while pointing at the now untransformed Harry and Neville, turned into great beasts and trounced the stupid bastards over there. Shaking her head, Daphne muttered, what were they thinking? Did they really think they could get away with this? Probably. They've been running roughshod over Britain for the last 20 years or so. They've been performing acts of horror and never been prosecuted. In their delusional worlds, why would anyone stop them now? Huffing in indignation, Daphne answered, because the light is strong enough to fight back now. After a pause, she added, and has the will to fight back. Victoria patted her friend on the shoulder and nodded. Daphne turned and saw a worried Harry and Neville approaching. Taking her in his arms, Harry asked, are you all right? Yeah, sorry I didn't get up fast enough to help. Damn robes. Rolling his eyes, he chuckled, don't worry about it. When Neville and I shifted and charged Lestrange and Knott, I think they both shat themselves. Tonks recommended to the arresting oars that they sanitize the prisoners before incarceration. Daphne laughed in response and saw Susan walking up. Auntie says they're going to cancel the rest of the presentations. I have Remus and ours. Let's get out of here. As they moved toward the atrium to apparate home, Daphne heard Neville say to Harry, this doesn't seem like a Voldemort job, does it? Harry shook his head. It doesn't. Too ridiculous. The hitters had no chance to hit their target and no chance to get away. Voldemort would have at least arranged so that the hitter could get a shot at the target. I'm thinking a bunch of pureblood idiots are going to Azkaban for quite a while for being stupid. I'm thinking the same. The 8th of November 1996 Wednesday. Daphne and Harry were talking a stroll through the woods before dinner. The weather had definitely turned colder and the winds off the bay had a bite to them. Snuggling into the collar of her standard-issue Royal Navy peacoat, Daphne gave Harry's hand a squeeze. Both of them preferred coats to warming charms. Except her hands. All her gloves had warming charms. Nothing was worse than cold hands. What's on your mind? He asked. I love you. He turned to her, beaming. You were thinking about me. With a quizzical smile, she answered, as that's so hard to believe. Shrugging, he took her in his arms. She turned so they could both look through the trees and over the bay. As he leaned back onto a boulder, they both sighed. The last few days had been very stressful. First off, Amelia had turned the DMLE into overdrive. The memory of Harry's horrific night in the graveyard of Little Hangleton had kicked over a hornet's nest of activity. On the day after the award ceremony, the Aurors had conducted 20 raids, apprehending 9 extremely stupid Death Eaters. I don't know why they thought they wouldn't get arrested, Amelia wondered out loud at breakfast this morning. They were known to be supporters of Voldemort. After Diagon Alley and the award ceremony, they had to know we'd come for them. Fudge wouldn't have, Daphne commented. True. So who did you pick up? Susan asked between bites of bacon. Tapping the table hoping to jog her memory, Amelia had to resort to the old reliable and took a long draught of her tea. Let's see. Goyle. McNair, what a moron. He had the gall to claim that he was an undercover spy of the ministry. Rookwood from the Department of Mysteries, he was a big surprise for me. I didn't expect to pick him up. Apparently he was stopping by to see his family for a night when we came knocking. Fortunate. Daphne's stomach flipped. It was easy to demonize the enemy. Dehumanizing them made it much easier to kill them. Augustus Rookwood had a wife and children, though. That fact didn't make him any less of a Death Eater who probably had performed heinous acts. Still, a little boy or girl would be wondering where Daddy was this evening. Quite a few recent Hogwarts graduates, also. Some of the older Death Eaters rolled over and gave up names of newer additions to the ranks. Adrian Pusey was the big fish. You know, heir to the publishing house firm. Daphne's sense of unease vanished at that name. She'd known that bastard Pusey quite well. He'd decided that Daphne was pretty enough for him during her second year and would allow her to take care of some of his needs. She had cast her first reductor curse at another human being that night. Pusey had been in the hospital wing for 3 weeks. Not many Slytherins had tested her after that. So where are you going to jail them with Azkaban having become a large pile of gravel? Harry asked. Amelia had a mischievous smile and responded, we actually came up with the idea from you, my Lord Potter. Harry groaned and rolled his eyes. What did I do? Now, Amelia got the idea listening to Harry recount the second task of the ill-fated Triwizard Tournament. We're going to use a modified stasis charm on all the prisoners. They will not need to eat, sleep or even breath, and they will be unable to move outside of blinking their eyes. However, they will be conscious and aware of their surroundings. Then, we shall make them immune to scrying, summoning and any other retrieval method. When that is complete, we are going to sink them to the bottom of the North Sea. Amelia grinned when she saw the expressions around the table. Neville, in particular, looked extraordinarily funny. The Office for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures contacted the merpeople down there and they agreed to mind our prisoners. It's amazing the wards that are specific to underwater. We're providing them under the table recognition in return for their minding the prisoners. Once the war is over, we shall go public on the new and improved imprisoning system. I foresee having to shift the location every so often. I know there is a large mer village in the Irish Sea. The other situation causing increases in stomach acid had been the investigation of Kingsley Shacklebolt. After their discussion regarding the prisoners, Amelia cocked a crooked eyebrow at Harry. Harry, can you two be at my office around 10? Sure. Why? With a grimace, Amelia looked down at her plate as she viciously forked some eggs. We need to have a round-robin discussion about the illustrious Kingsley Shacklebolt. Ooh. Daphne and Harry were dressed well, but not flashy. Strange, she mused to herself. I would have never dressed this well on a regular basis had we not married. Neither would he for that matter. Shrugging to herself, she dismissed the observation about their lifestyle and followed her husband into the minister's office. Seated at the head of a rectangular conference table was Amelia Bones. On her right was a red-faced Connie Hammer and on the minister's left was an equally red-faced Rufus Scrimgeour. Both the old hand law enforcement officers were glaring at the end of the table where Albus Dumbledore sat, appearing as placid as a mountain lake. Standing next to Connie was a shamefaced Kingsley Shacklebolt. He was avoiding all gazes in the room and looked to the floor most of the time. A dictaquill was set up and recording on a side table. Daphne could see that it had already taken quite a bit of notes. Amelia indicated the seats next to Scrimgeour, so the Potters sat in silence. Scrimgeour and Hammer both gave Harry and Daphne respectful nods of greeting. It seemed that the action on Halloween night established both their bona fides as able fighters. Lord and Lady Potter, thank you for coming. It is our pleasure, Minister. How can my wife and I be of service? Harry replied smoothly. Daphne smiled on the inside. He was really adopting the mannerisms and etiquette that was required of Potter and Black. Would you please recount the conversation you had with the Chief Warlock after the Wizengamot convocation on the 31st of October? In response, Daphne asked, would it be easier if we provided a memory that all could watch in a presentation pensive? Amelia looked around. Seeing no objection, she answered, that would be most beneficial, thank you my lady. Rufus, if you would please. Scrimgeour nodded and limped over to a cabinet, retrieving a large stone bowl. Daphne placed her memory in the device after which Scrimgeour started the memory playing above the bowl. After the 5-minute memory had played out, Amelia asked, Lord Potter, does this memory agree with your own recollection of the conversation? Yes, Minister, it does. Nodding to herself, Amelia turned to Dumbledore and glared. Chief Warlock, does the memory we just viewed agree with your recollection of the event? Softly, Dumbledore replied, unfortunately, it does. Daphne's head snapped toward the old man. Glaring at him for his implied slight, she barely heard Amelia continue. Thank you. Turning to Shacklebolt, she glared, or Shacklebolt, do you have anything to say that may explain what appears to be an egregious classified information leak? Kingsley pursed his lips, obviously weighing the pros and cons of commenting. The wrong move and he would be discharged with prejudice, not a winning recommendation on one's CV. I made a poor choice, Madam Minister. When asked for information I knew I ought not to disclose, I chose poorly and disclosed that information to a person who I knew ought not to be made aware of said information. Daphne raised her eyebrows in surprise. He's throwing Dumbledore under the bus. I don't think that's ever happened to the old man. Glancing to her left, Daphne's surmises were confirmed at the look of shock on the aged headmaster's face. Slightly smiling, she heard Shacklebolt continue. I am aware that the repercussions of my acts are immediate discharge with the possibility of criminal charges that could lead to a fine and imprisonment. I am ashamed to say that I deserve the punishment that you, Director Hammer and Head Auror Scrimgeour mete out. Daphne's smirk broadened slightly. The Auror was attempting to play to every one of Amelia's Hufflepuff sensibilities. I wonder if he was a Slytherin at school. He does this quite well. Amelia was a Hufflepuff, true. She was also a hard-nosed old Auror who was flanked by two other hard-nosed old Aurors. Yes, you do deserve those punishments, Auror Shacklebolt. Glaring at the man, she pointed her finger and lost her considerable temper. But we're in the middle of a goddamn war and I need every wand in the streets that I can get. What the hell were you thinking, Kingsley? Taking a deep breath, she looked at the paperwork in front of her and spat. Demotion 1 grade, removal from Auror Group captain status and 2 years probation. Now get the hell out of my office. With a murmured, "Thank you, ma'am," the now thoroughly chastened former member of the Order of the Phoenix rushed from the room. After the door closed, Amelia turned her frigid glare on Dumbledore. To the man's credit, he didn't flinch. After facing Grindelwald and Voldemort, Amelia Bones probably wasn't that scary. Shut down your club. You've corrupted and ruined the career of one of my best Aurors. I'm neither Cornelius Fudge nor his predecessor. Your watchdog group isn't needed. Shut it down or I will do it for you. Expressionless, Dumbledore gazed at her for a long moment. Finally, he blinked and then gave a curt nod. Making to stand, he asked, "Is there anything else, Madam Minister?" "No, you may go. Thank you for being prompt this morning." Daphne had to cough into her hand to avoid laughing at the condescending dismissal from Amelia. Harry was rubbing his cheek, but the smile still leaked through. Ooh, the 10th of November 1996 Friday. Mum, Harry and I have been talking about story. Evelyn looked up from her book and frowned at her daughter. What about her? Is she all right? Daphne held out her hand in a soothing gesture and sat next to her mother. As far as I know, she's fine. We're just concerned about her, that's all. Marking her place in her book, Evelyn placed it on the end table and sighed. Looking out the window to the sheeting rain, Daphne's mother nodded and affirmed, "So am I." Patting Daphne's knee, she continued, "Not because she's in Slytherin House so much, more so because she's away from here. From all of Harry's stories and the ones that I can only assume that you won't tell me." Daphne scowled a bit at her mother's inference. "I am very close to pulling her home until the unpleasantness pays." Daphne shook her head at her mother's euphemism. "I am fully in support of bringing her home. It was Harry that brought it up to me in the first place." Evelyn smiled. "Really? That's nice. Harry's had such a horrid family life up until now. It's good to see him reaching out and caring for Story and Philip." Leaning into her daughter, Evelyn said in a conspirator's whisper, "You do know that Philip worships the ground that your Harry walks on, don't you?" Daphne smiled back and nodded. "So we go and fetch her tomorrow?" After a moment's contemplation, Evelyn nodded. With a sad expression, she agreed, "Yes. I do wish it wasn't necessary, though. As your sister and Harry's sister-in-law, she's a real target. I just don't trust Hogwarts to keep her safe." Turning back to Daphne, she asked, "Can you ask Professors Dubois and Young if they would tutor your sister as well?" "I will. Knowing them, they'll jump at the chance. They love to teach bright people and Story as sharp as a whip." "Thank you. We'll fetch her first thing after breakfast." Harry had been pushing himself harder than Daphne had ever seen. Since they'd moved to Rowan Hill, he had studied hard and long. 8 to 10 hours a day was the norm for him. Daphne had worried about him, but he seemed to be happy and showed no signs of burning out. Once he got back on his feet after his encounter with Voldemort in Diagon Alley, he ate, slept, occasionally made love to her, but most of all he studied, read and practiced. He snapped at her, their family, their friends and even Dobby. The dark circles under his eyes belied his continued response of, "I'm fine," to every question about his current state. "Susan, do you have time to chat?" "Sure. Let's go for a walk. The rain has finally let up." Donning their jackets, hats and gloves, the two young women set out in the late afternoon sun. They wound their way up into the hills and deep in the woods in silence. Daphne counted her blessings that it was a comfortable silence. She hadn't really realized how close she had grown to Susan Bones, and upon further introspection found the young redhead to be very dear to her. "I'm worried about Harry." Susan nodded. "He's pushing himself pretty hard." "Yeah, I want to tell him he's pushing too hard, but what do I say?" I know you have to face the darkest wizard in a score of centuries, but you're pushing yourself too hard. You need to play some Quidditch. It sounds ridiculous in my head, and when I say it out loud, it's even worse. She slowly shook her head before summing up, but my heart sees him and shouts out, slow down. In a low tone, she said, he sleeps 3, maybe 4 hours a night. You've seen him shovel down his meals before returning to the Leary. Susan was silent as they continued their trek. They stopped at a beautiful overlook and admired the valley that they'd just traversed. Why don't you just tell Harry what you just told me? It makes sense to me. He's not an idiot. If you'd like, I'll talk to Neville, and if he agrees, and I think he does, maybe the 3 of us can talk to him. You know, concerned loved ones and all that. Daphne nodded absently. She liked the idea of support when she talked to Harry. Their relationship had been so easy so far. Sure, they'd squabbled a bit, but it ped within minutes. Literally. Then they'd make love for what seemed like a blissful eternity. This was hard, though. She was afraid of angering him. She was afraid of driving him away. She was afraid of losing his love. It was the most important thing in her life, and she was terrified of losing him. Most of the time, Daphne was a very secure, confident young woman. Somehow, it felt traitorous to feel this way, much less to act on it. Harry's love for her was a nebulous issue. She never doubted him as a person. She had the utmost respect and confidence in him. Maybe it was an after effect of her relationship with her father, but she had an irrational feeling of waiting for the other shoe to drop. She was terrified that he'd walk in the room one day and tell her to leave as he didn't love her anymore. I'm on his side. I'll always be on his side. I don't want him to doubt that for a moment, and that's why I'm having these thoughts in the first place, because I love him. Susan hooked her arm in Daphne's and pulled her friend close. We all love Harry. The 4 of us are family and we love each other. I've seen it and you've seen it. Even though Neville is a guy, I'm sure he's seen it. Harry is doing this because he loves us all so much his heart must feel like bursting. He wants to protect us. I think if we tell him what we see, he'll end up seeing the situation from our point of view. Daphne gave her friend a mock sneer. You are such a bloody Hufflepuff. Susan laughed. And you are such a bloody Slytherin. The laughter fell away and Susan advised, Daphne, don't try to manipulate Harry into doing what you want. He'll smell it a mile away. You saw what he's done to the headmaster because of his manipulations. Susan let that tidbit settle in for a long moment before continuing. I really think that Harry will respond best when we put our cards on the table and are honest with him. Warts and all, if you catch my drift. Daphne nodded her head and walked on, her fingers beating a tattoo on her crossed arms. The 15th of November 1996, Wednesday. Dinner at Rowan Hill was a decidedly domestic event this evening. Harry and Philip were thoroughly engrossed in Philip's favorite topic, Quidditch. Harry was explaining to him why a seeker had to time the use of a Wronski feint just right, or else the opposition wouldn't bite and he'd find himself out of position for no gain. Evelyn and George were smiling at each other across the table and trading little expressions of affection that alternately made Daphne smile and frown. One time, she caught Harry's attention and he only shrugged in response. Susan and Amelia were dining at Green Hills this evening. Lady Augusta had met Susan and Amelia at social functions, but they had not dined together. Daphne smiled, remembering Susan and Neville's nervousness, each of them for different reasons. Thank the gods that we didn't have to go through that, she mumbled to herself before casting an eye at Astoria. Since they'd taken the 4th year from school on Saturday morning, Astoria had been quiet and reserved. While normally a shy girl in the company of others, at home she was quite gregarious and even opinionated. Leaning to her right, she asked her sister, "Are you all right?" Daphne was shocked to see her sister glare at her. "I'm fine," the younger girl hissed at her sister. Frowning, Daphne pushed, "No really, what's bothering you?" Astoria abruptly stood from the table and said to her sister, "Dinner was excellent as usual." "My compliments to Dobby." Thoroughly bewildered, Daphne called, "Story," as her sister quickly left the dining room. Looking to Harry and seeing an equally bemused expression, she made to stand. "Don't." Now irritated, Daphne looked to her mother for an explanation. "Don't try and talk to her while she's upset. She'll calm down quickly and you can talk to her after dinner." "What's she so upset about?" Evelyn paused and looked at her plate. "I'm not sure. Daphne waved her hand in exasperation before resuming her meal in an irritated silence. The long moment of silence was awkward. Daphne ignored it as she resolutely attacked her dinner. So, when the opposing chasers are using the hawk's head, it's a good time to pull a starfish and stick on them. Philip asked his brother-in-law, breaking the tension. Harry looked at him mutely for a long moment before answering, well, it depends. Ooh, Dobby, Daphne called. With a muted pop, the young elf who kept Rowan Hill in top shape appeared in front of her, beaming a smile. Yes, mistress. How can Dobby serve? Daphne gave the half-smile that Dobby's enthusiasm always seemed to engender. Do you know where my sister currently is? Mistress Astoria is in her bedroom, mistress. Thank you, Dobby. Dinner was delicious, as usual. Before he could respond, Daphne was moving away so she missed the tears of gratitude that welled up in his eyes at her compliment. Daphne paused outside Astoria's bedroom. It was in the east wing, so the balcony had a gorgeous view of the mountains and their encircling forests. Daphne opened the door after a firm knock. The knock was just to announce her presence, not ask permission to enter. She found her sister leaning on the balcony rail, looking out into the early evening sky. Daphne rolled her eyes when Astoria didn't acknowledge her presence. Walking to the French doors which opened on the balcony, she leaned on the jamb. After waiting what seemed like an eternity, but couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, Daphne asked, "Do you want to tell me about it?" She thought she'd asked in a congenial tone. The look of fury on her sister's face seemed to belie that belief. No, Astoria hissed before walking all the way across the room and flouncing into an overstuffed chair. Thoroughly annoyed and out of patience, Daphne barked, "What is your problem?" "You're acting like A.T." Bolting up from her chair, Astoria shouted at her sister, "My problem? My problem is you, sister dear." Her sarcasm was not lost on Daphne. Daphne glared at her sister and waved her hand for the younger girl to continue. "Screw you, Daphne. You don't own me. You're not my mother." Now Daphne's temper began to sizzle. "You know, you can just sit up here and sulk over what's bothering you. I tried to help, and you just want to be a child." Daphne moved to the door to leave when Astoria unloaded on her. "You want to know my problem? It's you." The livid girl was shaking in her emotion as Daphne turned with a shocked look on her face. "What did I do?" she asked in real confusion. "What did you do?" The younger girl scoffed. "My life is ruined because of you." Thoroughly confused, Daphne's temper surged back. "What?" Pointing her finger at her sister, Astoria shouted, "You just had to go and marry him, didn't you? My life has been bouncing from bad to worse ever since. Did you think of anyone beyond yourself?" No. A wave of guilt swept over Daphne. She hadn't thought of the impact of her marriage on the family. Maybe if she had, her father would still be alive. Astoria was on a roll and not to be denied. "My summer turns to crap. Father is killed. I end up in the hospital after seeing some truly horrific things. Little Philip is now head of the family. Mother has taken up with a healer of all things. You pull me out of school. And you," the venom in her voice was unmistakable, "you go prancing about being all socialite Lady Potter." The sneer in her voice dripped with scorn. "Well, you." Enraged Daphne shot back. "Listen to me, you ungrateful." The wolf was snarling through her and she could almost feel her hackles rise. "I've done the best I could for our family. The attack on the house would have happened regardless of my marriage. Me being with Harry just moved up the timetable a bit. Anyway, it's not as if I had much of a choice in the matter. Father just as good as sold me." "Oh, don't give me that shit. You were ecstatic to be his wife. You were probably shagging him before he came back with the contract. Probably why he did it in the first place. You must be a pretty good piece of for Lord Potter to jump at you." Daphne saw red, and before she knew what she was doing, she'd crossed the 10 feet that separated her from her sister and slapped her across the face, hard. "If it wasn't for our mother, I'd throw you out of my home. As it is, stay in your room. If you want to have a tantrum, you'll do it out of sight. I am Lady Potter and you will obey me in my own home." With that, she turned on her heel and strode out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Ooh. Daphne stood on the veranda, watching the moon. Her mood waxed and waned from furious to sad and back. She had ignored her family the last few months since her marriage to Harry. To be fair, She had been whipped along as if holding on to the tail of a tiger. Still, this was her family, and in retrospect, she had to concede that Astoria's life had been very difficult since that late June day. Didn't mean she had to be such a harpy, though. The only aspect of Astoria's rant that Daphne felt she had a legitimate defense was that all her actions had been without malice. Inconsideration and a touch of self-centeredness, yes. Nevertheless, there was no malice in Daphne's heart. Sighing, she debated climbing up to Astoria's room when she heard footsteps in the hall. Without turning, she stilled and listened until a soft voice called out. Daphne. Astoria had been crying, that was evident. Turning to her sister, Daphne saw the hesitant expression, the longing for reconciliation. Daphne held out her arms and the younger girl flew into her sister's arms. I'm so sorry. I was such a. Shaking her head and holding her sibling close, Daphne countered. No, I focused on myself and my husband to the exclusion of you, Mum and Philip. I'm sorry I haven't been there for you, Story. Astoria shook her head again, but didn't say anything. After a while, the sisters sat on a bench together and watched the moon. Daphne cast a warming charm on Astoria when the younger girl shivered. Thanks. Sure. So want to tell me what started all this? Astoria shrugged in an embered way. No, really, what's up? Astoria sighed. Getting pulled out of school just drove home how abnormal my life had become. My sister is Lady Potter and my brother-in-law is the boy who lived. I had started to see a boy and. She never finished as Daphne interrupted. Who? What house? Astoria smiled and rolled her eyes. His name is Patrick Coakley and he's a Ravenclaw. From there, their discussion devolved into the official realm of girl talk. When they headed upstairs a few hours later, they paused at the head of the stairs where Daphne said Astoria for a long moment. I love you, Story. I love you too, Daphne. Astoria headed to the east wing while Daphne turned to the west. Closing the door to the master bedroom, she saw Harry sitting in a chair next to their oversized fireplace, reading a book and waiting up for her. Everything okay? He asked. She sighed and motioned him to the bed. Bone-tired and emotionally spent, she needed his physical closeness. He lay in his spot while she cuddled up to him. He was still toasty from the fire, so she took advantage of it by curling about him. It is now. She was feeling pressure, abnormal, teenage angst, all kinds of stuff wrapped up into one. Harry wrapped her up in his arms and asked, but everything is sorted. She sighed in relief and tiredness. Yeah, could you stay in bed tonight? I need you here and not in the Leary. Nodding to her, he then at the top of her head. Sure. The 16th of November 1996. Thursday. Daphne looked about the sitting room and tapped her nails nervously. Tonks sat in the window seat talking to Remus, who leaned on the wall next to her. Neville and Susan sat on the couch across from her, silently holding hands and waiting. Hermione sat in the chair next to Daphne's, attempting to read a book. Daphne smiled at her bushy-haired friend. The young woman had been looking at the same page for the last 10 minutes. Standing in front of the fire and warming his hands was Roger Young. Their charms professor had actually approached Daphne about his concerns, so she had invited him to the gathering this evening. Jean Dubois concurred as well, but had an unavoidable commitment. The reason for their gathering walked in the door, a book in his hand. Harry had been reading as he walked, so he didn't notice the abrupt cessation of discussion, but he did notice Daphne's soft, Harry, we would like to talk with you. Harry looked about the room quizzically. Most returned his look with a neutral expression, except Remus. The werewolf had a look of regret on his face, as if the discussion to come was somehow his fault. With a slight frown, he sat in his chair next to the fire. What's going on? He asked. Before Daphne could say anything, Remus spoke. Harry, we're very concerned. Settling in his chair, he set the book on the table next to him and responded, what's going on? There was a long pause where Daphne decided to take the plunge. We're all concerned about you, love. Me. What about me? Now his face was closed, defensive. Tonks picked up the thread. You're pushing yourself too hard, Harry. You're not sleeping enough, not eating enough, Neville continued. You're running yourself into the ground, finished Susan. Harry looked into his lap for a moment and Daphne thought to herself, oh shit. Here it comes. I don't see anyone else here who is fated to face and kill Voldemort. I don't see anyone else here who has that responsibility hanging over him. What else am I supposed to do? Laze my way through the day as more people die. Abruptly, he stood from his chair and stalked toward the door. Roger Young stood in his path and held out his hands. Peace, young Harry, the large man soothed. We are here because we all care about you. Harry glared at the man for a long moment before nodding his head and turning to the others. Daphne had a tear track on her cheek while Neville rubbed Susan's back. Harry, don't be a prat. The boy who lived looked at Tonks as if she had two heads. The metamorph stood and waved her hands in agitation. You are not responsible for what Voldemort does. You aren't responsible for the people he hurts or kills. Just because you are fated to meet with him doesn't mean you should run yourself into the dirt first. Harry's glare was back. You have no idea. Every night I think about the 13 people that he continually murdered and then sent their mutilated corpses to the Ministry Atrium. Even when it stopped last week, I still remember. He did that for months. How many died? If I had been a better student, if I had put forth more effort before, I might be ready now. How many lives would be saved? How is that not my fault? That is so much crap. I'm stunned to hear that from you, commented Hermione. She'd been quiet up until now, but Harry recognized her expression. The brightest witch of her age was hopping mad and Harry was about to get an earful. Every year you've had a life-threatening situation hanging over your head. Every year you've had to fight your way through the headmaster's manipulations and games just to survive the term. Let's not forget the minor hurdles like a Dark Lord, Dementors, dragons, basilisks and so on that you had to dispatch. Minor things like projects, essays and homework have taken a justified backseat to your survival. A small smile flitted on the edge of Harry's mouth. A joke about the importance of homework was forming, but fell flat in the atmosphere of the room. You've done more to fight Voldemort in the last 5 years than anyone else on the planet. Hermione stood and was shaking her finger at her best friend. You beat him at the stone. You beat his memory in the chamber. You beat him in the graveyard. You beat him at the ministry. You beat him in the alley. At every turn, you stop him, so stop feeling so guilty. It's not your fault, and it's not your responsibility. At the last, she wrapped her arms around Harry and gave him one of her trademark hugs. Gently, he returned her hug. The group gave a collective sigh of relief, thinking they'd won him over. Daphne, however, tensed. She knew he'd not been won over, nor were they past the explosive part of the conversation. Harry usually didn't say much. They'd chat and talk about their day, but when it came to his emotions, his expression was a far better indicator of how he felt than his words. Once she'd figured that out, Daphne began to read him quite accurately. The soft, open, wondrous expression of his love melted her heart every time. She could almost feel his love washing over her when he looked at her with that expression. After Molly Weasley's howler was the first time she'd seen him truly angry. Thunderous brows atop flashing eyes and a twisted mouth very clearly told her to stand back. Now, he had a fairly neutral expression which made Daphne nervous. He had his walls up and, for the moment, didn't trust the people he was surrounded by. This hurt her a little bit. Ever since they'd been united in late June, he'd been open with her. At first, it was because of his injuries. He couldn't help but be open with her. Very quickly, though, they'd fallen in love and he wanted to be open with her. Harry gently let go of the sister of his heart and proceeded to glare at everyone in the room. After a long moment, he asked, since you all insist that I take it easy, answer me this, if you will. I know how to vanquish Voldemort. That's actually the easy part. I need to be good enough to hold him down for about 30 to 45 seconds while I perform the ritual. So tell me how I'm to be good enough to incapacitate the most powerful Dark Lord since Morgana Le Fay without working my off to get there. He finished in a muted roar as the stunned crowd of his loved ones watched him. In a subdued tone, Daphne tried to soothe her husband. Love, we aren't saying that you should take it easy and relax on the beach all day. Just back off the high-intensity tempo you've been working at the last month or so. 8 or even 10 hours a day of studying should be good enough without you burning up like a firework. He glared at her for the first time in their acquaintance. His mouth opened to say something, but the words failed him and his lip curled in a sneer. He reserved the expression for people he loathed. Snape, Umbridge and Voldemort had been on the receiving end of that glare. Knowing this, Daphne tucked her head and cried. Her heart felt that all her fears were coming true. He felt betrayed by her and now hated her. Tonks came to Daphne's left side, while Susan came to her right. Both women glared at Harry while they held their friend. Neville walked up to Harry and punched him on the jaw. Harry recoiled in shock as Neville glared at his best friend. You bloody pillock. She loves you more than her own life. We're all here because we love you. We're on your side, goddamn you. With wide eyes, Harry rubbed his already bruising jaw. A guilty expression emerged on his face like the clouds revealing the sun. Daphne met his eyes, and before she averted her face, she saw remorse on his face like she'd never seen. His voice was soft when he asked them all, could you please give Daphne and me some privacy? Susan stayed by Daphne's side, Neville waiting for his girlfriend by the door. Everyone else had left when Susan stood, walked up to Harry and hissed at him. If you hurt her again, I'll transform and claw out your eyes. Harry flinched and looked at his feet, nodding as he did so. Susan strode out of the room, not looking back. Harry met Neville's gaze and the Longbottom of Longbottom gave him a nod. Daphne could tell that the young man was trying to remind his friend that Harry had stood by him in a hard time and Neville would stand by his friend in a hard time. With tears in his eyes, Harry whispered, thanks, Nev. Anytime, brother. Harry nodded and Neville shut the door to the sitting room as he left. I'm sorry. Harry rocked back on his heels as his wife apologized to her. He quickly moved so that he was kneeling in front of her. Daphne's face was tear-stained and her eyes were red. She sat there wringing a handkerchief in her hands as she pleaded with him, please forgive me. I didn't want to betray you. Frantic, she was trying to reverse the course of events so that he would absolve her of the perceived wrongdoing. Don't leave me. Later, he told her that his heart broke and he filled with self-loathing when she said this. The only thing he could think to do was take her in his arms and hold her close. Daphne broke down. Sobbing, she barely heard him repeatedly apologize. I'm so sorry, Daph. It's not your fault. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Finally, her sobs trickled to sniffles and he muttered, it's been so crazy and I'm. She gained a measure of control over herself and looked up at him. What? She asked. It was his turn for the tears to brim over his eyes. She reached up and cupped his face with both hands. It was a rurring touch, conveying love and trust. Tell me, I'm terrified that I'll lose you. I can't live without you. I don't want to live without you. Through a wet smile, she wiped his tears, silly man. We'll never be apart. Not even death can truly part us. He crushed her to him and they held each other tight. After a bit, they relaxed their MC and settled into a comforting cuddle on the couch. Next time, talk to me when you're feeling this kind of thing. She poked him in the playfully. Partners, remember. Nodding, he answered, I will, love. He paused then continued, and you need to tell me about your fears. I'll never leave you. Only death will separate us and even then, I'll be waiting for you. She nodded into his as he squeezed her tight. I need to apologize to the group, don't I? It'd be a good idea. We all gathered because we were concerned and love you. I'm sure they understand, but an apology wouldn't be amiss. He began to play with her hair and she arched her back, almost purring under his ministrations. I love you, Daphne. I love you, too. Ooh, so what's with? I know how to vanquish Voldemort. That's actually the easy part. Stuff, Harry. Susan was sitting on Neville's lap after Harry had made his apology for his earlier tantrum. Harry shrugged as Daphne rubbed his hand. I found it in the Black family grimoire. It's called Judging of the Damned, and it's a pretty powerful ritual. In a nutshell, I invoke the forces of magic to judge the person I cast the spell on and offer myself as a comparison. If the other person, Voldemort in this case, is condemned, he's cast into hell. Daphne frowned. There must be a catch, it's too easy. Rubbing his free hand through his inky locks, Harry explained, I have to also offer myself as the compensation in case he's not found wanting. Now there were lots of frowns. Remus spoke first. Harry, could you please transcribe everything regarding this ritual for me? I'd like to do a little more investigating before you offer yourself as a willing sacrifice in a ritual about which we don't know a lot of details. Daphne tightened her grip on her husband's hand. On the surface, the ritual appeared to be an easy solution. With Voldemort's history of violence, there was very little chance that he wouldn't be condemned and cast into perdition. However, this was magic and anything was possible. She heard a muted crack of apparition from the entry hall. Harry glanced at his watch and muttered, "Hope it's Amelia." When the sitting Minister for Magic of the United Kingdom strode by the doorway, Harry muttered, "Be right back," and hurried after Amelia. A few minutes later, Harry returned to the sitting room and sidled up to his wife. Daphne cuddled up to him again, and as they all watched Remus and Tonks fight over the WWN station to listen to, she murmured her question to him. "So, what was that all about?" He leaned into her ear and answered in an equally low voice. "I asked Amelia for help. I want the best fighter to train me. All of us will participate, I suppose. But I need to be better." She nodded her understanding as the weird sisters blared over the wireless, indicating that Remus had lost the argument with Tonks. Ooh. The 22nd of November 1996, Wednesday. "Harry, I found your new trainer." Harry had been a bit nervous about his request. Amelia had been perfectly amenable about his need to be better, but it had almost been a week since he asked. Nodding, he asked, "Who is he and when will he be available?" Cocking an eyebrow in amusement, the minister teased the young man of whom she was so fond. "A bit anxious, are we?" Harry rolled his eyes in response and sighed, "Amelia." Daphne smiled from the other end of the breakfast table. Despite her age, Amelia had become a big sister to Harry. Notwithstanding his grumblings, she knew that he truly had come to love the older woman. On occasion, he would go to her for advice about government, business, and most recently, life matters. After a sip of her tea and munch of her scone, Amelia sighed in return. "Since you're so impatient, I guess I'll tell you." She smiled when Susan snickered and elaborated. "He's not in the DMLE, per se. He's in a different department of the ministry." "An unspeakable, then," Daphne offered. With an exaggerated motion, Amelia shrugged. Returning to her breakfast, she said, "His name is Roland and he'll be here at 1. Ooh. The fireplace in the entry hall roared as the clock struck 1. The flow fired green and disgorged a tall, lean man. Harry and Daphne were waiting for him and took an involuntary step back when the man straightened up. Few people in the world inspire feelings in others around them when first met. Harry had been that way for her. Daphne smiled ruefully to herself. That could be different, though. Despite her loathing of the man, Albus Dumbledore inspired a feeling of awe and respect. She supposed that had Tom Riddle not become Lord Voldemort, he too would have that effect on others. However, as Lord Voldemort he inspired fear, terror even. This Roland, though, his entire persona radiated danger. Daphne's thoughts were more of an impression. Later, she'd tell Susan that she could almost feel the intensity of the man. He was a warrior, a knight from another age. She instantly knew that the man was implacable in his pursuit, devastatingly proficient in combat and terrifyingly single-minded. He was exactly who they needed. His pale blue eyes surveyed them both dispassionately and sternly at the same time. If that was possible, silently he looked at them, his piercing gaze peering out from a face that was all sharp angles. After a long evaluation, he spoke. "Where shall we begin?" "Ooh, what is your objective?" "To defeat Voldemort," Harry responded. They were in the Leary, having a discussion regarding their path ahead. Roland sat across the table from the Potters and was all business. Frowning, he asked, "What does it mean to defeat your enemy?" "I don't know what that means in practical terms." A bit befuddled, Harry answered, "To capture or kill him." "Which is it?" "Kill." "Good. I ask you again, what is your objective?" "To kill Voldemort." Leaning back in his chair, this lean, dangerous man evaluated Daphne's husband again. "Can you kill?" "Yes." "Have you killed?" "Yes." Nodding to himself as if taking a mental note, Roland reached in his robes and withdrew a short-stemmed, wide bowl pipe. Without looking at it, he filled, tamped and lit it. The entire time he watched Harry. Daphne was more than a bit nervous. Roland was an extremely intimidating man. He wasn't that large, but his personality screamed predator. If he were an animagus, he would be an apex predator. Realizing this, she calmed. She too was an apex predator. After a few draws on his pipe, Roland asked another of his seemingly interminable questions. "How do you kill?" Somewhat bemused, Harry glanced at Daphne. She frowned and shook her head. She didn't understand the question either. How do you kill, young Potter? Still puzzled, Harry answered, with my wand or other weapon. Scowling, Roland stared at Harry. After another long silence, the unspeakable spoke in a cold, flat tone. Wrong. Harry was becoming a bit irritated. With more than a little sarcasm, he asked, well, since I've been killing these Death Eaters all wrong so far, why don't you tell me how to do it correctly? She wasn't sure, but Daphne thought a ghost of a smile flitted across the older man's face. It was gone before she could be sure. How do you cast a spell? Intent and execution. Now Harry and Daphne were completely confused. Roland nodded and continued the digression. So when you cast, say, a cutting curse at a Death Eater and kill him, you have a mechanical aspect of the casting that is mated to a mental attitude. The light began to shine on his point for Daphne and she didn't like it. Narrowing her eyes at the man, she waited for him to come full circle. The mechanical aspects of the spell are beside the point. They are ingrained into your muscle memory and you are at the point now where you make wand movements without realizing you are doing it, yes. Harry nodded in response. He had a contemplative expression on his face as he pondered Roland's logic. Therefore, the mental aspect of the spell is what is important. Your intent. As a result, I ask you again, young Potter. How do you kill? With my mind. Very true. Where does the intent for your spell originate? With a falling expression, Harry answered in a low voice, my heart. Roland nodded in satisfaction. That is why you have not killed him yet. I have watched multiple memories of your encounter with him in Diagon Alley. You are not ready in your mind. Your spellcasting is good. Your mechanics are sufficient for the task. Your mind and heart are not ready for the task. The term, no quarter, was invented for situations like this. Hesitation is death. You were very lucky. You hesitated. In return, he counterattacked and by a miracle of heaven, you survived. That will not happen again. You must attack, attack, attack. Gain the advantage, press the advantage and then cut of his head. This was all delivered in a flat tone as if he were discussing the differences between quadpot and Quidditch. Since you do not kill with your wand, you kill with your heart. You must accept that you will deliberately kill this man. Can you do this? After a moment's reflection, Harry nodded. Sitting back in his chair, Roland nodded again. Drawing deeply on his pipe, he contemplated Harry for a short moment. Good. We can get to work then. Ooh. The 28th of November 1996 Tuesday. Roland had almost killed Harry twice. The man was faster than AS and preternaturally accurate with his spellcasting. They started a familiarization duel in the room of pain as it was sleeting outside. Roland immediately called a halt. Why are you still visible? Harry looked at him with an open mouth before sheepishly replying, because I never thought of disillusioning myself. With the patient tones of a teacher, Roland explained, this is for no quarter, young Potter. There is no fair in your fight with Voldemort. Use any and all dirty tricks you can think of against him. Be sure that he will use them against you. Nodding, Harry began the wand movement for the disillusionment charm when Roland stopped him again. Not disillusionment, but invisibility. Disillusionment can still be seen into an experienced duelist, it's no real hindrance. Roland promptly taught Harry the spell for true invisibility. It will last for a few hours before it wears off. Disillusionment lasts longer, though. Roland then ripped off 4 bludgeoning hexes that knocked Harry unconscious, breaking his shoulder in the process. Daphne, who was sitting off to the side watching, stared open-mouthed at the man's speed. Casually, Roland healed the Potter heir then awakened him. Faster. You must be faster. So it went. At one point in the beating, Roland paused to allow Harry a moment to catch his breath and drink a GL of water. He explained, I am not nearly as powerful as you are Voldemort in raw magical power. In a contest of that sort, I would be left behind by you. However, I am faster. As such, I can negate your power by incapacitating you before you can bring your power to bear. A curtain was pulled away in Daphne's mind and the light shone on the solution. She was excited now that she could see the solution. Desire to run up to Roland and hug him followed by snogging her husband within an inch of his life coursed through her as she fought just to stay in her seat. Harry, too, must have come to the same conclusion. A look of happy amazement stole over his features. I can beat him if I can bring my high power to bear on him faster than he can bring it on me. Yes. But he's pretty fast already. True, but you can be faster. But I've been beating Death Eaters. Well-trained Death Eaters. There is a gulf of difference between the Dark Lord Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy. Harry nodded solemnly in agreement before smiling again. You must believe that you can be faster than anyone alive, myself included. You must know this as a fact, and when your heart and mind are united in this belief, your body will catch up. Belief begins with a decision. Faith is built upon successful execution of said belief. Roland's eyes bored into Harry's. Pale blue chips of ice bored into the lush emerald green. Now, decide. Now that the lesson had been imparted, the dueling stopped and speed exercises began, followed by accuracy drills. Every afternoon, Roland came over and trained Harry while Daphne watched. She took to performing the exercises and drills on her own time. Usually while Harry napped in recovery from the punishment he took from the tall, lean man. Sunday was a day of rest, and the humorless man nodded at Daphne's sugary sweet thanks for a day off. Harry slept until noon, and then Daphne dragged him through their private flow to the house in France, where they lay on the fairly warm beach for the day. Ooh. As Daphne worked her way through her breakfast plate, she stretched her right leg. She'd had a muscle pull at the top of her right calf for over a week, and the pain seemed to migrate from her knee to her calf and back. Stretching had mitigated the pain somewhat, but she was already very limber. Rest was the only thing that truly helped, and she chafed at not being able to run. Ruefully, she smiled to herself. When they started running over the summer, she'd hated it. Now, she missed it intensely. Running became a contest of her will over her body's tiredness and weakness. Daphne Potter was definitely competitive. Harry didn't seem to mind the results either. She looked down at the other end of the table, watching Harry and Susan chatting about something. In bed last night, he'd rolled over to her and she'd expected him to want to have. Instead, he wanted to talk. In the light of the moon that was just past full, he had closed his eyes and opened himself to her. He was worried. Roland's instruction was twofold. Magically, he was driving Harry to be faster, more accurate with each spell. Make each spell count, was the maxim. Harry had no problem with that. In fact, he said the concept. What was most worrisome was the other half of the instruction. Roland's concept of, I kill with my mind, had really shaken Harry to the core. He was afraid he would lose himself, lose or damage that which makes him the Harry that she loved and he liked to be. He had spoken haltingly. As she curled up to his side, she realized that it was very difficult for him to talk about his own fears or insecurities. Part must have been the natural reticence that most people have regarding bearing their most painful fears. However, another aspect of his reticence tied directly to those bastards who go by the name of Dursley. Her eyes narrowed in malice as she thought of them. Retribution would be forthcoming. Later, she'd made slow sweet love to him, eyes open and gazing into his own. Her cerulean mingled with his emerald, lovingly, affectionately. She was surprisingly moved, and as they lay in the afterglow of their love, Daphne almost wept. The emotions were so consuming. In the end, they had talked through the situation, and Harry had come to the conclusion that he really didn't have much of a choice. He didn't want to become a cold and hard person, but in battle, he'd put the persona on like a cloak. A tool to help him just as much as their newly purchased dragon's hide body armor. As Daphne faded to sleep wrapped in his arms, she heard him whisper, "At least I hope it won't be permanent." She hoped so as well. For both of their sakes. Ooh. Amelia came in and sat at the table. Paging through the paper and sipping her tea, Amelia munched toast and slowly became human. Daphne had only once attempted to talk to the older woman before being spoken to first. It had been an unhappy experience. Eventually, the elder Bones at the table stood, moved to the sideboard to plate her meal, and returned looking a tad more human. "Harry," she drawled, "we're starting to pull in larger numbers of Death Eaters. Your memory of the graveyard resurrection was like pulling a thread, and the whole seam is beginning to come undone." Daphne now had her full attention on their eldest housemate. "We're picking up quite a few foreigners in the mix. It seems that Voldemort has been recruiting heavily in the former Eastern Bloc countries. Poverty is poverty, be you a wizard or muggle. He's paying and they are willing. Mercenaries. He's marking mercenaries," Susan asked, incredulous. With a gimlet eye, Amelia turned to her niece and responded, "What better way to ensure their loyalty?" To this, Susan could only shrug in acceptance of the point. Amelia looked down at her plate, her expression one of mingled frustration and exasperation. It feels like he has a bottomless pit of manpower. Waving her free hand at her own dramatics, she winced and countered her own statement. Oh, I know he doesn't. That's not possible. It just feels that way. Pointing to Harry, she continued, you and your team have taken down approximately 50 Death Eaters. Well over 100 perished in the Diagon Alley skirmish. We've rolled up a further 30. A chimera, a score of trolls. He may not be out of people, but he must be feeling the pinch. It must be driving him mad. A new idea occurred to Daphne. Like the rising sun, it quickly filled out full form in her mind and she began to smile. From the other end of the table, Harry cocked an eyebrow at her inquiry. I have a little idea, she announced. Ooh, the 7th of December 1996 Sunday. Daphne woke to a voice calling, Harry, wake up. Lifting her head from her pillow, she saw Remus standing at the foot of the bed calling out in a futile attempt to wake her husband. Squinting against the light of his illuminated wand, she asked, what is it, Remus? She could feel his sigh down the length of the king-sized bed and the werewolf's expression conveyed an exhausted, unutterable sadness. Voldemort attacked Hogwarts last night. Minerva is dead. Fully awake, she flopped down on the bed, her stomach a twisted cold M. I'll wake him, we'll be down shortly. Daphne rolled onto her back, staring at the gilt ceiling. Her grief mingled with shock and the combination threatened to overwhelm her. Taking a moment to watch her peacefully sleeping husband, Daphne soaked in the image of him. Laying on his stomach, arms tucked under his pillow, he was facing her in the first slivers of early morning light. He looked so peaceful, so at ease with the world, she hated the thought of rousing him to more death and destruction. Unbidden, a wave of hatred washed over her. Damn you to hell, Voldemort. May God damn you to the deepest reaches of the deepest pits in Tartarus. I hope the fate of Kronos is mild compared to what they do to you. Glancing at the bedside clock, she saw it was 5 a.m. Only a half hour earlier than their normal rousing time. With a sigh of sorrow, frustration and sadness, Daphne scooted across the bed to waken her husband. Ooh, a hollow-eyed Harry Potter sat at his breakfast table. The normal sumptuous feast had been carefully prepared by Dobby. It had been artfully displayed and the room sparkled like a freshly cut diamond. Harry didn't notice. Troubled by Harry's reaction to the news of Minerva's death, Daphne sat at the opposite end of the table watching him and worrying her napkin. Back and forth, she twisted the linen square. She was awash in emotion. Grief for their professor whom she had come to regard with affection, worry for her husband, relief that they'd removed Astoria from school in time, anger at Dumbledore for allowing the attack to happen. She realized that blaming Dumbledore for the attack was irrational and childish. It didn't make the feeling go away, though. Amelia had wolfed down her breakfast, but before she left for what promised to be a very long day, she'd informed them that there were no other deaths. Unfortunately, most of the staff was wounded to varying degrees. Attempting to comfort Harry after Amelia left, she was gently rebuffed. He turned to her with an expression as bleak as an early January sky. The only words he would speak were, the last thing I said to her was unkind. Words failed her, so she attempted to convey the depth of her support with her body. She led him to the sofa and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close. He resisted at first. She could feel his muscles stiffen and stand out like steel cords. No miraculous solution for Harry and his emotional state occurred to her. She did for him that her mother had done for her. Slowly, she rubbed his back in a gentle circular pattern. Her hand traced a path between his shoulder blades that slowly but surely encouraged him to relax. 20 minutes later, he had completely melded into her MC, wrapping his own arms around her. Clinging to her like a lifebuoy, he began to breathe with a hitching gait. 5 minutes after this, his first tear fell. A liquid drop of grief, carrying away heartache, grief, anger. With his first sob, Daphne returned her attention to her own feelings and succumbed to the grief welling up inside her. She never did find out how long they lay there, holding each other in their sadness while the storm of grief raged in their hearts. Eventually, they swapped positions and Harry held his wife close. With her head on his, Daphne listened to his heartbeat and felt safe. Harry whispered, "Thank you. I love you. Anytime, Harry. I love you. Ooh." Daphne and Harry slowly walked the path from Hogsmeade to their former school. When Harry had suggested they visit the school and see how Phileas fared, she had nodded and said, maybe we should ask the other members of the 15 if they want to visit the injured as well. A show of solidarity against the Death Eaters. Dobby had popped away with 5 letters. Susan and Neville were eating breakfast and agreed to come to the school. Daphne had given Neville a big hug when he had broken down at the news of Minerva's death. It appeared that the 2 orphan boys had held their former head of house much closer to their heart than most others had. She could see how Minerva could fill a long-needed role for both young men. This must have been especially true when they came to know her on a more personal level this past summer. The sky was overcast and the wind gusted, chilling them through their heavy cloaks. Daphne leaned into Harry and he put his arm around her shoulder. Ahead of them on the path, Susan and Neville unconsciously mimicked the Potters. They were all dressed in black, deference to their fallen professor and the remaining wounded was foremost in all their minds. Daphne somberly reflected on death. Before this past summer, she'd experienced death twice. The family's dog had died when she was 10 and her grandmama had ped when she was 14. Grandmama had been a wonderful woman, but old. Many a time the frail, aged woman would grin at her eldest granddaughter and whisper, I'm not going to be around much longer, my dear. Must tell you how wonderful you are and that I love you. This was always followed by a warm hug that lasted just the right amount of time. When the old woman ped on, Daphne had cried long. Not because she was shocked over the old woman's death. Rather, it was because she was already missing the wonderful woman who told the best stories. Leaning into Harry, she wiped a tear off her cheek. Her regard for Minerva was complicated. For many years, she'd considered the Transfiguration teacher as one of her professors, nothing more. This summer she'd come to know the woman quite well and respected her highly. In the repressive, bigoted society that made up magical Britain, Minerva McGonagall was one of the few women each generation who climbed to a post of leadership and excelled. She, and Professor Sprout to a lesser extent, was a shining example to the young witches that they didn't have to be housewives if they didn't desire it. Professional careers were open to them as women. There would be work, and GL ceilings that they'd have to deal with, but it was attainable. Amelia was like that as well. She too had overcome many obstacles to rise to the height of her profession. Not a small feat, by any means. Since the Bones family had semi-permanently moved into Rowan Hill, Daphne's esteem for the minister had grown exponentially. Her love and affection for the older woman had grown, as well. Upon reflection, Minerva and her grandmama had been very similar. Grandmama had always encouraged Daphne to be her own person. With love and affection, and quite a few butter biscuits, she'd pushed Daphne to strive to be better and never let anyone run you down. Minerva had encouraged, browbeat and horsewhipped Daphne to push herself beyond her current abilities. Both women had believed in her. Both were gone. Looking up at Harry, she realized that he too pushed her. In his own way, that is. He loved her and fully believed that she was the best woman he'd ever known. He'd told her this on numerous occasions, but it never seemed to sink into her collective belief system. It surprised her every time. She believed him when he told her that he found her beautiful. She believed him when he told her that he found her why. She believed him when he told her that he found her intelligent. But a moral, good person whom he admired. That was difficult for her. Maybe because she found him to be the best man she'd ever known. In the end, she strove to be better because she didn't want to know what expression he wore if she let him down. Why am I thinking about all this? Shaking her head, she tried to focus on the matter at hand. With more than a bit of foreboding, she walked into the entry hall as Harry held the door for all of them. Ooh, it was surreal, and if the situation weren't so serious, Daphne would have laughed aloud. In the Hogwarts infirmary, all the beds were taken up by professors, with a few students and ex-students visiting them. Biting back the nervous giggle that threatened to escape, she moved in the room and took a quick inventory of the occupants. Dumbledore, asleep at the end of the aisle. Flitwick, awake and sitting up in his bed, a book in his lap. Sprout, awake and talking with 3 seventh years, her arm in a cast and a wicked scar already healing across her forehead. Vector, asleep with a bandage about her head. Babbling, asleep and missing her right arm. And so it went. She heard a deep sigh and turned to see Neville shaking his head. With an inquiring expression from Susan, he elaborated, "They're teachers." They shouldn't be fighting to defend the school. Yeah, it's a castle, but it's foremost a school. He shook his head in disgust as they made their way to Flitwick's side. Their old charms master looked up at their approach and his face broke into a weary smile. Holding up his hands, he welcomed them. Ah, it's good to see you all. Daphne sniffled and nodded, sitting in a chair Harry conjured for her. All four sat and Harry asked, "What happened, Phileas?" The cheery man's face dropped and he frowned as he collected his thoughts. After a moment's consideration, he told the short tale. It was well after curfew and I was heading down to the kitchens for a spot of tea. I couldn't sleep and the brisk walk on top of the tea usually does the trick for me. I bumped into Albus who admitted to the same destination. Rubbing his face he continued, "On the way back, there was a large boom, and the castle reverberated with the sound. Albus and I raced to the front doors, meeting Minerva and Pomona en route. He sealed all the dormitories and then summoned the rest of the staff to the entry hall. Just as we entered the hall, the doors burst open and there was Voldemort and 10 or so of his cronies. Albus immediately attacked the Dark Lord. Flitwick shook his head at the memory. He was amazing. Daphne's eyebrows shot up. At that, from a man with Flitwick's ability in combat, the statement was high praise indeed. Shaking his head, Flitwick continued in an emotion-filled voice, "I was fighting two men, one of whom was Augustus Rookwood, while Minerva fought Lucius Malfoy. I had put down one when Minerva defeated Malfoy. We found out later that she transfigured his heart to stone. As she turned, Antonin Dolohov killed her with the entrail-expelling curse." Flitwick began to weep openly, so Susan and Daphne moved to his side, comforting him the best they could. Over Flitwick's shoulder, Daphne saw Neville holding his head in his hands while Harry sat there, expressionless. After a long minute or so, Flitwick regained his composure. Patting their arms, he thanked them. "Thank you, girls." At that point, the Dark Lord began to cackle that mad laughter of his and stepped back from his duel with the headmaster. Both of them were singed and smoking when Voldemort raised his hand and pointed to the professors that had been injured, or killed. He just pointed and laughed before he and his scum disappeared. Flitwick sniffled and pulled out a handkerchief. The nervous giggle that had ebbed away from Daphne returned in full force. The handkerchief was normal size, but on Flitwick's diminutive form, it was quite comic. Biting her tongue, she patted the charms professor's leg and then said, "I know you and Minerva were great friends." He nodded at her observation. "She was my best friend for over 30 years. I shall miss her greatly." After a few more minutes of discussion, they four friends moved on when Flitwick began to yawn. Neville and Susan made a beeline for Sprout while Daphne and Harry were intercepted by the newly arrived Amelia Bones, Connie Hammer, as well as Reginald and Victoria Abbott. Harry related what Flitwick had told them and Amelia nodded. "That correlates to what the Oars told me." She thought for a long moment before continuing, "We may have lost Minerva, but you do realize this was a victory." With a sour face, Daphne nodded. Voldemort had been beaten, again. 4 more Death Eaters were dead, including their primary source of funds, Lucius Malfoy. The price was high. "No higher than in Diagon Alley," observed Reginald. Nodding her head in reluctant acceptance, Daphne agreed, "True. Amelia, he only had 10 Death Eaters with him," Harry observed. With a grim smile, the minister nodded, "I know. Ooh." By the light of the moon, the wolf loped through the trees. She stopped on the edge of a clearing, senses alert. The sounds of the forest were quiet, but the wind whipped through the bare trees, making a natural chorus of sounds. Glancing around, the wolf saw nothing out of the ordinary and continued her run. Bounding through the deep brush, she kept climbing. Snowdon is quite tall, the highest point in the kingdom, but with her long strides, the wolf ate up the distance. 2 hours later, she stood at the top of the mountain, her heaving in the aftermath of her exertion. She had cried in the afternoon. Cried for the orphans and spouses left behind. Cried for her friends who were lost to the fight. Even cried for the stupid bastards that fought for Voldemort. Their souls were lost to the pit and they didn't even know it. She had cried for herself. She had lost her father, but was terrified of losing someone truly close to her. Her mother, Story, Philip, Susan, Neville, or her fur rippled at the thought, Harry. Strangely, the idea of her dying didn't bother her too much. When the Reaper came, it came. There was nothing she could do but prepare and train. She let a long howl curl up and then down the mountainside. The denizens of the forest stopped their tasks for the evening, looking up to the mount. The mood of the forest became tense with emotion. She'd shed her feelings and was free of the depression. Feeling much better after her run, Daphne shifted back to her human form and apparated to Rowan Hill. Shivering a bit, she walked into the master's suite to find Harry sitting by the fire, reading. He'd stuck to the agreement they'd made and only studied 8 hours a day. After a week or two, he'd privately thanked her for forcing him to slow down. I was burning out, but too desperate to slow down. She went to him and he put his book down on the small side table. As she knelt in front of him, her hands on his thighs, his expression shifted from warm welcome to quizzical amusement. Before he could say anything, she stopped him with her words. With an air of gravity, she looked him in the eye and said, "I love you with all that I am. I want you to know that, in case one of us is killed in the fight to come, I willingly go into the fight with you and willingly place my life in danger. I do it because I love you, but most of all I do it because it's the right thing to do." His expression softened as she spoke and at the end, his eyes filled with tears. Softly, she finished, "It's my choice." Filled with emotion, he nodded. "I love you. And I love you. Take me to bed, husband. Let's sell it our lives." With a wry grin, Daphne read aloud from the morning paper. Lord Potter, in an interview with his wife at his side, called the wizarding terrorist, commonly referred to as, you know who, a coward. The man hides behind his minions and tries to rule by fear. On top of his cowardice, he's not even a pureblood, despite his rabid ravings. He's a bastard, the union of a muggle father and a love potion-wielding delusional witch. Susan began to giggle uncontrollably. Finally, she squeaked out, "Oh Harry, you've really stirred it up this time." Harry leaned back in his chair, sipped his morning tea and adopted an innocent expression. "Me? What have I done? It's amazing the things you can find out with enough money, isn't it?" The table as a whole chuckled until, in a timid voice, Evelyn asked, "Harry, do you think it was wise to do that, though?" Daphne frowned at her mother and moved to reprove her, but Harry looked her away. She subsided as Harry answered his mother-in-law. "I'm very satisfied it was the correct course of action, Mum." The use of Mum brought a happy smile to Evelyn's face while he continued, "I discussed this beforehand with Daphne, Amelia, Susan and Neville. We also sought out Connie Hammer's counsel. Together, we all decided on this course of action." Evelyn nodded in acceptance, her appearance more accepting, knowing that Harry had consulted with others before acting. However, Harry wasn't done. With an impish smile at his wife, he took a sip of his tea and then said, "After all, it was Daphne's idea in the first place." Evelyn whipped her head at her daughter and her eyes narrowed. Daphne glared at her now laughing husband. Under her breath she muttered, "Don't cross a Slytherin, love." Harry must have heard her as his laughing stopped abruptly. With a somewhat fearful expression, he toasted her with his steaming mug of tea. She smiled sweetly at him, toasted him in return and considered the variety of methods she could use to instruct him. Gently instruct him, that is, about teasing, versus teasing with one's mother as the target. Maybe a handful of back rubs. Maybe. Ooh. The 9th of December 1996 Tuesday. "I didn't know she was a believer." "Neither did I," Harry responded. They were in the graveyard of St. Anthony's Roman Catholic Church, 40 miles outside Inverness. M had been said over Minerva McGonagall's remains and now the priest was performing the graveyard service. Daphne hadn't been raised in any formalized religion. Most purebloods came to believe in magic itself as a type of deity and disdained what they called Muggle superstition. Apparently, Minerva had been Muggleborn or her family had maintained their faith from long ago. The service with its ritual was very soothing for Daphne. The priest's words were comforting in its reminder of a life everlasting. Dumbledore, Phileas and Minerva's sister, Venus, gave eulogies. Dumbledore's was surprisingly touching. He spoke of Minerva's dedication and love of children. One of the anecdotes he told, which surprised all there, was about Minerva crying when she had to fail a student for the first time. She loved each and every one of her students, and they loved her. Faces that had been dry up to that point were surreptitiously averted and handkerchiefs withdrawn from pockets. Phileas had the congregation rollicking with laughter as he related the time the two of them got completely pickled in the aftermath of Voldemort's first defeat. She jumped on one of the school brooms. Then, She and Rolanda Hooch went flying up and down the larger pageways of the school. I had to stun her to get her down from the top of the Great Hall. Dumbledore was in stitches. Despite his aura of knowing all that occurred in his school, he obviously didn't know this story. Venus told of her sister as a young girl in the Highlands, running in their father's fields after the kine, meeting and falling in love with Jamie McGonagall. All the good things of her sister's life were recounted. She didn't mention Minerva's early widowhood, nor the tough financial times, which forced her to sell her and Jamie's home. In retrospect, it seemed more like an Irish wake than a Scots funeral. Harry and Daphne wrapped their arms around each other and watched the final ritual for interment. The priest spoke the familiar words known throughout Christendom: ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Harry discreetly conjured a rose and handed it to Daphne. She was surprised to find her face wet with tears as they approached the graveside. She heard a sob from her side and turned to see Harry begin crying. Behind them, the sob was repeated many times. Daphne did her duty and tossed the rose on top of the others that coated the simple pine coffin. They ped by the family, and Daphne was struck at how alike Minerva and her sister were, yet unlike. Harry leaned on her and she on him as they made their way out of the graveyard to a small copse of woods. The privacy would hide their apparition home. She saw Dumbledore making his way off in a different direction and thanked heaven that the man wasn't as uncouth as to approach them here. Fittingly, it began to rain. Minerva hadn't been a perfect woman, far from it. Daphne was just beginning to see how wonderful it was to be flawed. How human. She wished she'd had more time with the amazing witch that was Minerva McGonagall. Ooh. The 10th of December 1996, Wednesday. Amelia, what's the plan on pushing Voldemort? The Minister for Magic looked up from her breakfast of porridge and tea with a neutral expression. What would you be referring to, my Lord Potter? Daphne rolled her eyes in exasperation. Sometimes Amelia would do this and play the "I'm the minister and you're not" card, which just pissed off Daphne to the nth degree. Apparently, it annoyed Susan as well. Come off it, Auntie. We all, she indicated to the Potters and Neville, are in the thick of it. We're reserve orders activated with the sole purpose of finding and killing Death Eaters. Don't act like we don't need to know, because if there's anyone on this bloody island that does need to know, it's him. By the end of her rant, Susan was quite upset and jabbed her finger at Harry. The other teens watched Susan with a hint of trepidation. No one liked to be on the receiving end of Susan's tongue. When she got going, she could flay a person in less than 30 seconds, one of the benefits of growing up with an Auror as a guardian. Amelia glared at her niece for a moment before chuckling and looking away. Scooping up a spoonful of porridge, she replied to Susan's rant. Come by the office today around 1100. Circulate it to the rest of the 15. I'll have Connie do a formal briefing. Fixing her eye on Susan, she addressed her with more than a bit of humor. And you, young lady. You're not too big for me to put you over my knee if you get too shy. The others burst into laughter at the image of the fierce Susan Bones being spanked by her gray-haired, monocle-wearing aunt. Ooh. Notes to the others of the 15 were delivered by Dobby directly after breakfast. They sent a note to Professor Dubois to beg off their transfiguration lesson for the day, citing official conflicts. They'd found themselves having to bow out of more and more instructional time as they became deeper involved in the workings of government. Hermione and Daphne would spend time doing independent study, but the other three had to be at various meetings, briefings and other official functions, so much that Harry wondered how other members had any life outside of government. Being one of the 15 makes our jobs much more involved, Neville told him as Harry whinged after breakfast. Even so, Gran wasn't nearly so busy in the years when Voldemort was banished. He paused and then needled his friend, so quit whinging, you wanker. The girls began laughing while Harry's face reddened. .0 11 o'clock came and Daphne met with Victoria for their usual luncheon while their husbands conducted business. As they were discussing where to have lunch, the door to Amelia's office opened and the minister's executive assistant came running out. Oh, Lady Potter, I'm glad I caught you. The minister would like you to sit in on the meeting. Victoria raised her eyebrows in interest. She patted her younger friend's hand, saying, "Ta, dearie. Do let me know when we can get together. I'm just dying to chat." Daphne shook her head while she smiled at her friend. Following the executive assistant through the mahogany doors, Daphne adopted her hard-as-nails expression that she'd worn in the Slytherin common room. Everyone in the room knew her. Hell, she lived with half of them. The other half were more than likely to raise a stink about her presence in the room. She and Susan had talked about the older members of the 15 and their resistance to Susan's role as Lady Bones. At least Susan had a legitimate reason for being in the briefing. Squaring her shoulders as she ped the lintel, Daphne remembered, so do I. I'm a badge-carrying Auror with directions to kill and capture any member of the Death Eaters that I can find. I belong for that reason alone. Entering into the enormous office, she was distinctly relieved to see a row of senior Aurors standing behind the seated members of the 15. There was an empty seat next to Harry, towards which she headed. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jones and Boot frown, but decided to ignore them. If they don't like it, they can bugger off. Thank you all for attending this morning, began Amelia. We believe we are at a critical point in our struggle with the Death Eaters and are now beginning what we hope to be the last big push of our offensive. Director Hammer, if you please. Connie Hammer stood, smoothed her robes and moved to a large flip chart. After touching her wand to it, columns of figures appeared. My lords and ladies, Aurors, what you see in front of you is the accounting of dead and captured Death Eaters dating back to early June. Daphne felt Harry shift next to her. It was obvious the source of his discomfort. The start date for the chart was the battle for the Department of Mysteries. When Sirius died, discreetly, she took his hand in hers and stroked the back with her thumb. As you can see by the totals listed here, she pointed to the highlighted numbers at the bottom of the chart. Over 150 Death Eaters have been killed in the last 6 months and almost 60 have been captured. Daphne raised her eyebrows, impressed. The DMLE must have been very busy, and very secretive, with their clandestine raids. Abbott interrupted. Where are the captured being held? Azkaban is a sieve. Amelia smirked at Harry for a moment before responding for Connie. They are in an extraordinarily safe and secure facility at this time, my lord. I'd rather not say in an open forum, but will admit that there will be a public announcement of our new corrections facility once this is all put to bed. Abbott obviously didn't like the evasion, but after a moment of serious contemplation, nodded his acquiescence. Regaining her bearings, Connie continued, historically, terrorist groups don't have membership exceeding a ratio of 0.25% of the overall population that they are acting against. This is documented in the magical and mundane world as a valid umption. The population of the United Kingdom is just under 62 million persons, and the magical population of Britain is 60,000. Therefore, we can see that the Death Eater can be estimated at approximately 150. There was silence as she let that fact settle in on the audience. As I said, it's an umption, a rule of thumb as it were. Voldemort's recruitment outside Britain explains why we've captured or killed so many above his expected followers. What our estimation does tell us is that we most likely have Voldemort on the ropes. When he attacked Hogwarts early in the morning of the 7th, he only had 10 Death Eaters with him and they were all very senior. There were no unknowns. For him to attack a stronghold such as Hogwarts with only 10 supporters when it is populated by Albus Dumbledore, Phileas Flitwick and Minerva McGonagall is very telling indeed. Scanning the crowd for faces that showed incomprehension, she found none. Good. I believe that we can remove Lord Voldemort's support and draw him out for an endgame confrontation, a meeting engagement if you will. No matter what happens, the Death Eaters are not currently a threat to magical Britain. However, they must be eradicated and their leader taken or killed lest they reconstitute and begin their terror all over again. The Aurors in the back of the room were silent and still, their lack of reaction indicative of their concurrence with their leader's sentiments. The peers in the front were a little harder to read as their reactions were mixed. Neville and Susan appeared ready to do battle at that very moment. Boot and Jones appeared to be in a most distasteful situation. They knew they had to be involved in this discussion which would result in blood, mayhem and gore, but would have much preferred to be anywhere else than sitting in this room and discussing this topic. Daphne dismissed them. She had less and less tolerance for fools as time ped. She didn't have time or patience for them. Unexpectedly, she felt Harry squeeze her hand. Glancing to her left, she saw him watching her. He caught her eye, gave her his soft smile, and squeezed her hand once more. She almost crushed him to her right there and then. He had felt her tense up and deciphered her mood from subtle clues. Clues that only a deeply involved person could notice and interpret. A deeply in love person. Returning. His smile. She turned back to Connie and the brief. My Lord Potter has begun the process of drawing out the Dark Lord with the article you all may or may not have read in the paper this morning. It was on the front page, Neville muttered. Quite. Amelia concurred. We are trying to bait Voldemort into coming out of his hole. Worst case, nothing happens and we try again. Middle case, he sends his dwindling numbers of supporters out to attempt raids. Best case, he comes himself and we string the bugger up by his heels. Pardon me, Director, Macmillan contradicted. But isn't the worst case where people die? Connie nodded and responded without pause. True, that is a horrible situation, but there is absolutely nothing we can do about that. Running right over Macmillan's indignant retort, she baldly stated, if I had 4 or 5 times my current aura force, I'd still be unable to ensure the safety of magical Britain, much less all of Britain. If they decide to attack and kill the Smithfields who live at 67 Oak Avenue in Central Manor, I can't stop that. Neither can the Muggle authorities. Now scowling at the peer, Connie went on, what I can control, my lord, is what we do. What we are doing is trying to bring the bastards to us. I've asked my Lord Potter to be the stalking horse and he has belly agreed. Now we wait. Turning back to the board, she touched it with her wand again and murmured, and kill the Urs when they come out. Ooh, the 13th of December 1996 Saturday. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. No Muggle hunting. No public taunts. Nothing. Shit, Daphne muttered as she threw down the paper on the breakfast table. Today they were going to put up their Christmas tree and finish putting up the holiday decorations all over Rowan Hill. When she was a small child, Daphne had looked forward to decorating day more than Christmas itself. She loved the holly, pine and ivy all over the house. The wonderful aroma, the look, all of it was incomparably wonderful to the 7-year-old Daphne Greenger. Distinctly, she remembered watching with wide eyes as her father levitating the tree into the house. Sure, she loved her presents and was a paper-tearing monster on the morn. Which child on the planet stood back and told their parents, thanks, but no, to presents? Still, the delight of the season for Daphne was found in the dressing of the house. When she and Harry had first moved into Rowan Hill from the vacation house in the Lake District, she'd wandered about the house imagining it dressed for Christmas. She couldn't wait. This morning, she couldn't care less. Voldemort wasn't coming out of his warren. Neither were his followers. Bastards. Strong hands began to knead her shoulders and neck, starting to dispel the tension she didn't even know had taken root there. God, I love you, Potter. From behind her, Harry chuckled. It looked like you were having a bit of a problem. She twisted around and mock glared at him. Laughing openly, he nodded at the wad of paper that 5 minutes before had been the Daily Prophet, and that happened because you were happy with the world. Laying her head on the table, she let him shift his ministrations to her back. Deftly, he unhooked her strap and began to knead the muscles that ran down either side of her spine. The resumption of her pleased groans indicated his progress. Look, I know it's very serious, but the situation is completely out of our hands. From the table, her voice was a bit muffled but clear. When did you become all sanguine? Even though she couldn't see it, he shrugged. Since I went all bonkers and had all my friends and loved ones pull me back from the edge. Joking thrust aside, she sat up and regarded him seriously. Taking his hand in hers, she asked, what do you mean? Shrugging again, he explained as best he could. I was in this emotional vortex where no matter what I did, we were all Ed. At least that's how it seemed to me. Roland helped give me some hope, but most of all it was all of you kicking my that saved me. He looked down at their joined hands. I've never had so many people tell me they love me. Unbidden tears began to form in her eyes, which she ruthlessly suppressed. He didn't need her tears. He needed her love. Standing, she said him and whispered in his ear, I love you with all that I am. Smiling, he whispered back, and I you, wife. They stood there for a long moment, he savoring her presence and the tangible proof of their love. She was swearing vengeance on his relatives. Ooh, they did decorate the manor house that day and all had a wonderful time. Harry couldn't help but snicker when he saw the usually serious Amelia Bones singing a song to herself while wearing a crown of holly. She levitated the obligatory sprig of mistletoe to the top of the doorframe into the formal dining room, affix it with a sticking charm and hum the parts of the song she didn't know as she headed back to the entrance hall for more decorations. Daphne had taken it upon herself to decorate the family drawing room and had shooed everyone else out. It was her home and she was taking this very seriously. Neville had the welts from her well-applied stinging hex to attest to her dedication to the task. Story had stood at the doorway and teased her sister until she ran shrieking in playfulness, a charmed bucket of water in pursuit. Harry and Neville were tasked to find an appropriate tree from the grounds of the estate. Not cut it down, mind. No cutting until they'd been given approval by the Lady Potter. Bundled up against the wind, they hiked and waded through the light snow until Neville smacked Harry on the shoulder. Confused, Harry looked at his friend and asked, "What?" In response, Neville shifted to the bear and loped away. Harry laughed, shifted to the tiger, and took off in pursuit. 20 minutes later, they found a suitable tree, which, after inspection and approval, they cut down and levitated back to the house. It was late in the evening and everyone else had gone to bed. Harry and Daphne were sitting on the couch, she half laying on him while he had his feet up on the coffee table. They were staring at the Christmas tree, alit with fairy lights that spanned the rainbow and beyond in their beauty. In the distance, Daphne heard music. "Must be Susan," she said. She was going to turn on the wireless before bed. Snuggling further into her husband, she growled appreciatively when he pulled a quilt off the back of the couch and covered the two of them. Story starts with Dubois and Young on Monday. What about Philip? Daphne cracked open her eyes. "Hun. Maybe we should begin teaching Philip some basics. Honey, he's only 9. His core isn't stable enough to cast a spell." With a deadly earnest expression, he replied, "The Death Eaters didn't care about that last time." When she flinched, he continued in a softer tone, "Look, he may not be able to cast a stunning spell or a cutter, but if he knows the mechanics and has a wand, then he has a chance." Daphne exhaled loudly. After a moment of silence, she conceded, "I'll talk to Mum tomorrow." Ooh. The 15th of December 1996 Monday. My Lord Potter, he is too young to use a wand effectively. Daphne heard Harry sigh. Again, as Mr. Ollivander repeated his protestation. "We are aware of that, Mr. Ollivander. Nevertheless, please fit Philip for a wand." There was a pause and Daphne hoped that this time the man would surrender and fit her brother for a wand. But, my lord, Daphne's patience expired, so she interrupted the old man. "Mr. Ollivander, kindly fit my brother for a wand or we shall go to Gregorovich's." Would you like it spread around that Lord Potter had to go to the continent to have his brother-in-law fitted for a wand? For a full 10 seconds Mr. Ollivander regarded her coldly. With a narrowing of his eyes he turned to Philip and asked, "Which arm is your wand arm, young sir?" To Philip's delight, the famous tape measure jumped off the shelf and began measuring him. It took a good 20 minutes for Philip to have his wand find him, maple, 10 inches and dragon heartstring. Harry took Daphne's hand as they left, Philip cradling the box that contained his new wand. Evelyn trailed behind the group, smiling wistfully. The Potters stopped in front of Flourish and Blots, waiting for everyone else to catch up with them. "Are friends still with us?" Daphne asked as she picked an imaginary bit of lint off Harry's collar. They had an escort of 10 oars under invisibility cloaks or disillusionment charms. 3 were on the rooftops keeping pace with the familial party and the other 7 were spread out in the alley. Amelia, Connie, Scrimgore, all of them really, were hoping that they could entice at least some of the Death Eaters out. Inside the bookstore, Evelyn and Philip were hustled into the back room to use the flow in order to return to Rowan Hill. Tonks was waiting for them where she did a quick examination of Evelyn's features and clothes before the older woman left. 2 seconds later, Tonks had effectively replaced the widow Greenger and joined Harry and her daughter as they browsed the books. They picked up a half-dozen books to add to the Potter collection at Rowan Hill. A few fiction works to go with collections that were more scholarly. Daphne picked up the collector's magical edition of Jane Austen's complete works. She showed the boxed set to Harry and asked, "For Hermione?" Harry nodded emphatically. Hermione was a devoted Jane ite and had held forth extensively regarding Anne, Wentworth, Lizzie, Darcy, Mary Ann, Eleanor, Edward and the rest of them. As they had become good friends, Hermione and Daphne had sat down one day and confided their favorite books with each other. Daphne smiled remembering Hermione. "I almost died in happiness the first time I read Pride and Prejudice." Checking over her shoulder to see if Harry was watching, she scuttled into the romance section to see if her favorite author had released any new books. Harry was leaning on the shelves, a small smile on his face when she exited said section 5 minutes later, 2 books in her hands. Her face colored when he cocked an eyebrow at her and then deliberately looked at the books in her hands. She sighed and pulled a face, waiting for the inevitable teasing. When none was forthcoming, she looked at her husband, seeing a confused, yet amused expression on his face. What? He asked. Just say it. Even more confusion. Say what? Now somewhat angry in her emberment, Daphne snapped, get the teasing over with. About those? He asked as he nodded at Pion's Harbor and the nobleman's wife. When she gave him a short nod of acknowledgement, he leaned in, eyed her gently and as he pulled away, responded, I've known about your little stories for months now. Her face morphed into surprise, which caused him to laugh in turn. Taking the books from her, he placed them in the basket with their other purchases. Turning to the checkout desk, he muttered, just channeling my inner Slytherin, dear. She laughed as he handed over the galleons and shrunk their purchases. Ooh. A still smiling Daphne was holding Harry's hand as they left the bookstore. They stopped by the apothecary for some pain relief. Potions, their solicitors for a quick check on a slander lawsuit that was in progress, Elop's Owl Emporium for owl treats, the leather store where Daphne purchased 3 purses and the accompanying wallets, all that over the course of an hour and a half, and there hadn't even been a twitch from their reminders. As they entered the magical optometrist to get Harry a checkup, he muttered, how come it's impossible to find a Death Eater when you really want one? 25 minutes later they left, Harry wearing an updated set of contacts. Come back next year, my lord. We should be able to permanently correct your vision at that time. They were ambling up the alley toward the leaky cauldron when a tap on Harry's shoulder caused him to ask, yes. They heard a bodiless voice report, nothing for today, go ahead and head home. Right. Our thanks to you and your team. I'll leave a tab at the cauldron so you all can warm up. Thank you, my lord. That's very kind. Harry nodded as they continued up the alley. Right then, till next time. After Harry dropped 20 galleons on the bar and told Tom whom they were for, he gave Daphne a nod. With a double pop, they apparated home. Another fruitless fishing expedition completed. Ooh. The 16th of December 1996 Tuesday. Daphne had just stepped out of the shower and wrapped a bath sheet about her when Harry dragged himself into their bathroom. They had a dinner party on their schedule for the evening, yet another attempt to entice Voldemort out of hiding. Roland and Harry had been in the room of pain for the bulk of the afternoon and it showed. Harry had a crust of dried blood on his forehead, a bruise on his neck and was limping. All that was buried under his wide smile, though. I beat him. With wide eyes, she asked the obvious question, Roland. He nodded in response, letting himself fall onto the chair in front of Daphne's vanity. She hurried over and gave him a tender, that's wonderful. She paused and evaluated him, do you need a bit of healing? With a chagrined smile, he nodded. She retrieved her wand from the counter and began to cast the various spells they'd learned from Remus. 10 minutes later Harry was climbing in the shower to get ready for the evening, feeling much better. Daphne watched him with a tender expression as he attempted to croon an Elvis song, Can't Help Falling in Love. About 40 minutes before, he'd been a fight for his life against a man of whom she was terrified of crossing wands. Now, he was crooning, quite badly, a love song for her. I love you, Harry Potter, she whispered. Ooh, Neville, Susan, Daphne exclaimed. She hadn't seen the other two since the previous Friday. They'd been doing the rounds with Lady Augusta. Every Christmas season for the last 110 years, the now Dowager Lady Longbottom had visited all the tenants on the Longbottom lands. She would usually distribute small gifts to them all, but this year, Neville did the visiting and distributing with his grandmother in the background. Susan and Daphne bussed each other's cheeks and Neville bowed over her hand after. She was truly glad to see her best friends. She'd missed them quite a bit over the past 4 days. Where's Harry? Neville asked. Drinks. Ah, so how did the visiting go? She asked Neville as she wrapped her arm in Susan's. Neville's expression became thoughtful for a long moment before he answered, informative. Daphne frowned at the unexpected response. How so? Neville glanced about to see if there was anyone listening in on their conversation. Seeing how the bulk of the country lives. Between Green Hills and Rowan Hill, I think I have a skewed understanding of how people live. Many of our tenants have 3 or 4 children and they live in 3 or 4 bedroom homes. Some of them are in tighter quarters. Granted, they're all magical homes, so they've used space expansion charms and runic expansions to maximize the space they have, but still, he faded away. Neville, Susan, Harry exclaimed as he returned. Handing Daphne her GL of punch, he shook Neville's hand and bowed over Susan's. The conversation became derailed as Harry launched into a discussion of the timid Italian count and his boorish English wife who'd waylaid him earlier in the evening. Susan brought up Hermione and Bill's recent date. Bill had taken their mutual friend to the theater after a meal at a Greek restaurant. Harry's expression started to cloud over and so too did Neville's. Daphne surreptitiously pinched the inside of her husband's arm to get his attention. She shook her head minutely, to which Harry sighed and then nodded. He doesn't like it, but he'll leave it alone. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a similar interaction between Susan and Neville, causing Daphne to smile. She wondered how long it would take for Neville to formalize their relationship. Not necessarily marriage. She realized that she and Harry were the extraordinary exception to the rule regarding teenage romances. 99% of them did not survive. It looked like Neville and Susan might also beat the percentages as well. Daphne glanced around the room and counted as Harry told the humorous story, 15 oars plus Connie Hammer and Rufus Scrimgeour. Somehow, she didn't think they'd be needed this evening. Voldemort wasn't coming. Bastard. Ooh. The 20th of December 1996 Saturday. Have I completely lost my mind? Harry goggled at his wife, the fork laden with eggs halfway to his mouth. Could you clarify, please? Daphne sat back in her chair at the breakfast table. They were alone at the table as Neville and Susan had apparated to Green Hills after their workout. Lady Augusta was feeling unwell and they wanted to spend the day with her. Amelia hadn't been in the house when they'd awakened at 0530. She'd been putting in 18-hour days for a few months now. Harry had tried to talk to her about slowing down a bit and as a result, had seen a side of Amelia that none of them, bar Susan, had ever seen before, or Bones. After she'd finished dressing down the Potter Lord, she'd immediately apologized for her atrocious behavior, and surprised all gathered by giving Harry a hug. It hadn't stopped her from working exceedingly long hours, though. Every time we go out to a party or shopping or whatever, I keep wanting Voldemort to show up. I want the S-faced idiot to show up. Who in their right mind wants Voldemort to come to the party? Harry swallowed the eggs he'd scooped up. Before he could say anything, Daphne spoke up. I know what you're going to say. It's just nerves, right? He opened his mouth but she ran right over him. It's not. It's like Christmas Eve. Anticipation in a good way. Narrowing her eyes, she thought about her statement. No, that's not really it. It's like a loose tooth. Harry set his fork down, sipped his tea and waited for his wife to regain her sanity. Right now, the tooth is all wiggly, right? I know it'll come out any moment now and I can't wait. It feels uncomfortable and I want that feeling gone. I want to get on with it and get the new tooth in to replace the loose one. She looked at Harry with an expression that was surprisingly anxious. He sat back in his chair, obviously taking her more seriously than he was when they started the conversation. I understand what you mean. I want this. He waved in the general direction over his head. I want what's up there waiting to drop on my head and in me to be gone. Nodding in relief, she exhaled loudly before bestowing her knee-watering smile on her husband. Many years later, he'd tell her that every time she smiled at him like that, his heart went pitter-patter, no matter how long they'd been together. Thanks. Anytime. Daff. Ooh. The 21st of December 1996 Sunday. Connie Hammer stood at an enlarged flip chart again, this time for a very different reason. We're going to take Malfoy Manor this evening. That got everyone's attention. The 4 friends were in attendance with Remus and Tonks standing behind Harry while Hermione and Bill were next to Susan. Besides the informal Potter strike group, over 100 Aurors were in the room. Most were veterans of the attack in Diagon Alley. Our curse-breaking team led by Mr. Weasley, she indicated to Bill who stonily endured everyone turning to see him, will bring down the wards at exactly 2 a.m. Our fire teams will then portkey directly to the front hall, the rear veranda, the dining hall and the front lawn. See the chart on the wall for your IGN Mets. We have a recent visitor to the manor enchanting the portkeys, so they'll be accurate. She didn't say it, but Daphne knew that Tonks had been poring over maps with Connie and Scrimgore the day before. Connie indicated a large wall chart that designated the fire teams. With a combined thrill and tremble, Daphne saw that the 8-man team that was to portkey into the dining hall was led by Harry, with Daphne, Susan, Neville, Remus, Tonks, Hermione and Bill in support. Harry needed to be at the front of the attack in case Voldemort was in residence. Since Harry was in the front, his team needed to be with him in order to protect him. After explaining necessary details such as communication spells to be used, call signs, ingress-egress routes, search areas of responsibility, rendezvous points and the like, Connie finished up with, the next room has 100 or so cots with a sleeping potion on each pillow. I suggest you avail yourselves of the chance to catch some sleep. You'll be roused no later than midnight for a quick meal and then transport to the jump-off points. Looking around the room she asked, are there any questions? When no one spoke, Connie nodded with an air of finality. Godspeed, she muttered. Ooh. Daphne sat on the edge of her cot in the semi-darkened room. Most of the Aurors had unceremoniously knocked back their sleeping draft and collapsed on the cot, barely bothering to kick off their boots. She and Harry had chatted about inconsequential things before he too was taken to the land of Nod. Now she sat on her cot, staring at nothing while she shook. The last time they'd been to Malfoy Manor they'd had a less than pleasant experience. She sighed. To be truthful, they'd had their ass kicked. Hospital stays for she and Harry along with medical attention for Neville, Susan, Remus and Tonks had been necessary. The pain was a hazy memory. She'd heard it told that a human mind cannot remember pain. It can remember that there was pain, or even that the pain was extreme. However, the pain itself is an obscure memory at best. Fortunately, she agreed. That bludgeoning hex had done a number on her knee that she'd rather not repeat. Her cot shifted as Susan sat next to her. Wordlessly, the redhead wrapped her arm around her friend and they sat there in silence for a bit. Eventually, Susan murmured, remembering. Yeah, wasn't much fun last time, was it? Daphne only shook her head. With a ghost of a smile, Susan indicated all the sleeping Aurors and said in a teasing voice, but we have all these badass with us this time. They've got erumpent fluid bombs, enchanted spears, big ing rocks, sharp sticks. By the end of Susan's humorous tirade, Daphne was chuckling as she leaned into her friend. Thanks, she whispered. Anytime, my friend. Ooh. They were dressed in their usual black fatigues. Hermione, Susan and Daphne had just charmed their hair into tight plaits while Tonks morphed her hair into a 1-inch buzz cut. Harry was tightening the belt that held his short sword, a weapon that Roland had mercilessly drilled him how to use. Neville was leaning against the wall, eyes closed and head down. Remus was next to the Longbottom of Longbottom, his arms crossed across his in-face impiv. A horn sounded and they all straightened up. Picking up the rope portkey, they waited. Overhead, glowing numbers were counting down from 145. There was no playful banter like there had been before Diagon Alley. Remus and Harry had almost been killed there and the group had learned that battle was to be taken seriously or you may never come home. 20. Blindly, Daphne reached out for Harry's free hand. Finding it was finding her tether to reality, her lifeline. She briefly closed her eyes and sighed in relief. If he makes it out with me, I can deal with anything else. 8. One last squeeze of his hand and she returned her free hand to the portkey. Another horn sounded and they were pulled into the vortex of the portkey. Ooh, they only had to wait 30 minutes at the rendezvous point. The curse-breaking team had immediately proceeded to the manor upon the ending of the brief. Bill had pocketed a few vials of pepper up on the way out. I'm going to need these, he murmured as he ped by Daphne. Harry's eyes had widened and then he'd looked away when he saw the peonate the eldest Weasley and Hermione shared before Bill left. Daphne had rolled her eyes and led her husband into the next room. The teams had been given a 5-minute standby when the curse breakers got close to dropping the wards. Team Tiger, as the Potter-led team was designated, manned up and lifted their new rope portkey in preparation for their jump. Daphne looked out at the rows of teams waiting for the jump. Teams Lion, Bear, Eagle, Hawk and Shark all stood silently, watching the tight knot of men and women alding the wards. It was evident when they were successful. A bright flash followed closely by a loud gong indicated they wards were down. A second later, they all heard Scrimgeour's voice shouting, "Go! Go! Go!" She saw Bill quaffing his potion as he ran up to them, the steam pouring out of his ears. As soon as he grabbed the rope with his non-wand hand, Harry activated the portkey. It was a short ride this time, and when the group arrived in the empty dining hall of Malfoy Manor, they began to fan out. Tonks and Susan had point and moved to the door. A nod from Harry and the fierce fighters led the way through the doorway facing opposite directions. Daphne and Neville were next, and as Daphne exited the dining hall to support Susan, she saw the hallway was empty. A quick SSST from Harry caused Susan and Daphne to turn and follow the now advancing rest of the team. From the entry hall, they heard a brief burst of spellfire, but then nothing. The sound keyed them up, but, so far, there was no one in their sector. Quickly they moved to clear their floor, finding no one in the kitchens except for 2 half-starved house elves. They stunned the elves to ensure they wouldn't tell their master about the presence of the teams and moved on in the search. No one home, was the conclusion at which they quickly arrived. Harry paused after they checked the Leary, held up his hand and listened to the communicator in his ear. After a long moment, he said in a normal tone of voice, "Nobody home except one Kia. Move to the primary egress rendezvous. Tonks, take point. Remus, rear guard. Stay frosty everyone. Just in case." Moving to the entry hall, they saw the broken body of Draco Malfoy on the floor. His wand was wrecked in his hand and his face twisted in a frenzy of hate. "So there you are, little ferret," Daphne murmured to herself. By all accounts, Malfoy the Younger had not participated in the raid earlier in the month at Hogwarts, which had spurred no end of speculation on the reason. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, Neville and Susan agreed that Draco was too inept for Voldemort to bring him along in an alt. He'd probably freeze when it mattered most, or worse, accidentally kill those on his own side. Nonetheless, he'd not been seen since escaping from Azkaban, and the team wondered about his activities. "Boot will be happy," Harry commented softly to no one. She nodded in agreement while she headed out to the egress portkey on the front lawn. "Damn you, Voldemort. Come out. Ooh." The 24th of December 1996, Wednesday. Daphne was tucking a present for Amelia under the tree when Astoria came in the family sitting room and sat on the sofa. As Daphne placed the other 3 presents for Susan, Neville and Philip under the tree, she saw Story watching her and fidgeting with a handkerchief in her hands. Straightening up, Daphne crossed to the couch, sat down and began to gently rub her sister's back. Without asking, Daphne reached out with her free hand and took her sister's hand, giving it a quick squeeze of reverence. Astoria was a pretty young woman. Much like her older sister, she had dark hair, borderline black, with pale blue eyes as opposed to her sister's electric blue. She, like her sister, had a lean athletic build. Right now, her face was preoccupied. Astoria was the deep thinker of the family. Daphne was all about intelligence in action. Philip was the athlete. Astoria, however, had a contemplative nature. She enjoyed botany, potions and philosophy, the piv arts if you will. The more active wanded arts were a necessary evil as far as she was concerned, and only learned enough to get her high grade. To say that she did not savor the fine art of transfiguration like her sister would be an understatement. All this led to the fact that it was not unusual to see the middle child of the Greenger family deep in contemplation about matters great and small. However, this time, Daphne could tell something was bothering her sister. Stroking Story's smaller hand, Daphne eventually asked, "What's bothering you?" Astoria silently shrugged, which Daphne took as a bad sign. "Is it because of father?" This was their first Christmas since their father had been murdered. Scrunching up her face in a noncommittal expression caused Daphne to snort in an exasperated fashion. "Story, I'm not a legilimencer. You need to actually speak for us to have a discussion." They sat there watching the tree for a bit before Astoria explained. "I'm conflicted. Part of me misses father and wants him here. Another part of me," she paused and took a deep breath. "The other part of me is glad he's gone," she finished in a small voice, "and I'm pretty ashamed of that." Daphne was silent for a moment, just holding her sister close as she sniffled a bit. "I feel the same way," she eventually admitted. Really?" Daphne nodded. "I've been telling poor Harry all about it the past few days. He's not very sympathetic for father, though. Story gave a short laugh. Harry's opinion of the late Cyrus Greenger was well known in the family. He's reminded me many times that he doesn't think less of me for the mess of my feelings. He loves me and I love you. Story. It's okay. Despite father's behavior, he was still our father, and I think it's somewhat appropriate to miss him. Lady Augusta told me that it's the sign of adulthood to hold two beliefs that seem to contradict each other. Story nodded and was silent. Is there anything I can do to help? Daphne asked. With a small smile, Story replied, well, I was thinking of inviting Patrick to dinner this evening. Smiling widely now, Daphne asked, this is the Ravenclaw boy you fancy? Blushing, Astoria nodded. All right then. Write up the invitation and I'm sure that Dobby or Nob will deliver it for you. When Astoria opened her mouth to speak, Daphne added with a smile, and I'll tell Harry not to give your Patrick an interrogation of his intentions. Ooh. The 25th of December 1996 Thursday. The presents in the morning had been opened with little fanfare. Daphne noticed Harry watching everyone else more than opening his gifts. He was prodded by Philip to catch up to the rest of them, but it seemed to Daphne that he was enjoying being a part of the solution more so than the gifts. Although he gave great gifts. When Daphne opened the slim box he'd given her, her breath stuttered. Inside was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. A diamond and sapphire necklace with accompanying cellet and earrings which glowed with beauty. Oh, Harry, do you like them? His worried question sounded in her ear. He'd snuck up behind her while she was opening the box. Magnificent doesn't even come close. She felt his tension ebb and he wrapped his arms around her from behind. Good. You deserve nothing less. That evening, Daphne sat at the foot of the table in the formal dining room. The Bones, Longbottom and Greenger families along with Phileas Flitwick, Connie Hammer, George Stebbins and Rufus Scrimgeour had joined the Potters for their Christmas dinner. Dobby and Nob had been cooking and cleaning all day. Daphne had become much better at planning a major dinner, so she decided to NCH out a bit on the menu. She decided to start with medallions of goat cheese accompanied by roasted Kalamata olives with fennel shavings and go from there. All in all, it looked to be a wonderful evening. The dinner party was lively. Most of the guests were friends or close enough to be family, so there wasn't the stilted discussion of people who were forced together trying to make conversation last. In his usual miniature tuxedo, Dobby appeared at the door to the main drawing room and announced, "My lord, dinner is served." Harry escorted Susan to her seat while Daphne took Neville's arm. Guests paired up and continued their conversation to the table and beyond. Remove after remove went smashingly. During the main course, Daphne looked down the table and saw Harry dabbing at his eyes. She frowned in concern, which he caught. With a watery smile, he waved her off, returning to his discussion with Lady Augusta. Eventually, the half of the guests that didn't live at Rowan Hill bid the residents adieu and headed home. Silently, Harry took his wife's hand and led her up to their suite. Closing the door, he smoothly prevented her from raising the lights. No, he murmured. Gently, he unzipped her robes and let them fall. Stepping back for a quick minute, he did the same for himself. They both kicked off their shoes and moved back to each other. This has been one of the best days of my life, Daphne. I have you to thank for it. You have brought so much to my life that my heart wants to burst. I wish that I had words to tell you how much you mean to me. His teary expression from earlier now explained. She wrapped her arms around him. Their bare skin slid against each other like satin. Quickly, they moved to the bed and made love like the young lovers they were. She called his name in her paean and he hers. Afterwards, they folded against each other, fitting together in a different way. It warmed their hearts in the same way that it did that first time they slept together. Back in July, life was perfect for the moment and Daphne forced herself to stay awake as long as she could that Christmas evening of 1996 so the day wouldn't end. Ooh, the 26th of December 1996 Friday. On Boxing Day, they made the rounds. In the morning, they popped to each home of the 15 to wish them joy of the season. As expected, the Macmillan and Abbott visits were enjoyable and long. The Jones and Boot visits were short. They didn't even shed their cloaks. After a plain lunch, I don't think I could eat anything rich after last night's feast, exclaimed Evelyn. They headed over to the Granger home. Bundled up against the cold, they apparated to the back garden of the Granger home. They'd been there often enough that visualizing their destination wasn't hard. On top of it, the Grangers had keyed them into the wards. Daphne felt quite touched by the compliment. So far as she was aware, only the four friends and Hermione were allowed to apparate or use the flow to come to their home. They must have heard the pop of apparition as Alice Granger opened the back door and waved them over. Welcome. Happy Christmas. The Potters smiled and returned the waves as they made their way to the door. Coming in, they handed their coats, gloves and mufflers to Alice and gratefully took the warm mugs of tea from Stephen. Hermione's just run to the grocer. She'll be home soon. Come, sit in the lounge and tell us about your Christmas. It was quite ironic to Daphne. The last time they'd sat in this room with the elder Grangers, the Potters had been trying to convince the Grangers, who were complete strangers, to keep their daughter in school. It hadn't been the friendliest of conversations. Now, 6 months later, they were having a very friendly conversation. Hermione had willingly left Hogwarts and the elder Grangers were friends of theirs. Amazing how things can change so quickly. As they were all laughing over the stuffy, stodgy behavior of the Boots, Daphne heard the door open and Hermione call out, "Mum. Dad, they didn't have the hazelnut roast so I got the Kenyan. It was only £1 more. Hope that's all right." Stephen's eyes lit up at the description of the new coffee and he bounced out of his chair to claim Hermione's purchase. A few murmurs were followed by an exclamation. Really? A quick pattering of feet preceded Hermione's entrance into the room, pulling her jacket off as she came. Happy Christmas, she squealed as she first vigorously said Harry and then Daphne. Daphne enjoyed the afternoon. She and Harry were allowed to be teenagers hanging out with their good friend and her parents. They talked about their educational futures, professional options in the magical world and finally, Quidditch. Stephen was a huge footy fan. Arsenal was his club, and the idea of Quidditch fascinated him. Quickly, Harry and Daphne were involved in an in-depth explanation of the game along with promises to take him to the next Puddlemere match. Daphne could hear Hermione rolling her eyes at her friends and father. Poor thing, she was missing so much of the culture and excitement that was professional Quidditch. Once they got past Quidditch, Stephen and Alice were both intrigued by the 15 and their role in the Wizengamot. This 15 of yours sounds quite a bit like how the House of Lords used to function. Hermione sipped at the fresh coffee her father had brewed and nodded her head in agreement. Very much. So that's what you're going to do for a career, Harry? Work in government? Alice asked. Harry paused before he responded. Finally, his face cleared and he told the elder female Granger, I really haven't thought too much about our futures beyond the war. That is such an immediate issue that is fairly consuming. He took a sip of his own coffee before continuing. There's a lot of legislated bigotry and oppression in magical Britain that is quite disgusting, to tell the truth. As Black and Potter, along with Neville and Susan, I can effect real reform. Legislatively, that is. The ministry still needs to enforce the laws, but that is a whole different issue. Hermione said nothing, merely leaned back in her chair, a contemplative expression on her face. They stayed for dinner, which was a fun affair. They were having leftovers from the Granger Christmas dinner, which comprised mainly of the remains of an enormous goose and all the accoutrements therein. Hermione told the rather humorous stories from the night before when her cousins, aunts, and uncles from Stephen's side visited. They weren't as socially inept as the Dursleys, but very close. As the Potters bundled up after dinner to head home, Hermione asked, Are you planning to attend the New Year's ball? Daphne nodded. The Ministry New Year's Ball was an annual event that was one of the most coveted invitations in magical Britain. It was invariably a fun night and only the creme de la creme were invited. Neither Potter asked how Hermione had wrangled an invitation. It was fairly easy when one is a close friend of 4 of the 15 and the sitting minister. Bill your date. Hermione cocked an eyebrow at Harry's question. Holding his hands out in front of himself, Harry protested, Hey, I've been good. I haven't threatened to hex his bits or anything like that. I was just curious, that's all. When both women regarded him with jaded expressions, he reiterated, I was just asking. Hermione began laughing and answered her oldest friend, Yes, Bill is my date. Smiling, Daphne took Harry's arm and bid Hermione farewell. I'll get him home before he does do something stupid. Harry, I don't think that's possible. Him do something stupid? No, anyone stopping it. Both women laughed at Harry's mock put-upon expression. Daphne steered him out the back door into the snowfall with a bye for Hermione. Ooh. The 31st of December 1996 Wednesday. Daphne was putting the last touches on her makeup when she heard Susan call out, "Daphne. You in there?" "Back here." A moment later, Susan strode into Daphne's dressing room holding a long velvet case in her hand. She was finished dressing and had her hair up in a similar style as Daphne. Holding out the case, Susan asked, "Could you hook this? I can't get the damn clasp." Opening the case, Daphne smiled. Inside was a beautiful diamond necklace that complemented the drop diamond earrings Susan was wearing. "A gift from Neville?" Daphne asked as she closed the catch on the necklace. The back of Susan's neck colored a bit when she nodded. Daphne held in her laughter, but her expression was of restrained mirth. When Susan turned around, Daphne asked, "So when's he going to ask you?" Susan's face went blank. "Ask me what?" Daphne rolled her eyes at her friend. Straightening the necklace a touch, she clarified, "Ask you to marry him." Now the flush was beet red. "He hasn't," Susan mumbled. "Has he told you he loves you?" If anything, Susan's blush intensified when she nodded. "Good. He told us a few months ago that he loved you." Shaking her finger in a mock scolding fashion, she continued, "He needs to get a move on though. We want you two to have a MIV wedding to drown out our lack of one. Maybe the society gossip columnist in Which Weekly will get off our back then." Now the friends were laughing. "I'll be sure to pee that onto my beloved." With a lingering smile, Daphne asked, "Do you love him?" Susan was suddenly serious and answered, "With all that I am." Giving a short nod, Daphne said, "Good. You two deserve each other. Come on, the boys are probably getting antsy. Harry hates being late, even fashionably late. He wants to be on time." As the brunette and redhead made their way to the entrance hall to apparate to the ministry atrium, Susan baldly stated, "Tonight would be an attractive target for lips." Daphne considered as she lifted her dress hem so as not to trip on the steps. True. However, the security for this is going to be incredible. Every Auror in Britain will be there either as a guest or on duty. No one in their right mind would attack tonight. Who said Voldemort's in his right mind? That chilling thought sent a shiver down Daphne's spine. The ministry New Year's Eve ball was actually quite fun. They'd arrived in the atrium of the ministry to find it overgrown with guests dressed in the best clothes, Aurors in their dress robes, medals clinking against their S, and a whole host of functionaries easting the highest of wizarding society to the party. Daphne took Harry's proffered arm and nodded her greeting to Kingsley Shacklebolt, the on-duty Auror at the coat check station. Moving through the atrium to the grand hall took the four friends over a half hour as they were stopped by persons they did and did not know. "My lady," greeted an older, heavy-set man. The man looked pointedly to Neville, with whom he'd been talking to moments before. "Oh, right, Lady Potter, this is Sir Robert Matheson. His family and ours have had common interests for generations." Neville's introduction was a bit hasty as Susan was whispering something in his ear that caused him slowly to turn beet red. Turning to Sir Robert, Daphne left her two friends to their public-private flirtations. "My lady," began Sir Robert, "I've wanted to meet you and your husband since your most creditable action in Diagon Alley. It's good to see the youth of our country stepping forward in difficult times. Far too often, the community relies on a hero or heroine to save the day. Usually, all that's needed is good, decent people who are willing to work a bit." With a pleasant expression, Daphne waited for the baronet to get to his point. Sir Robert cleared his throat and continued, "Yes, well, I am the chairman of Mother Wilmot's Magical Orphanage in southern Wales." Daphne's eyes lit up. Now she knew what Sir Robert wanted and she was not averse to discussing funding for this effort. He outlined their current status, both child-wise and financially. Daphne listened with real interest, to both understand and assess the status of Mother Wilmot's but also to learn a bit from this obviously experienced man. "So, to finish, my lady, I'd like to solicit an appointment with you in your status as the head of BP Charities. I feel that, together, we can help our greater British magical community." Daphne gave the older man an approving sort of smile and extended her hand. "Sir Robert, I believe that we can meet to discuss the betterment of our community and Mother Wilmot's. Please owl me tomorrow and I shall respond immediately with an available time." The baronet smiled broadly, bowed over Daphne's gloved hand and wished her good evening. Turning, She saw Harry surrounded by reporters asking all sorts of questions ranging from Voldemort, you really should ask the Minister or Director Hammer about all that. Charity work, you really should ask Lady Potter about that. She runs BP charity group. And politics, the only topic he'd directly answer. Sort of. He caught her eye and gave her a little smile while nodding toward the grand hall. Nodding her understanding, Daphne hooked onto Neville and asked, My Lord Longbottom, my husband has abandoned me for the Fourth Estate. Would you and Lady Bones agree to escort poor old me to the party? Neville and Susan both laughed. The three of them darted away as the reporters noticed them and began to descend on them like locusts. Neville threw back his shoulders in a preening pose. In a snobby, Malfoy-like drawl he pronounced, I'm the biggest man here. I have the two most beautiful witches in Britain on my arms. All bow down and worship me. Both Susan and Daphne groaned. Susan poked her boyfriend in the ribs, causing him to yelp and twist away from her seeking finger. Yeah, let's see you now, mister. Biggest man here. They chuckled and headed for one of the bars. They four friends had discussed Susan's dire prediction and decided to stay away from alcohol this evening. Fruit juice mixers provided thirst quenching and the obligatory GL in hand the function required. Daphne was drinking from her cranberry drink when she saw Harry winding his way through the crowd. He was definitely exasperated. Daphne gave him a sad sort of smile and handed him an orange juice on ice. He took a deep draught and muttered, needs something a bit stronger after that interrogation. She laughed at her husband and the four friends began to chat with Connie Hammer, who'd just sped by. An hour and a half later, Daphne felt like she'd talked more during the evening than she'd ever talked during her entire life. The gossip columnist for Witch Weekly cornered her and Susan for an even 30 minutes and quizzed them on various topics. When the annoying woman finally went her way, Daphne turned to Susan and asked, Is it just me or do you want a double shot of fire whiskey as well? Susan growled, sipped her juice and answered, It's not just you, trust me. Daphne saw her husband and Neville discussing something with Sir Edward Grey when Susan took her hand. Turning to her red-headed friend, Daphne saw Susan's face was strangely earnest. This may sound very odd, but I'm eternally grateful that Oak Park Hall was burnt down. It did sound strange, but Daphne held her tongue. Susan obviously had something of import to say. We didn't know each other at all at school. But, because they burnt down my home, I've got to know you. Susan gave Daphne's hand a squeeze and said, You're my best friend, you know that. Daphne smiled widely and gave her friend a big hug. You're my best friend as well. She stepped back and gave Susan an impish smile. Well, best friend that I don't have with. Susan rolled her eyes and blew a raspberry at the brunette. They both laughed, but when they calmed, Daphne reared her friend. Joking aside, you are as close to me as anyone outside Harry ever has or ever will. You and Astoria are my sisters, Neville my brother, and I see us being like this the rest of our lives. This pronouncement caused another hug, which was broken up by the bandleader announcing the first song. The band played a big band style of music from the 1940s. Horns, drums, and even a guitar blared out catchy tunes. Daphne was listening to a song, watching the dancers and tapping her foot to the beat when a pair of arms encircled her from behind. She smiled and said, You'd best shove off. My husband will be here momentarily and he's quite jealous. The man eyed her exposed neck, causing Daphne to add in an undertone, and an unparalleled lover. Harry chuckled. Dance, love. I'd hoped you'd ask. Harry led her out onto the dance floor and began to lead her in a very intricate dance step. Once she got over her surprise, she commented, You've been holding out on me, Potter. He gave her his lopsided smile that melted her insides and answered, Susan's been teaching me. I'll have to thank her. They danced the night away. Not only was it incredibly fun, but it also kept the leeches and vultures away. They switched partners with Neville and Susan, Remus and Tonks, as well as Bill and Hermione. About 11:30, the friends were taking a breather in a corner of the room. Daphne was leaning back into Harry's MC while she, Susan, and Hermione discussed their current topic in runes. Harry, Tonks, and Neville were debating Puddlemere's chances against Ballycastle in the Quidditch match the next day, while Bill and Remus chatted about various topics, getting to know each other better. Ahem. Simultaneously, they all turned to the sound of the voice and saw Albus Dumbledore, resplendent in navy blue robes with comets dashing across his arms. Great. This is just what we need. My lords, my ladies. Everyone. Mumbled greetings from the friends met the old man's words. His blue-eyed gaze held Remus for a long moment before offering, I won't keep you. I just wanted to wish you all a happy new year. I trust your Christmas was happy. He smiled pleasantly when all present nodded. Well, then, I'm off. Good evening. Daphne watched the old man wander off through the crowds. Turning to ask Remus what the long look was about, she was preempted by Remus' low laughter as he watched the old man move away. All right, I give. What was that all about and why are you laughing, Moony? Harry asked in a genial tone. Daphne frowned. She wasn't feeling very charitable. Anyone who was on good terms with Dumbledore was, at least, suspect in her eyes. Remus sighed. He and I had a very pointed discussion soon after I began teaching you at Rowan Hill. Daphne's eyebrows crooked, as did Susan's when she looked at her friend. It was as you foresaw, Harry. He asked me to spy on you and try and persuade you of a few things that I could not stomach. Like getting me to the place where you and Tonks live. True. Daphne's voice was hard enough to cut and dissolve our marriage. Remus met her gaze, unafraid. That is well, yes. I assume you told him no, Daphne stated. We almost dueled, I was so enraged. That surprised Daphne. Remus was such a mild and agreeable man that for him to reach the end of his tether like that, well, Dumbledore must have pushed very hard indeed. Thanks, Remus, Harry offered. After a short bow from the neck, Remus answered, I could do nothing less for you, Harry. Looking Daphne in the eye, he added, and you, too, Daphne. Daphne didn't have any uncles, but at that moment, Remus took on that role for her until the day he died. She gave him the broad smile that she reserved for those she loved and nodded in return. The band had stopped playing and the band leader took the microphone. All right, everyone. 30 seconds to midnight. Daphne wrapped her arms around Harry's neck and began to him like there was no tomorrow. She felt every part of him as she pressed herself against him. His arms cradled her as he ed her with an equal paean. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. The band kicked off a raucous rendition of Auld Lang Syne, while the crowd cheered. The Potters broke there, and Em said briefly. Love you, Daphne whispered. Love you too, he answered. Turning to their friends, they gave chaste hugs and wishing each other a happy new year. As Daphne said Tonks, she stiffened. Tonks froze as well, and when Daphne asked, Are those screams? The Auror only nodded. The friends turned as one toward the entry that led to the atrium. Spellfire and screams sounded. Crap. Ooh. Daphne stood next to Harry, surveying the scene of chaos in the Ministry atrium. There were over 300 people running around screaming. Sporadically, Spellfire would cut down one or two of the screaming crowd, spraying blood and gore, inciting the panicked crowd further. Why don't they get out? Daphne asked. Wide area confundus, replied Remus, scanning the crowd. All around them, Aurors plowed into the crowd, looking for Death Eaters. She saw Karen Avery's, an older Auror, scowling as she drew her wand and scanned the crowd. All the Aurors were looking for the distinctive black robes and mask of the Death Eaters. As Daphne watched, Karen was cut in half by a slashing curse. Just beyond her, another Auror that Daphne recognized was felled by a reductor curse to the head. Aurors were dropping like flies as the noise of the crowd swelled. They're using the crowd as cover, scowled Susan. Move, shouted someone from behind. Despite the difficulty of moving agilely in an evening dress, Daphne and the others scuttled to the right as 4 Aurors ran to the edge of the crowd. Each had the bubble head charm activated and began tossing potion vials into the crowd. As the vials shattered, they released a gas that caused those nearby to drop to the floor, unconscious. Daphne felt a wand tap on top of her head and her eyesight was obscured for a moment. Realizing that someone had cast the bubble head charm on her, she murmured, thanks, as she kept scanning for targets. A magical wind began whipping through the atrium, dispersing the sleeping gas. All told, maybe 10 or 15 people had been incapacitated. In a moment of realization, Daphne announced, the Death Eaters aren't wearing their robes and they're wearing glamours, aren't they? Harry didn't respond, only nodded grimly. It was tortuous. They were standing on the sidelines watching Aurors and guests be killed. Harry's primary job was to kill Voldemort. The 7 friends had to protect Harry. This being the case, they couldn't wade into the of humanity in front of them. It was the Auror's job to get the situation under control. It was maddening to watch people die while feeling helpless to prevent it. From the south entrance to the atrium, by the lifts, came a series of barked orders. From her vantage point, Daphne could just see a line of Aurors stunning everyone in front of them. Friend and foe alike was stunned and tied in magical ropes. "Well done," commented Neville. "Sort out the sheep from the goats later. There he is. Kill him and his whore." Daphne recognized the high-pitched screaming voice. Finally, the bastard Voldemort had come out. As more people fell, some to Auror-stunning spells, other to Death Eater curses, Daphne wondered why she had been so eager for Voldemort and his bound S to come out. Years later, Daphne and the other survivors of the battle for the Ministry compared notes of their experiences from that horrible evening. In the moment, all agreed that they were only capable to act, react, move. There was little time to think about the big picture, as they were fighting for their lives. Late at night, with a snifter of ND and a low fire, it was easier to stitch together the complete story. Standing on the edge of the whirling of people, the Potters and their friends didn't know it, but Voldemort had managed to SC up 30 Death Eaters. Of the 30, 17 were still school age. One didn't need to be a prodigy of the magical arts to cast the Reductor Curse, though. As Daphne had surmised, the Death Eaters were not wearing their usual garb. All were under glamour spells so as not to be recognized. Lord Voldemort's plan had been simple, yet extraordinarily effective. Let the evening progress. The security teams would become more relaxed the longer the event progressed. Slowly they infiltrated the atrium with their people but made no attempt to pee through the security screening blocking the Grand Hall. All of his devoted followers would be in the atrium no later than 11:30 p.m. Each had a task to carry out as their cover. Some were to act as building service repairmen, a few were to be vagrants that always seemed to make their way to the atrium at night. Voldemort figured that the security would lapse at midnight. A few congratulatory handshakes and the like would distract the Aurors for a few minutes that he needed. A wide area confundus charm that would befuddle and incite over 300 persons was not cast in a moment. On top of the confundus charm, Voldemort was counting on the guest imbibing enough alcohol to increase significantly the effects of the curse. The Dark Lord used the distraction of midnight to begin his incantation. Standing amidst the press of people that had boiled out of the Grand Hall, he raised his wand and chanted. 60 seconds later, the crowd was stampeding like thirsty cattle. He had instructed his people to kill random bystanders in order to pull the Aurors into the press of humanity. Using the bystanders to form a maze or warren of a type was Voldemort's idea, and a good one it was. Not many can enter a S's nest chasing after the reptile and emerge unscathed. Not many Aurors survived the experience that New Year's Eve. The Aurors might have been in a better situation, but Rufus Scrimgeour had been poisoned 10 minutes before midnight. No one noticed the rat scurrying in the shadows of the Grand Hall doorway around 11:40. It was too bad. Much loss of life would have been prevented otherwise. Scrimgeour survived the evening, but the red-robed law enforcement officers needed him that night. He retired 2 short years later, the unwarranted guilt too much for him to bear. Voldemort had hoped that he could use Potter's foolish nobility to lure him into the press of humanity in the atrium. He had given up hope of that when he spotted his prey lurking on the edge of battle like a coward. His overall goal had been to lure Potter into the melee to kill him before retreating. Over time he could rebuild his strength, but Potter needed to be dealt with immediately. Unfortunately for Tom Marvolo Riddle, the sight of Harry, with Daphne at his side, incensed the Dark Lord beyond reason. In his fury, he called out direction to his followers. There he is. Kill him and his whore. At this point, Daphne's memories became hazy. The scenes she remembered were in vivid detail. Harry drawing his sword from under his robes. Tonks shrieking while she cursed an opponent. Remus reaching in his pocket to withdraw his own shrunken sword. Neville transformed into the bear and mauling an opponent. Susan casting the first curse that immolated a charging opponent. Hermione and Bill fighting back to back. Harry had urged the team away from the crowd of people, hoping to force the Death Eaters to break cover. It worked. Bursting out of the herd of humanity, 10 people led the charge at Harry and Daphne. Susan's high-powered blasting curse disintegrated the lead Death Eater, leaving behind only a slick, bloody spot on the marble floor. Susan's casting urged the rest of the friends to cast as well. Of the 7 spells fired, 5 found their targets, dropping them quickly. Then it came to grappling range. The Death Eaters moved into the mix of the friends, casting unforgivables and the darkest spells imaginable. Shields and conjured barriers snapped into place. Daphne growled with frustration. Her opponent was a tall, reedy man that she didn't recognize. He had her on the defensive, dodging and shielding. Screaming her rage, she lashed out with 2 bone-breaking hexes that impacted the man's knees. As he crumpled to the ground, Daphne turned to see a killing curse coming at her face. Before she could even think, all the hours spent dodging hexes in the room of pain paid off. Rolling and diving to her right, the curse roared over her head. Jumping back to her feet, she didn't even notice that her dress had ripped the seam due to her exertions. The caster of the killing curse was leveling his wand at her to follow up. Daphne cast the piercing curse, drilling a hole in the man's shoulder. He screamed and lashed out with his right foot. Daphne crumpled as the man's foot hit her knee, which had been destroyed at Malfoy Manor. From the ground, Daphne cast a quick vertical spread of reductor curses. Her opponent shielded, but was rocked back on his heels. Panting hard, she aimed her wand at the man's face, but at the last moment pointed down and cast the cutting curse. She had been hoping to hit his knees, intending to give the expression, taking him out at the knees, a whole new meaning. Instead, she overshot the mark and amputated the man's left foot just as his bludgeoning hex impacted her. Rocked back on her heels, she gasped for breath. Her opponent was down, but hardly out. Without thought, she leveled her wand and cast the reductor curse at the man's head. If her dress hadn't been ruined before, it certainly was now. From behind her, she heard a gurgling cry. She turned to see Remus dispatching her opponent from before, the one with the broken knees. Apparently, the man was attempting to curse her from behind. A sword in the throat put paid to that idea. Looking around, she didn't see any more opponents. Except one. Harry and Voldemort were a blur of motion. Casting, punching, lashing out with weapons, screaming. Harry was wounded in at least a dozen places. Blood poured down his face and his left arm was limp. Voldemort was missing his left arm at the shoulder, and was dragging his right leg. When Daphne looked closely, she could see bones sticking out of a tear in the twisted man's trousers. Apparently, the man had black blood now, as it was coating his exposed right forearm. Daphne stood, gasping still. She had 4 broken ribs, and attempted to east her husband. Stumbling forward, she hit an invisible wall that she was unable to pee. Turning to her right, she asked Neville, "Can you get by?" Neville, he face cut and swollen, merely shook his head in negation. It seemed that fate herself was forcing the conclusion of the long enmity between Harry and Riddle. In the background, Daphne heard, but didn't register, Dumbledore's successful efforts to calm the incited crowd. His wide area sleeping charm finally took effect after 10 minutes, causing the stampede to fall to the ground, dead asleep. Running feet came up from behind and Daphne saw Amelia, Connie and many others join her in mute helplessness as Harry and the Dark Lord did everything in their power to destroy each other. Seconds ticked by. Harry dodged several killing curses, returning them with bone-crushing hexes. Daphne groaned in fear as Voldemort shielded faster than any person she'd ever seen. Harry's expression never changed. His wand became a blur as he ripped a spread of reductor curses in a vertical spread. Having the offensive advantage, he wasn't going to let up. He had given Voldemort a chance to regroup and attack during their encounter in Diagon Alley. There was one thing that Roland had successfully taught him: never fight fair. Increasing his advantage, Harry spot apparated to Voldemort's right side and kicked the Dark Lord in his injured right leg. Riddle screamed in pain, giving Harry the opening to finish him once and for all. The stunning spell is derided amongst most professional warriors. It is far too easily reversed and therefore doesn't really allow one to permanently defeat an opponent. Yet, that's exactly what Harry used to immobilize Tom Riddle. Moving faster than the eye could track, Harry cast his spell. After the bright red flash dropped the man, silence reigned for a long minute. All the Death Eaters had been killed. No imperious curse claims this time. Harry glanced at Daphne and gave her a little smile. He wavered and then flicked his wand at Voldemort's fallen body. As the Dark Lord floated to waist height in front of Harry, Daphne's fear ratcheted up to terror. She had known that Harry could defeat Voldemort in a fight. Oh, nothing was truly sure in life, especially in magical combat. Nevertheless, Harry was plenty good enough to take the man down. This ritual her husband was about to perform, however, had far too many variables for her liking. Using his right hand to place his injured left hand on Voldemort's head, Harry then placed his right hand on Voldemort's. It was a quiet second when Harry gave a great heaving sigh, then began to chant. Daphne knew the words, for she had helped Harry memorize the incredibly long exorcism and banishing ritual. She couldn't help but murmur them along with her husband. 10 seconds into his recital, Harry began to tremble. Oh, no, Daphne groaned. He was in the first stanza of the incantation, calling for judgment upon the transgressor. Based on Remus' research, they knew the spell would be painful for Harry. Given Harry's extraordinary high tolerance for pain, the fact that it was visibly affecting him so soon in the ritual did not bode well. Neville wrapped his arm around Daphne's shoulders, while Hermione moved to her side. Her friends were supporting her, but who was supporting Harry? Remembering when she'd unintentionally helped her husband through Voldemort's mental attacks, Daphne tried to project all the love, affection, caring she felt for Harry. Focusing on his face, she dredged up every positive memory she felt for him. She immersed herself in the emotion they evoked, reveling in the memories. With a grunting effort, she tried to will the collection across the 10 feet that separated her from her husband. 20 seconds into the ritual, Harry began to shake. It was the second incantation. Harry was offering himself as a compensatory offering should the transgressor be found clear of want. A few times, he stopped his incantation as he was panting in pain. Unbidden, tears began to run down Daphne's face. Her internal voice was screaming for him to hurry. Be done with this. She could barely bring herself to watch him suffer so. Closing his eyes, Harry forced himself to continue. 30 seconds into the ritual, Harry fell to the ground, in pain. The judgment was occurring. Frantic that Harry would be taken in lieu of Voldemort, Daphne tried to push past the invisible barrier, but it held. The silence in the atrium continued, as Harry forced himself to his feet, replaced his hands on the still floating form of Lord Voldemort and continued. His face began to contort with the agony he felt. Twitches in his arms and legs betrayed the searing pain that was coursing up and down his limbs. Now, a small glowing light began to form between the two antagonists. The final phase, the call for penalty, had begun. As if from far away, a rushing sound began. It reminded some of the bystanders of wind through the trees and others of water in a gorge. As the light between Harry and Voldemort intensified, the sound grew. Larger and louder the light and sound became until Harry Potter and Tom Riddle were completely obscured. This effect had not been written of in the Black Family Grimoire. Desperate, Daphne looked to the nearby Remus for an explanation. His face alit with fear. Moony of the Marauders merely answered her plea with, I don't know. A loud crump sounded from the entwined combatants. Pure energy radiated out from them in a shock wave, knocking all the spectators to the ground. Daphne looked up, found her husband and began to smile through her tears. Harry stood there, swaying on his feet. Riddle's body was a smoking, charred husk. He met her gaze, smiled and ped out. Chapter the last. The 30th of June 2126 Monday. The old woman at the podium paused in her tale. She looked out over the MIV crowd that had been sitting for the last 3 hours to listen to her tell of days long ago. The families around the two late middle-aged men and one woman in the front row smiled up at her and she smiled back at them. Our lives were much simpler after Harry disposed of that vermin. We ended up having a spring wedding ceremony. It was quite anticlimactic. After all, we'd been married almost a year by that point. Her bright blue eyes crinkled with her smile as she remembered. Neville proposed to Susan after the reception. They had a lovely wedding and I'd never seen Lady Augusta so happy. They stood as godparents to our eldest, James Sirius, and for our little girl, Elizabeth Jane. They were lovely people and I miss them both. 10 years ago they left us on the next great adventure. After a long pause, the Dowager Lady Potter continued. History books tell us that after Voldemort was vanquished, Albus Dumbledore was content to retire into obscurity. The truth is that after Voldemort was disposed of, Harry and I paid the man a visit. We very politely reminded him of all the wrongs he had visited upon Harry and entreated him to retire from all of his offices. She smiled wickedly and commented, "He seemed to be of our way of thinking." Phileas was an excellent headmaster. Harry was quite insistent that the Black and Potter families have their own heads. Each family was deserving of the attention of their head, he often said. Therefore, today our sons James and Neville come into their inheritance as the Earl of Potter and Viscount Black respectively. They will fill the shoes of their father most admirably. She sighed and her eyes focused on faraway times. We lost Remus not 40 years after Voldemort was exterminated. The lycanthropy caught up with him and wore him out. He was a truly gentle man, so at odds with his affliction. He died at home with his beloved Tonks, their 2 children and 4 grandchildren. Teddy and little Daphne ed their father as he died in his wife's arms. Shaking her head she went on, Tonks became even more reckless after Remus ped on. She started to accompany the Aurors again and was killed during a raid not 2 years later. The Lupins are buried next to Harry's parents and Sirius Marker in the family plot at Rowan Hill. I visit them from time to time. Hermione and Bill went their separate ways as many a couple does. Happily for all of us they remained friends. Not long afterwards, Bill married Fleur Delacour and Hermione married Joseph Driscoll, an Irishman from Cork. Her 20-year career as the Minister for Magic of Great Britain is storied, I need not recount it here. Most also know that their daughter, Mare, married our son Neville. It has been a true joy having her as my daughter. The blonde woman in the front row beamed at her mother-in-law, tears on her face like the rest of the family. To the bulk of the multitude gathered, the people Daphne was talking about were the stuff of legends. Harry Potter, the boy who lived and the man who conquered. Neville Longbottom, the right hand of Harry Potter. Susan Bones, one of the most feared warriors of the light. Remus Lupin, the Chimera Slayer. Amelia Bones, the Minister for Magic who stood tall in the dark years. Hermione Granger, the most famous Minister for Magic for 500 years. Nymphadora Tonks, Auror Extraordinaire and head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for over 20 years. Daphne Potter, one of 2 people to wound the Dark Lord and wife of Harry Potter. To Jimmy, Nev, and Lizzie Potter they were Dad, Uncle Nev and Auntie Sue. Great Auntie Amy, Uncle Mooney and Auntie Tonks. Auntie Hermione, Mum. They were all family, nothing special. In the end, all that was left of the greatest generation that stood against the tide of darkness was in front of them in a black dress, her white hair up in an elaborate id. We bury my husband today. He was the best man I've ever known. The most loving, caring, compassionate, bold, helpful, loyal, dedicated man I've ever known. I've loved him for the last 130 years. She looked at the coffin off to her left and a single tear tracked down her wrinkled cheek. I love you, Harry. Ooh, I'll just sit by the window for a bit, Jimmy. It's been quite a long day. Don't worry about me, I may even nod off for a bit. Daphne had an old quilt on her lap that Susan had given her many years ago. Looking out the window of the sitting room, she could see the path to the beach that she and Harry had trod so many times. Countless times. She sniffled a bit and blotted her eyes with her handkerchief. I'll just be in the study, Mum. If you need anything, send for Toby, he'll come get me. Jimmy Potter was the spitting image of his father and grandfather before him. The speckling of gray in his hair belied his 115 years. Harry, himself, had died with more black in his hair than gray. Daphne nodded and continued staring out the window, lost in her grief. I love you, Mum. Giving her eldest son a watery smile, she reached out and grasped his hand. Squeezing it, she responded, I love you too, son. Your Emily has been a wonder. I love her and your boys too. Thank you. A bit puzzled, Jimmy eyed his mother's wrinkled cheek and left the room. Settling back into her chair, Daphne drifted. Not long later, she heard a voice calling her. Opening her eyes, she saw her beloved standing in front of her. Not the old man whose wounds from so long ago finally took their toll. Instead, she saw the hale and hearty man he had been when Jimmy was born. Extending his hand to her, he entreated, Come, my love. It's time. She took his hand, surprised to see her hand was young and supple, like his. Smiling, she rose and emsaid him. After a long moment, They broke apart and he gave her a little. Come on. Everyone is waiting and I want you to meet my parents and Sirius. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.